Hello, everyone, and welcome back. This is Isolation Stream, roughly 24. If you're joining us, we're here with a Skeleton Crew, Steven coming around. We've been together since the beginning. This is 2020,
Since the beginning.
Corona isolation. If you're watching this years from now, I've been streaming 5 days a week since then. Today, we are throwing back on Throwback Thursday to a game I've been looking forward to getting on the table for many, many months, which is the Middle-Earth CCG. If you're unfamiliar, I saw people chatting before we went live. This is a collectible card game that was originally published in 1995 by Iron Crown Enterprises, also known as ICE. This is only a year and a half or so, not even 2 years after the release of the first collectible card game, Magic the Gathering. A Lord of the Rings game came out, and this hit at the time when it came out, I was maybe 7.
Maybe.
And so I don't know exactly what month it happened. I was roughly 7, and it would be a couple more years before I got introduced to a little game called Pokemon, the TCG, which is what would be my big introduction into like card games. But then growing up, this is just a game that was always on the periphery. It's one of those games that people would tell you about, or you'd see on a shelf in a corner of an old, in a game store. Mm-hmm. It's like these starters have been here forever. And luckily, I happened upon, there were a series of challenge decks that were put out 3 or 4 years into the game. And it was 10 decks that were basically pre-built and kind of designed to go against each other, but they had cards from a lot of different sets. And I happened upon those late December this past year, and after the boondoggle that was Star Wars Episode 9, I needed a break. So I started listening to Lord of the Rings. I hadn't read it in like a decade. These came in, and I read through. I have this, which I think is amazing. This is the Middle-Earth the Wizard's Companion, which is like a book, like a strategy guide from the 90s.
It's like a player's handbook for a card game.
Which is just amazing. I got that as well. And so I was reading through that and the rules and looking through all these cards, and like, I'm going to go ahead and have Bryce pull up Gandalf. Like, just in seeing that card, hopefully he's ready. Hopefully it works. We're just testing it out.
Yeah.
That was the top card of the first deck that I pulled out, and I was just like, I'm in. I need nothing else.
Yeah.
It's just got this. I posted on social.
There's a mystique to it.
There's an allure to it.
There's something to be discovered here. It's like, yes.
So again, it was 95. So this is before the movies. This game is based on the books, which came out originally in the mid 50s, if I'm correct in remembering when that actually came out. But this art, I believe, is from all that time. The books come out. People love Lord of the Rings. Obviously, it's very popular. And there's all this art being made. So it's got this like classic look to it.
But then
it was also a card game designed before there was really any precedent at all on what you could or couldn't do with a card game. So that is both the boon and the bane of games like this. We played the Star Wars CCG a couple months back. Very similar vibes where there's not really any, oh, this is just how you do it, or this is how you streamline it, or this is how you change it. It's kind of the Wild West. And the combination of all that, it's Lord of the Rings, plus it's all the art from decades of time.
It reminds me so much of the old Hobbit movie, too. The original, the animated Hobbit movie. It's like all right in that zone. It's a little bit older, but that's where it hits me ultimately.
So to be clear, and I hope the people that promised they would be here are here on the chats, because I've never played this game. I've read a lot about it. I've read through the cards a lot. I'm going to be teaching Steven in some ways, but we're going to be going through, I think, what a lot of people will be going through if they bought the challenge deck. So it came in like a brick, and there were 10 different decks, and I have all of them down here ready to go in case we finish games faster than I expect us to. But you look, it's got the classic 90s miniature rulebook that's also happens to be 47 pages long. Again, I have a player's handbook over here.
Here's the trippy thing about this game, too, that I appreciate. So there's kind of 2 ways to move through it. The general idea is that we're going to be moving around Middle-Earth and trying to achieve our kind of personal objectives. And then the other person is going to be throwing hazards at us as we move around based on where we're moving through. So like if you're moving through a forest and I have forest trolls, I can play that on you and try to screw you up. But there's also, there's starter rules where you have like locations that tell you where to go from there, which is really cool. But then you also have the region-based rules, and there's a map of Middle-Earth here, and there's also a big one in the back of you see in the back of the book there, map there. And so in that version of the game, rather than the cards necessarily dictating how you're moving, you're actually plotting. You can use this map to plot your path as you're moving. And so like this would be great if you really wanted to learn like the location geography of Middle-Earth, or if you already knew that, to just be like, oh yes, I'm 4 stops away from Minas Tirith there.
So
I'll go through the mountains, or I'll go through the forest, or I'll sail around. It's like, how cool is that?
There was in the Facebook group for the game, there were people that have designed basically maps that you can print. Whether you print it or you put it, I'm thinking about printing it on a play mat that's kind of like would be here, and then they'll have like little models, right? Like we actually have some here representing the border of our. You can see it on that camera. But essentially, you can mark where your companies are and like move them around. You can also count spaces and whatnot. But the kind of theme of this game, just to give a little more context as well, is essentially Steve and I are both going to play as wizards in Middle-Earth, and this is something I kind of knew about from reading the books, but not, I mean, reading through this companion is amazing. I was like, I had no idea this is what this was. But anyways, you have these celestial beings sent over from this other dimension, and they're putting these old bodies of wizards, and they're kind of doing their thing, trying to influence. But we're wizards trying to influence, basically, at this point, because you could also play as a Nazgul. They introduce that later. We're not doing that yet.
The ring wraiths.
Yeah.
Is that what you? I saw that in the rule book.
Yeah. But we're trying to gain influence in Middle Earth, to sway it in the way we want to sway it. And so the whole game is literally about us gaining influence and then convincing the council to allow us to be in charge and to have our way. And so the game is going to end. The end of the game is going to trigger when one of a number of things happens. The first thing that can happen is when Steven and I both make it all the way through these decks, which if you can't tell,
these are 90s deck size.
This is a 90s deck size, yeah. So when if I go all the way through my deck, technically when I get through my deck for the first time, if I have, I think it's 20 marshalling points, then I can call on the council. You'll get one more turn, and then we'll end the turn and we'll count up points. If not, though, when both of us make it through our deck twice, we automatically have to call on the council. So when the deck goes through, whoever's not going gets to go through their turn one more time. And then we're going to count up marshalling points, and we're going to determine a victory. And those points, right, basically represent how much influence of across Middle-Earth.
So this is still essentially a gain the most victory point style game, right? Like most board games, you're just collecting points, and whoever has the most points at the end is going to win.
Yeah, and it's not, I mean, I think that's when I say precedent in card games, Magic came out and obviously did what Magic did. But Magic is very much a game where you play creatures and you attack each other.
Yeah.
This is not a game where that happens.
Right.
We are going to play creatures that attack each other's characters, but like I'm only trying to stifle you and reduce your influence. I can win technically. So that Gandalf card that came up, I'm playing the Gandalf challenge deck. If I put him into play, because I'm representing Gandalf as the player, but then I can actually like basically show up in Middle-Earth specifically, and it's not just me representing my influence over Middle-Earth. But if he's in play and you can actually find a way to like defeat him, to kill him, you win the game.
Okay. Nice. Yeah. So points are the kill the king mechanic, basically.
So there's multiple ways, and there's multiple ways that it triggers. But there's a handful of victory categories of ways that you can claim points. I'm going to pull those up really quick, just so we're clear.
This is interesting too, because I got my hands on a couple of games when I was younger of the Decipher Lord of the Rings game. And I remember that was always explained as, heroes are journeying to drop the ring off at Mordor, and the other players are trying to stifle their journey. And so it seems like that vibe really ran through both of these Lord of the Rings games early on, is like, there's a journey, we're moving around the map, and whenever we're moving, everybody who's not us is trying to like mess with us.
Yeah, and you could scale this up to 2, 3, 4 players. Like it is built in that way.
Nice.
So basically the various ways we're going to score points are characters that we influence, items that we influence. There's factions that we can influence, so it'll be like the Riders of Rohan might be a faction, and you can influence them. And so we're basically going to be going around Middle-Earth, trying to find certain items and trying to influence certain people and gain influence over them, and our boards are going to do their thing. And then at some point, the council will get called, and we'll determine who's more influential and who gets to lead the free peoples of Middle-Earth against Sauron.
Very cool. You want to let's start struggling through this one, man.
Yeah, I say we do it. Okay, so the first thing that's really cool, and I really dig this mechanic, we each have a starting company. So I have mine. You have yours over there.
Oh yeah, hold on. I got to refer to my sheet because it tells me to bring some things out of my deck for this. I assume there's any number of. So Glorfindel 2 says in my little book here, controls Anborn. So he's using his direct influence from what I read.
So yeah, if you pull up
Anborn.
Glorfindel, the card, what's the little?
It's Glorfindel the second.
The hand with the black behind it.
Yeah.
Also for people at home typing cards to pop up. When we say the second, we don't mean the second version of the card. Just do the standard Glorfindel.
That's direct influence. Is that what that means?
So you have your mind stat and your influence stat, right? And I'm going to pull this up to make sure I'm calling these out right.
Yeah, this makes sense because like Glorfindel II, that little black hand, he has 2 direct influence, so he can control up to 2 mind without coming from my general
You got it.
influence pool.
So like in the same way, I have Aragorn, and he has a 9. He costs 9 to control, right? That's what his willpower is.
He's big-brained.
Whereas he has 3 direct influence, and he starts with Arwen, who has 3 mind. So he basically is bringing her in. And so your starting party can be made up of 20, not influence. Influence is the black stat. Let me look real quick.
10, 6, 10. I've got 20 of the mind stat here.
Yeah.
Across all my
So
cards. That might make sense.
You have 20, including the ones that's, without counting that?
So 8, 10, 6, 4 is 10. So 20 all in on all of my characters here.
So I think Arwen, like being controlled by Aragorn, means she doesn't count against my total.
Look at you go.
Same with you, though, wherever it's controlled. So we might have open influence, because I think 20 is the cap. So Uldric says you have 20 general influence worth of characters that you can have on the table at any time.
Yeah, you've got 6, 15, 20. You've got 20 in your characters here if you count the 9, 3, 3, 5. Easy peasy.
And I'm curious, though, like if it says Aragorn controlling Arwen, what is the controlling? I thought that was reducing the influence that it costs to have her out.
I think that probably just for deck building, you start with 20, but then during the game, you don't have to pay. You don't have to pay the round by round. Yeah.
So Chris says Arwen doesn't count during gameplay, but would count for your starting company. Yeah. So your starting company is always 20, no matter how you stack it. But then, basically during the game, if he's controlling her. Her is not counting against my cap.
You don't have to pay the 3, basically.
Yeah, so
3 brain. Yeah. Makes sense. Horn of Anor on Adrazar. People that know how to pronounce this stuff, I'm sorry. So this is how I'm supposed to start. So I've got 2 companies, Glorfindel and Anborn over here, and Glorfindel is leading Anborn, so we don't have to worry about the influence there.
You want to pop down to the table shot?
Yeah. And then I've got Fatty Bolger, who could forget, with Cram.
So you also got 2 minor items in your starting pool, which is why you have 2 of them.
Very cool. So Cram is looks like a beautiful kind of biscuit-based meal there. If you want to know what Cram is, it's biscuitish, keeps good indefinitely, is supposed to be sustaining, and is certainly not entertaining, being in fact very uninteresting except as a chewing exercise. So it's like hardtack in Civil War days. So all that I can do with this is discard it to untap the bearer. So I can eat some Cram with Fatty to untap him.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I never thought in my life that I would say that exact sentence, but I'm glad that it happened.
Also, just for reference, tapping one, is that 45-degree angle? 90
That's
degree.
90, yeah.
90 degrees is tapping, and then 180 is wounded.
Okay.
And then when you untap, you go from wounded to tapped, and then you go from tapped to regular.
Cool.
Just for reference later.
I've also got Sam Gamgee here, looking great. I mean, Sam. This is a representation of Sam before any of the movies or anything was happening, right? So it's like, yeah, hobbits look insane. I mean, if you just read the book, you could really write them however you want them or draw them however you want them. And then Adrazar over here, and he's got the Horn of Anor, or Anor, +2 to direct influence against factions. Cannot be duplicated on a given character. So he's really good at hanging out and making factions like him. So good for him.
Nice. I think your deck is going to want to do that.
And he also, his ability is direct influence against all factions. So he's +3 direct influence against factions. Nice. So that's obviously what he's going to be up to.
Yeah, when you go try to influence a faction, that'll boost your stats.
And he's a diplomat. I would have been so into this game.
I know, right? Like once we get past the hurdle of like just understanding how mechanically it works, everyone that like on chat that used to play this says this is my favorite CCG of all time. Like I've seen that comment 20 times. Okay, so I have Aragorn, and I'm just going to walk it down a little bit. So if you look in the top left corner, that is actually I believe that's just the number of points. Let me find it here.
Top left, marshalling points, the 3111.
That's the marshalling points, yep.
Okay, so we're talking about this number. So if you're looking at on the screen there, the top left corner of the card is going to have the marshalling points. For instance, if we look at Glorfindel II on this beautiful horse, top 3, that's 3 marshalling points. So what that means, we'll find out.
Yeah. So again, that's the score of the game. Just remember that.
Okay.
So like as an example, Aragorn counts for 3 up front. So if he's in play, I already have 3 points.
I'll kill him.
Same with Arwen. I have her. She's 1 point. But I'm going to go back to Aragorn. Bryce is freaking out right now. So he's unique. Side note, in deck building, you can only have 1 copy of any unique card in your deck. So only 1 of Aragorn. And technically, when you reveal your starting party, if 2 people have the same character in, you shuffle that character back into your deck.
Of course.
And you have to like have backups.
Classic.
Which is hilarious.
Classic.
But
Old school card games.
He's unique. He gets +2 direct influence against the Rangers of the North faction. So if the Rangers of the North show up, he's going to be good. Dune Dane. And then -3 marshalling points if eliminated. So not only do you lose him, if he gets eliminated, it's basically 6 for me, which is really good.
I like that.
And he's paired up, of course, with his longtime friend, Arwen. She's unique. So this is actually pretty cool. She gets +7 direct influence, only usable against Aragorn. So she's got a 0 influence. But she gets +7 if she's controlling Aragorn. He's got a 9. So for her to do that, I need some way to get +2 influence when I'm controlling Aragorn, which is in the deck, I think.
Nice. Okay.
And so once she actually gets that thing, he can now be with her, and that's 9 points that I don't have to spend out of my
really
20,
cool.
which is really cool.
Yeah.
And that's the only thing she does. Like, that's pretty cool, right? And another thing, the stats on the bottom left, you'll note, on Arwen, it's a 2/8, which is the first stat is prowess, and the second is body. So prowess is what you're going to use to fight. And then if you fail at fighting and you get hit by something, your body is what you're going to use to check whether or not it wounds you or does discard kind of damage. So you'll notice she's a 2/8, but if we go back to Aragorn, he's a 6 and a 9. So he's better at fighting and he's a little hardier.
Look at Sam Gamgee on the 1/9.
Yeah.
He's got body, but he doesn't have much for prowess.
He's hard to take down, but he is not exactly doing a bunch of damage. So then Arwen also has the Star Glass, and it says tap Bear of Star Glass to cancel an attack by undead against his company, or that would change, by the way. It said his company.
Yeah, his
like
or
on
her, or its
or
their.
to modify the prowess of a spider's, animal's, or wolf's attack against the company by -2. Bear then must make a corruption check.
Okay, so you basically can prevent an attack that I might throw at you with spiders, wolves,
She uses
etc.
the Star Glass to it reduces it. So you'd still be
Right.
able to do the thing, it just wouldn't be as impactful. Then I have Annalena, Annalena. She's costs 3 direct influence to use. She has 0 direct influence. She's unique, she has no ability, and she's a 3/8. And you'll see the little types are printed down here.
Yeah,
you can
what is
barely
she?
see. She's a scout and a sage elf.
I love minor characters so much. Like, I've never heard of that character before.
And now you have, and they got a little quote. And then comes into play with the Elf Stone, which actually gives her a +2 influence. So she's going to be able to have some influence and play a character. But it says +2 to direct influence used against an elf character or an elf faction may not be duplicated on a given character. So that's where you see the +2 in the brackets. So that's conditional. And it's a minor item.
Yeah, Horn's the same way. +2 direct influence against factions. Okay, I see.
And then finally, you'll see why, this is just all-star list for me. Faramir, I love Faramir. He's unique, +2 direct influence against the Rangers of Ithilien faction. That's it. And a 5/8. So it's not nothing too crazy yet. These are our starting parties. So these start in play. And I believe, and I'll have to get confirmation on the chat, they start at Rivendell.
What's your challenge deck called?
Gandalf.
It's just called
Or
Gandalf?
it's called Return of the King.
Okay. Let's look at it.
Oh, that might be true. I think Faramir does have the Elfstone.
Faramir starts with the Elfstone, and he controls Annalena with it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and then
So,
Arwen starts with
This is
Starglass,
20
yeah.
starting, but if you look, if Aragorn's controlling Arwen and Faramir's controlling Annalena, then I've only spent 14 of my influence. So I have 6 that still will allow me to play more characters.
Yeah.
Which is cool.
So in influence, the top or the little mind thing. So every turn we're gonna get 20 points that we can't get more than 20 points on the board at any time, right?
Yeah.
So as long as things are controlling things, it opens up slots that we can play.
You'll also notice, when we pull Aragorn back up, on the bottom right, there's so much here. He has a home site of Bree. So if he wasn't in my starting party, then he can only come into play at his home site.
Right.
Or at a haven, which we'll come back to in a minute, with my wizard present.
Right.
So he either shows up at his home, or he shows up when the wizard is literally there, ready to roll.
Wizards can do whatever they want, basically.
All right, so let me see. Make sure I'm not missing anything.
Start at Rivendell, yes. Start at Rivendell, check.
Yeah, yep, that's good. All good, all good. Okay, I'm going to walk you through the basic phases of a turn. And then we're just going to, I think the best thing once we have a context of the phases is just to crunch our way through this thing.
Let's crunch one.
So I'm going to go ahead and get my Rivendell site out. So this is the site, and both of my parties are hanging out at Rivendell here, and you can do the same because you'll also be at Rivendell.
I'm also at Rivendell. Okay,
Same.
so I have these card backs. Here, let's get the full. Actually, you guys can see them better here, probably. Card backs. Beautiful little map there. Cost thousands of dollars to make these in the 90s. It's not true, but you get my point. Rivendell, okay.
Also, look at the back of the standard card. I'm a fan of it.
Ooh, yeah. Just classics. I mean, I love all these islands in here. Okay, Rivendell. Right. I'm here, you're here, we're all here.
So the phase of the turn, there's the complexity of this game is honestly, like when I was reading about it, I thought it was going to be insane. And it's not the structure of how the turns work, but it's the number of little things involved in every little step. Corruption checks, influence checks.
Yeah.
Like all
things
the little
you can
details.
Miss.
Yeah. So the basic structure of the phase is the first thing you'll do on your turn is untap. So we won't have anything untapped on the first turn, so that won't matter. And then the organization phase. So during the organization phase, you can play a character or your wizard. So like if we pull Gandalf back up, obviously the risk of playing a wizard like Gandalf is if you get him off the table.
Shuffle this whole thing?
Yeah. You might pile shuffle to start because they're really organized. Is that if you play your wizard and they get eliminated, you lose the game. So that's.
But I imagine they're very powerful.
They are also powerful. Like I think Gandalf has, I'm not looking at the card, but it's like 10 influence. He just provides you 10 extra. But I also forgot to mention the win conditions earlier. Technically, the third win condition is dunking the ring, as they call it, which is if you can find the one ring and then get it to Mount Doom and literally play a card that lets you destroy it, you win the game. Very cool, though. The thing about the one ring, which hopefully is on the screen at this point.
Is it called the One Ring?
Yeah, it's called the One Ring. Is it has a lot of corruption. And so basically, whoever has it is very susceptible to corruption, which is so thematic it hurts me. All right, so past the untap phase, you go to the organization phase. You can play one character a turn, or your wizard. You can reorganize your companies that are at the same location. So you could like flip-flop who's together and who's doing what. Then you also decide where you're going to move next. And so we have our location decks here, and we would decide we would go from Rivendell to one of the locations that connects to Rivendell.
Let's move your stuff up here. I'm going to help us out on the camera.
All right.
Here we go.
So Rivendell is where we're starting, which I have that location up. Then you can also pass items. So like I could technically pass this Starglass to another character at the same location. If you do that, you have to make a corruption check, though. So like if I was handing you the one ring, I would take a corruption check to see if I was capable of doing it.
Right on.
If you fail that, you can run into some bad stuff like getting discarded. Then we get to what's called the long event phase. So during this phase, any long events that are in play,
check focus real quick,
go away. So there will be basically effects that you want to affect the entire board. So you discard any that are in play, and then you get to play long effects that you want. And so that'll basically be in play until your next long event phase, or unless your opponent does something to get rid of those. Then we get to the movement and hazard phase. So this is where you would actually reveal, when you chose where you wanted to go from Rivendell, it'll be face down here. And during the movement phase, we'll actually flip it over. And we're going to be going from this location to that location. That's when the opponent will get a chance to play hazards that match the hazard icons on the location that we're going to, the site path.
Let's pull up Rivendell here just to look at the site paths. I think that's important. That kind of helped me understand some things. So if you look at Rivendell, like from Lorien, you're going to pass through what? Trees, castle-y looking thing, and more trees. And then if you're from the Grey Havens, there's like a full castle looking thing and more trees. And so my guess, I haven't looked at the cards, my guess is that the hazards we have will only be able to be played if you're traveling through these kinds of icons.
Yep.
Right?
Like a good example here is the Rain Drake.
Oh my gosh, that art. Oh my gosh. Now, I played a little bit of Magic when I was probably 12, 13. I got some cards off eBay and just like looked through them. Played a couple of times with my friend Josh. Remember Josh Taylor?
I remember.
That reminds me of an early Magic card more than anything that I've seen before or since. That is so incredible. Yeah. I would have played the heck out of that card.
He's got these icons on the side. It's a group of 3 trees, and then also there's a space, and then there's like some waves down here. Mm-hmm. So basically, to play him, if I'm playing this against you, you would have to have moved through 3 trees, or something with water.
Okay.
Right?
Right
And so
on.
there'll be locations. Let me see if I can find one.
Rain drake in the forest. What's that about?
Well, I'm sure there's like water and ponds and stuff. But like if we pull up Moria, for example, when you go to Moria, there's 2 trees on it, which basically represents you had to go through the forest outside of the Moria, right, through the mountains. And so it's only got 2, so the rain drake couldn't be played at Moria.
Right on.
That's not going to work. So I'm trying to think about to see if there's even, there it is. So Bur Widow, B-U-H-R space W-I-D-U, Widow. It has tree, little half-shaded castle, which
Let's
is
see what that
mashed
is.
on
We
an
know what
icon
that
over
is.
here.
We've got a reference here. Oh my gosh, Borderlands.
Borderlands, and then 3 trees. So essentially, if this is where someone traveled to, then I could play the rain drake there,
Right on.
because it's got the 3. And then of course there's also just ones that naturally have the little wave.
I think
like
I've got the. Let me see if I've got. I feel like I've got a lot of weird. A lot of things that should have water on them. Yeah. So if we look at Tolfalas, Tolfalas, that's one that has a tree, and then it's also got the free domains, but then it's also got the coastal seas. And these are gorgeous, man.
They're nice, right?
These are absolutely gorgeous.
So we'll be crunching through all that and playing hazards and
I
attacks
love
and
coastal
defense
stuff
and all
in
that kind of
fantasy
stuff.
settings.
And then after you basically go through all the hazard phase, where you get to play all that stuff and whatnot, also worth mentioning too, when you move to a location, like we'll pull up Minas Tirith here, and
Severgen, we've got a map.
on the bottom left corner, this is important for you to know. See
Okay.
where it has the 2 and the upside down 2?
Yes.
So that's how many cards you get to draw going into. So like if I was moving from here to here, you would get to draw the 2 facing you, and I would get to draw the 2 going into that.
I see where Decipher got some of this stuff, man.
100%.
I'ma
I didn't
tell
know
ya.
it at the time. But then we would go through the hazard phase. Once we get through the hazard phase, right, I make it through all the hazards of getting to Minas Tirith. Then we would get to the site phase. Now, when you get to the site phase, you basically decide, do you enter the site or not? And a lot of sites, like this one, Minas Tirith, isn't going to do anything bad to you. But some of the sites, like Moria, might actually do something where you automatically have to face attacks from orcs when you walk in or whatever. But then,
Oh, here we go. Yeah, Moria. Let's pull Moria up here. It's in my deck. There.
and what's it say?
It says automatic attacks. Orcs, 4 strikes with 7 prowess.
So what that would mean is that
Ugh.
to go into Moria, you have to take 4 attacks, right? And it would be a 7 prowess. And if we go back to like Arwen, she's got a 2 prowess. So she would be rolling 2d6 plus 2, which is her prowess, and trying to get more than 7.
To like fight them off?
To
or to
defeat
like
that-
prevent the
To defeat
damage?
that damage, yep. So, and we'll get through the crunchiness of all that. But once you go into a location and make it through the automatic attacks as well, so I have to make it through your hazards, then I have to make it through whatever's on the thing. Like on Moria, I'm sure it says like minor and major items can be
Oh, yeah.
played.
Yeah.
So then you can actually tap the location to play an item from your hand that matches those requirements, which is how you go. You go into Moria to find a fancy axe or a fancy sword or whatever.
Absolutely, you do.
Um,
Man, look at, hold on, this is just too cool. The the glittering caves. This is half the fun of these kinds of games. You just get to look at them. So first of all, the art on Glittering Caves is the kind of thing. Torchbearer Second Edition, if you guys didn't know, is on Kickstarter right now, and it makes me feel like this makes me feel. Automatic attack is the Pukel Man, 1 strike with 9 prowess. So they're just like a boss there that you gotta.
slamming around, yeah.
Then there's an
But if you
island over here
do,
that
like
has
you
a
can play
dragon
some
on
cool
it.
stuff, right?
Look at the Isle of the Uland.
Spell it.
Dragon.
Spell that.
ULOND. 1 strike with 14 prowess. You go to the island, there's a dragon there. You
And
gotta
he's
slay
just-
this dragon.
He's ready to rumble.
But then you can play information.
So, after the site phase, which is where you decide to go into the site or not, then you get to the end of turn phase. So each player can discard 1 card, and then you draw back up to 8. So we're basically going to rinse, repeat that. So it's untap, organize your companies.
Your companies.
You
yeah.
can play long. You remove long events, play long events. They're in the long event phase. Then we're going to move, and when you move, you're dealing with hazards and all that. If all that goes well, you're going to go to the site phase. You can actually go into the site and do it, and this old location will go away. And then we'll get to the end of phase, and we'll go back and forth until someone becomes the.
So is there
Lord of the
only
Rings.
ever one active location and this one goes away and
So there's a location that you're at.
we don't build a map or anything?
Then there's a location that you're moving to,
Mm-hmm.
and once you actually move there, this goes away.
No way.
It doesn't disappear forever.
It just goes back in the deck.
goes back in the deck.
Right on.
So it's not like a map we're moving on, and that's why people a lot of times will print a map, because technically you would visualize it like that.
Yeah.
Like if we had a map
Yeah.
here with little models on
Yeah.
it, then it'd be really easy to see like, oh, Aragorn and Arwen like went down the river and then like went to Minas Tirith and did their thing.
So you could have like your company here, and then it's like, okay, then we ended up here, and then we ended up here. But on the cards, we can just represent it with a snapshot of where we are right now.
Yep.
Okay, wow.
I have all sorts of notes for each of those phases broken out that I made last night and this morning just so we could quickly reference questions. But we might be diving in a lot. If the chat's here and they've played a lot, they've been great this whole time.
Please help us out.
Feel free to help us out and prevent us from doing something ridiculous.
We're going to get many things wrong, as most of us did, probably learning this game as kids or adults, as it were. And that's part of the magic of these old games. There's a lot to remember, to learn, to know, to sink your teeth into on these. So the first play, I'll bet the first 20 games I played of, like the Star Wars CCG, for instance, sloppy. Very sloppy.
Even today, there's question marks. So I'm going to start. I'm going to draw 8 cards. I can't tell you how excited I am right now to finally be playing this game. Ooh.
Okay, so what do I do? I draw 8, you said?
Draw 8, yep. And I'm going to divide by color.
It's satisfying to shuffle this ridiculously large of a deck, honestly.
Indeed. It's kind of nice because like I'm looking at my various quote-unquote bad guy cards.
Better at climbing.
And you won't know what these are, but I have like a Marsh Drake and a Pukelman and the Ghosts.
The Pukelman himself?
The Pukelman, look at him.
Oh, yeah. It's like a Snorlax.
But they basically have those icons. So like it's kind of interesting because like if they don't
Thanks,
match
Chris. Glad to have you here.
If they don't match the icons, I don't really have to worry about if I can play them or not. Like I don't have to read the text box yet because it's like,
right,
well,
yeah,
unless you go there, it doesn't much matter now, does it?
Is there gonna be anything happening out here?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so if not,
I mean, we can at least put our locations and our characters, but like we're gonna end up having. Here's what will happen. Like I have 2 parties here. They're not gonna go the same direction.
No, they're not.
Which is gonna be sweet.
I'm gonna do the same thing. And so anywhere where I'm staying would stay in play, I reckon, right? As long as somebody's still at Rivendell, it will stay in play.
Yep.
Okay, now I'll put my cards over here.
Chris, you already said hi to him, I think.
Yeah.
So he's been looking forward to this all week. Yeah, me too. I've been literally dying to play this game since Christmas. And I was really busy in January and in February. And then I was like, I had some literally Saturdays scheduled to play with various locals, like various friends of mine that aren't Steven.
You have friends other than me?
Yeah, I do. Sorry to tell you that here live. And then obviously Corona happened and it was like, oh man. Because like I have all 10 of the challenge decks right here, all ready to go, sleeved up and boxed up. I was ready to dive in.
There's no mulligan either.
No mulligan.
I noticed that, and I've got a lot of hazard cards. Like 6 of 8.
That's terrifying. But here we go. All right, so I'm going to walk through this. I'm going to go, I'll go first.
I'm going to finish that coffee out.
Okay.
Are you stocked? You got what you need?
You can do what you want first, and then anything left. This is the last coffee tray.
Look at that. Nothing in there.
You'd be surprised. Down there with all the grinds, I bet you can fill yours up and still have some left over. Was that right?
You may get a pip here.
Perfect. Also, I just want to shout out everyone watching right now, everyone here. There's a lot of people watching, which is awesome. I've been looking forward to playing this game for a long time. So everyone so far answering questions have been great, and we're going to lean on you because this is going to be an amazing, chunky discovery process through this
1995. 95. So I was 8. I was 8 years old.
It's got some goods. Oh, also, hey, let's do this. The challenge decks. If you're looking to try this game, try to find the challenge decks because it's just pre-built decks, but it also comes with this little tiny miniatures 90 rule book, and it's got a little bitty 2-page description of like what your deck's trying to do. So mine is Return of the King, Gandalf's challenge deck. I'm just going to read some of this so we have a context of what I'm even trying to do because I don't really know, let alone people watching at home. So Gandalf sends Aragorn and Arwen into the lands along the Anduin River to find lost icons of Gondor. Their efforts also take the pair to Minas Tirith to be crowned king and queen. The deck relies primarily on attack avoidance. The hazards contain a heavy mix of good general creatures. So resource play, which are a certain kind of card. Untapped scouts can play a crucial part in the success of Gandalf's deck. They provide you your main means of attack avoidance by using concealments and stealths. Those are specific cards. There are enough weapons in your deck to make Aragorn and a couple other warriors from the play deck into formidable fighters, so expect to receive a few marshaling points from creature kills. Also, when you successfully beat all of the attacks on a bad guy card, like if you play a card and it says like 4 strikes, if I successfully beat all 4, I defeat that minion, it goes in my victory pile.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. It says, ultimately, you want to give Arwen a lesser ring. This provides her with enough direct influence to control Aragorn. So it gives her a ring. She's got control over him.
Right on. I've been there before.
Yep. These two form a powerful 2-character company who require only 3 general influence, which is Arwen's once she controls him. With Return of the King on Aragorn, that's a card I'm going to want to play on him, Return of the King, he can recruit any faction in the deck virtually automatically. He's the king.
He's the king.
If you play Tower Guard of Minas Tirith before Return of the King, be sure to leave a character at Minas Tirith so that site is still available to play Return of the King. So
you don't want it to go away. Yeah.
Tower Guard of Minas Tirith is going to require me to tap the location to play it. And if you leave a tapped location and it's just sitting there, it goes away. Like permanently goes away. And if I'm wrong on that, correct me.
Like out of the game?
Get out of the game.
Because you like used it for all it's worth. Yeah, okay.
Then it says one of Gandalf's primary tasks is testing the 3 beautiful gold rings with a special ability. So Gandalf, let me find him. His text, the only thing he says is +1, he's not in my hand either. A +1 to all of his corruption checks. May tap to test a gold ring in his company, which will be fun. So he's basically looking for rings and trying to test them. But it says this means Gandalf must be untapped and must have joined the company bearing the ring. It should not strain your hand too much to hold the magic ring of stealth and lesser rings waiting for the gold rings in Gandalf's test. Otherwise, in a company with other characters, Gandalf should feel free to move around gathering resources. Hazard play. The hazards offer a wide variety of creatures with good attacks and a complete range of regions and sites. Except for Searching Eye, which is a card, each hazard is playable on its own without directly benefiting from another. This means they're like more powerful by themselves than synergistic. If you must discard and have a creature in hand you are not certain you can play soon, discard it and do not look back. The resource strategy needs all the tactical supporting cards it can get, so freely sacrifice hazards to make room. Sideboard. So the sideboard, this is actually really cool. It's not like a Magic sideboard where you like see what your opponent's doing and then you decide to put certain cards in your deck. We each have a 20-card sideboard off to the side, obviously included with the deck. And what you can do is when you run through your deck the first time, you can choose 5 of these cards. A lot of your cards will be in play, so they won't get shuffled back in when you're reshuffling. But you can use up to 5 of these to shuffle into your deck once you deck yourself. You can also, at any point...
That's a really clever way to do a sideboard. Your second run through the same deck, you can choose 5 cards to put in it.
Yeah.
That's really smart.
So then you can also tap a wizard, your wizard, to either put 5 cards from your sideboard into your discard pile. And so then when you do reshuffle, they'll shuffle back in. Or to put a card, shuffle it into your deck, as long as you have at least 5 cards in your deck.
Okay.
So you can't just have like 1 card left and then shuffle in 1 card and know what you're getting.
Right on.
But it says sideboard, tap Gandalf to bring in the 2 factions after playing Return of the King. Otherwise, the resources in the sideboard offer general options to defend against specific opponents. The quality of generality holds even more with the sideboard hazard. So effectively, in my sideboard, there's more minions that are specifically good and some answers, but particularly like I see Riders of Rohan as one of the factions over here. Let's see if there's another faction. I have the Dunedain faction, Knights of Dol Amroth. And so like if I get Return of the King out, it makes Aragorn recruiting those factions really easy. So then I would want to sideboard more factions into my deck because I have that set up. But if that doesn't happen, then I can grab other cards.
That's really just smart. That's a smart way to design a game. I mean, that's wise, right? Where it's like you kind of have a checkpoint almost halfway through the game, it seems like, where if things are going poorly, I can reinforce like my main stuff that needs to happen. If things are going not poorly, and I'm set up, then I can go start piling on victory points, basically, and trying to win the game.
I think it also lets you make cards relevant that typically don't get played and constructed a lot of times, which is like... The Indian game where it's like, think about Netrunner. If you had a sideboard, and it's like, what if your agendas weren't even in your deck until a certain point?
Yeah, sure.
And it may be after the initial setup.
Sure.
But like, and you can choose your agendas based on opening hand and setup, and then you shuffle them into your deck. But it's the recognition of, because the game's core mechanics are cruising you through your deck, that's a cool opportunity to basically fix any, like, oh my gosh, I'm struggling with this thing in this one game. And you might have an answer card that is usually unplayable.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't include generally.
Yeah. I love the idea of a sideboard coming in like during the game.
Mid-game.
Like halfway through the game. That's great.
Super cool.
So let's look at me. So I'm playing the Stewards of Gondor, and that's a Saruman challenge deck. So with this deck, Glorfindel and a group of hobbits travel into the civilized confines of Gondor, south of the White Mountains, to rally Mannish factions against Sauron's hosts. The deck relies heavily on attack avoidance, so both of us are trying to avoid attacks. The hazards mix is a pure orc troll strategy. A classic strategy, if you ask me.
The old ground and pound.
Saruman has been doing it for many years. So, resource play. So when I'm playing my resources as quickly as possible, Adrazar, who's here, and the hobbits, so they're in a company together starting the game, need to find themselves in Gondor so that Adrazar can recruit factions. So if you remember, Adrazar has +3 direct influence for all factions because I have the Horn of Anor. So I'm going to want to recruit factions. Looks like I want to do that at Gondor. Now here's a cool thing. Stopping at the glittering caves along the way to pick up a major item is ideal. Glorfindel and Anborn can pick up other resources as needed. Maybe that will make sense to me during play. Then we have the Saruman section. So during the first free organization phase after bringing Saruman into play, tap him to bring Vanishment, Wizard's Laughter, and Wizard Uncloaked from the sideboard to the discard pile. He can then tap to take one of these spells to your hand as needed. So I should probably look at what Saruman does. Is Saruman in the deck?
Yeah.
Okay. So I need to draw and play Saruman, but I just want to see what Saruman does here. And give us a second. We're booting up our
Fixing a computer.
Yeah. System.
I heard a noise and I was like, something is going on.
Because these cards have got to be seen. I'll wait on that. So we'll look at Saruman in just a second, then I'll shuffle him back in. Okay, so I want to do that with Saruman. Consider bringing Saruman into play at Isengard. That seems reasonable. That allows him to play the Palantir of Orthanc and to use it without moving. When using the Palantir, Saruman needs other characters in his company to support his corruption checks. You may consider moving Saruman to Welling Hall, as it's safer if you want to use the Palantir every turn. Okay. I'll keep all of this in mind, I assure you. In general, Saruman has plenty of tasks that require him to tap. If you lose key characters and need Saruman's presence in the field, give the Palantir to another character and bring Aligned Palantir in from the sideboard. A Hobbit is always a good choice to use an Aligned Palantir because their corruption checks are a lot harder to, or a lot easier to pass. Yeah. Hobbits are great against corruption. Then we got hazard play, a major aspect of an orc troll strategy, and you should know this, Zach. It's forcing so many combat rolls in your opponent that statistically some strikes are bound to be successful even if the prowesses are weak. The creature in this deck have a high frequency of play, so it's usually a safe gambit to build them up in your hand, waiting for a minion stir or a 2 or 3 tribes present. So if you look at, for instance, minion stir, which I do have in my hand, which I'm going to wreck Zach with, it's a long event, and it says the number of strikes and prowess of every orc control attack are increased by 1 or by 2 if Doors of Night is in play for orcs.
Nice.
So, you know, I have some little strategies, so I just want to flood you with orcs and trolls.
Yeah, because you'll see once we get into it, the way attacks work is like, you know, if you have a bunch of little attacks, it's not likely that they're going to hit, but you're just sending so many attacks at me that even if like I need to roll a 2 or a 3 total on 2 dice, it's like eventually I'm going to roll that.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Eventually it's going to happen. And then finally, the last thing I want to consider is a bunch of sideboard things. Playing Saplings of the White Tree, tap Saruman to bring the White Tree from the sideboard. I mean, you know, I don't know. We'll figure that out as we go.
Yep.
But it gives me a bunch of different options. So like, if I've played the White Tree, tap Saruman to bring in the White Tree from the sideboard, so the sapling thing. After playing Palantir, you probably want to line Palantir. On the hazard end of things, your sideboard has the potential of destroying a wizard's opponent's general influence. So kind of like not a burn deck, like the Greyjoy one, choke deck.
Yep.
So I'm trying to basically take your influence away. This makes your opponent vulnerable to muster disperses into your influence attempts against his marshalling point sources. Now, characters can influence other characters in the same location, right?
Yes.
That's like a known thing.
So,
I saw chat talking about that a little bit.
Part of what can happen basically is like, let's say you had an Aragorn card in your hand. So if you show up to the same location I'm at, even without Aragorn, you can try to influence Aragorn.
Right.
And if you do that, Aragorn gets discarded. But if you have a copy in your hand, that's how you can actually play your copy. So instead of mine goes away, but he basically also switches over to your side, which can be
okay. So if I'm holding it, then I have to influence yours off so I can play mine. Is that basically how that works? If you recognize early in the game that your opponent is playing many factions, you might want to dedicate an unexpected outpost to bringing these hazards into your play deck. Use it to recycle Minion Stir and Doors of Night otherwise. So just a bunch of different options. So you know, that's something that doesn't happen enough in games. If anything, the ability to adapt your deck mid-game is a very cool thing.
Isn't that crazy?
People should think about as
I mean,
designers.
your game has to be a certain kind of game.
How
where
many
like,
more cards get playable if you can do
That's
that?
what I'm saying, though, because like you in your sideboard, it sounds like have 2 or 3 end games in mind, and you don't have to commit to one of those end games until we get about halfway through a game. Because like when you get through your deck, you get to put 5 of those cards in your deck, and it's like based on the state of things right then, you get to choose A, B, or C on your end game.
That's cool.
Which I think is cool, but your game has to go long enough for that to be relevant.
Finally, let's look at Saruman.
We good over here?
I think so. I don't know. I see some things, but I'm going to look at Saruman, and
right.
hopefully Saruman is... I think Saruman's pulled up right now. So may tap to use a Palantir that he bears. At the beginning of your end of turn phase, you may tap to take 1 spell card from discard pile to hand. Okay, that makes sense, right? So we can bring Vanishment, Wizard's Laughter, and Wizard's Uncloak from the sideboard. We put him in Isengard. He's going to use the Palantir, and then we're going to see what that does.
All right, you ready to try to scramble through this first turn?
Let's get through it.
All right, so I'm going to go first. We're all at Rivendell. So like technically right now, I think we're both at Rivendell. So when it comes to influencing, just so you're aware, I'm going to read through this. So influence during the site phase. So that is when you, after movement, when you get to a site and you're going into a location. If you're at the same location with someone, I don't think we could do it starting at the same place like this. You can tap a character to attempt to influence them. The characters must be at the same site. If successful, you discard the character. If I have a matching copy in my hand, I can play it. And basically, the way that would work, just for context, this is what I mean by chunky. Every little thing is chunky, but I have notes. That's why I made them.
Notes.
So what you do is you would roll 2d6. So I'd roll 2. Let's say Aragorn was trying to influence your Glorfindel. So I rolled a 7. That's going to be a thing that we roll a lot. 7, and then I add the influencing character's unused direct influence.
Okay.
So if he's controlling Arwen, he's got none unused direct influence. But if he wasn't, it's 3. So it would be
now Arwen, on the other hand, she has +7. What does that say?
Only usable against Aragorn.
Okay.
So that doesn't count. But I would roll the 7. I would add the 3. Let's say Aragorn was by himself. I would subtract your unused general influence.
10. Let's say I had unused -2, so we're at 8.
So then it would be 7 plus 3 is 10, minus 2 is 8. And then you would roll 2d6.
Have at thee. 9.
And I would reduce that, so now I'm at -1, plus any other modifications. If the result is greater than your mind stat,
my mind stat is 8.
I would discard you.
Okay, yeah, so it's very difficult to do that to awesome people, but fairly easy to do it to some of these 3-mind
Yep, but that's
people.
also why, like Arwen under control of Aragorn, he's protecting her from influence.
Right.
In the same way here with Faramir controlling Annalena. But if it's the other way around, like if I do the thing with Arwen, she's using the influence on Aragorn, it's like, that could get spicy because she's only at a 3 mind. All right.
Okay.
So I'm gonna crunch through this turn. First phase is untap. So I have nothing tapped, so nothing is gonna trigger. That's fine.
And do we do this at the same time, or you run
I'm
through
doing it
them
on
all and I
mine.
do it?
Yep.
Okay,
And it'll be interactive because you're gonna be hazarding me,
Okay.
which will be fun. So the next thing is the organization phase. I can play a character if I want, or my wizard. I must have the influence to do so. I can also reorganize my companies at the same location. Then I have to decide where each of these companies is moving, and I put those face down next to those companies. I can also pass items if I want to, or I can store items. So another thing you can do is, let's say you get a sword, but it's got a corruption stat of like 3, and
Sure.
you don't want to deal with that. You can go to a haven, and you can do a check to try to store it at that haven. And if successful, you'll pass it off to the haven or go to your sideboard, and it's points that are scored, but you'll no longer benefit from the item. But a lot of times, like if you have many good, like if dwarves particularly have all these rings and all this stuff going on, it's like, that's a risk.
So cash it at a location and kind of score
Yep.
it.
Or like if I get rid of a character that's got 2 or 3 items, that would be very bad for you.
Right.
So you can go to a haven and kind of store that thing. Anyways, so I'm going to leave my parties as they are. I'm going to find sites for where these want to go. Now I'm going to reference my little guide. So I want Arwen to end up with the lesser ring, which means I want to get her to a location where that's possible.
Thank goodness they give us some advice. Glorfindel and Amber could pick up. So really you need to think about this as resource play, wizard play, hazard play, and then your sideboard. Makes sense to me.
Let me think. So I now have to make a big choice. Because I have essentially 6 open influence that I can play characters with. I can play a wizard.
That happens now.
Yeah, that happens right now.
What?
But like, here's what's interesting, right? I have this beautiful gold ring in my hand, and it's a gold ring item, but I can't just play this.
Right, because you have to be at a place that you can play a major item.
I have to go
or
find
whatever.
it.
Yeah.
Which is really cool.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna do that yet. People are asking a lot of questions, which is funny, about like what resources in your hand. I'm gonna just pick. How about that?
Yeah, just go. Let's go.
So Rivendell, I need Rivendell. Although, you know what the problem is? This is kind of funny that they did this.
No idea.
Is that I have no locations where the nearest haven is Rivendell. So I have to move from there's 4 havens in the game. There's Rivendell, Lorien, there's
Edhelond?
Edhelond, and Grey Havens. So neither of us have Grey Havens. So I literally have to move from Rivendell, and it says site path from Lorien. So I assume Lorien, if I look at Lorien, it says site path from Rivendell. That's the only one that's connecting.
Yeah, you got to go from Rivendell to Lorien. I've got to do the same thing.
I just got to do that. So I guess technically, I know. The trouble with sending them both at the same time is that the number of threat cards you get, hazard cards you get to play, is equal to the number of people in my company.
Yeah, it's 2 or the number of characters, yeah.
Oh, my
so
goodness.
if you send them all at the same time,
Yeah.
there can be more.
So here's my thing. They're not going to move, and this is going to go face down technically, just so we get in the habit of how this would work.
Now, these guys could technically go to anything that connects to Rivendell, right? Like anything, any weird minor location, like the satellites that connect to Rivendell.
Yeah, but I don't have any in my location deck that connect to Rivendell.
Okay, I might. I probably don't. Okay, I see. So we're designed to kind of be in the same place.
Yeah. So in fact, before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and the people are encouraging me, so we'll do it. I'm going to play Gandalf. And Gandalf's going to, in the organization phase, so I play him first, and then he's going to group up with Aragorn and Arwen.
Okay.
So
Hello.
he provides me 10 influence.
That's 10 direct.
10
so
direct.
He can pull in Aragorn if he wants to.
He's a partier. And his only benefit, he's +1 to corruption checks, and then he can test gold rings. That's literally what he does.
Okay.
And then this party is going to move to this face down location.
And you can play any number of things? Is there
one
thing?
character
Okay.
or wizard. That's what you can play during the organization phase. So then I choose that, and then we get to the long event phase. So technically this is where I could play a long event. If I had any long events in play, they would go away. What's up?
Okay, we have the question mark on screen, and so I was like, yeah, we'll get it sorted.
People saying it's gone.
Go ahead.
So long event phase, I don't have any to remove. I don't have any to play.
You're not going to play any long events?
I'm not going to play any long events.
Can I play any long events?
Not yet. If you had any in play right now, this is when they would go away.
Okay, so it only works for, okay.
Yep.
I'm with you.
And then we get to the movement phase. Each company reveals the site card. So they'll reveal. And obviously I'm going to Lorien.
Mm-hmm.
And it says site path from Rivendell is Wilderness, Stronghold, I believe? Wilderness? Borderlands.
Borderlands. Yeah.
Borderlands, Wilderness. So I'm going to Lorien, which is great. I'm going from Rivendell to Lorien with these 3. So before I get there, right, they're in this like in-between state.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're going to get a chance to play hazards. So just to kind of run this down, I have 3 people in my company. So the hazard limit is 3. And you'll do them one at a time. And you're just going to play. If you have anything to play, it'll be great for us to walk through what it means and what we're doing.
Okay, and then as long as you've hit the requisite, I can play any number of hazards?
I'm going to follow
Up to 3 then?
the stream's recommendation, if you don't mind.
Okay, yeah.
I'm sending my entire group of 5 from Rivendell to Lorien.
Okay.
I'm going to put this in the middle.
And long events, I'll only be able to play on my turn.
So technically, I think you can play hazard long events as a hazard card.
Okay.
But it would long events in play clear during your long event phase.
Okay. Okay. And so
What up, David? We're really just getting started.
I've got trees and...
I bought it over the holidays this past year, actually. I've been looking at it for years. I stumbled on a good deal for the challenge decks.
So, yeah, is it... So I I can only play
Ooh,
one
hold on.
thing here, but we could try it.
When I reveal Lorien, we draw.
Right. Okay.
So you draw 2, I draw 2.
All right. Oh my gosh. There's so much text on this card.
Take your time. We're enjoying it.
Playable in a company with 3 or fewer characters. Okay, you don't have a company with 3 or fewer characters, yeah?
Nope.
Oh, wow. So you can just wreck Frodo with this card. That's the whole point. You corrupt him. All right, well, how about this? Let me just do this. This is not going to be good, but we're not here to be good.
We're just learning.
So what if I play a Hobgoblins on you?
Okay. So because the path from Rivendell is 2 wilderness, you have the 2 here, so you're keen. It's called keen to that.
Mm-hmm. And this is a 1 hazard? So like I can play up to 5 worth of this?
No.
No, different.
So if I defeat it, it's worth 1 point.
Oh. And the limit of cards I can play is 5 because there's 5 people
Yes, and
coming
you'll play
in here?
1 at a time.
Okay.
So your first thing you're doing is playing Hobgoblins.
Okay.
And so this is going to be a great little experiment because I've never done this before. But it's orcs. It's got 2 strikes. Each of those strikes is going to have 10 prowess. So the way it works is, as the defender, I get to assign where the strikes go.
Okay.
So I get
who's
to
gonna be
decide
fighting,
who's doing the fight, right? So I think let me just look. This is a goblin, right?
It is a goblin. It's a hobgoblin.
So the Starglass isn't going to do anything.
It's like the donkey of the goblin family.
Hilarious.
Really, yeah. They're infertile.
So my strongest attackers are Gandalf and Aragorn. So they're going to be the ones that are taking these strikes. Now, here's the thing.
But if Gandalf dies, I win. If these hobgoblins kill Gandalf, it's the least epic story of life.
You're not gonna do it. It's just not gonna happen. Okay, so
It's an orc. Hobgoblin's an orc.
here's how it's gonna work.
Yeah, it's
during
orcs.
combat. Let me just make sure I'm reading this right.
Is that an orc mixed with a goblin?
A
That's something
hobgoblin?
I would rather not envision.
I don't know. So a couple of things. So there's 2 strikes, right? I assign those, and let's say I only had 1 character and you had 2 strikes, any extra strikes left over, you can apply to a strike for an extra -1 to my stat.
So basically, each character can soak 1 strike. If there's only 1 character, I could spend 3 strikes to give it -3 on your rolls.
Yep.
Okay.
When you're taking a strike, you either have to tap, or you have to suffer a -3 to your stat.
Okay.
So as an example, my prowess is a 6. So I either tap Aragorn, or that turns into a 3 immediately.
Yeah, but and that's the idea. So these minor things, you don't necessarily have to exhaust to like dispatch of them. So you don't have to tap to do that. Is that the idea? So like, if it's a minor little weenie enemy, you probably don't tap and take the -3.
Totally.
Whereas if it's a really
But, like,
tough one, you want to spend your time to.
10 is actually good.
That's pretty good.
So like
right?
my stat's a 6. We're rolling 2d6 as the modifier. So the lowest I can roll is a 2, Snake Eyes, right? The average is going to be a 7, just for some mathematical comparison. So my average would be 7. If I take the -3, I would be at 3, so that's 10, which is equal. So if I do better than, I beat the strike. If I do equal than, it just fizzles. But if both of these attacks actually do better than 10, like if me defending it, I defeat this card, it gets added to my score pile.
So you get 1 point, basically.
1 point,
Okay.
yep. But you can see that like mathematically, your deck is throwing a bunch of minions at me. And so like even the 10 is like, I could easily roll, if I need a 7, like the average is 7. So like half of my rolls will miss against that.
Now, if you exhaust both these characters, if you tap both of these characters to deal with this, and I play another enemy, does it have to be a ready thing?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the idea of orcs, I reckon.
Yeah, you're just like swarming me, which is why like it can be dangerous to send 5 characters, because you could play up to five different cards. I'm going to read through my combat notes really quick. When a character is taking a hit, tap to use full prowess, not tapping is -3. If you defeat all attacks, I can set it aside and score it. You roll, and then if I'm under, I'll take a hit, which we'll get to in a minute.
How about dice?
Not bad.
How about dice in these games?
Strikes are divided evenly. Any extra apply as -1. If a character is already tapped and they're taking a strike, so like if all I have left are characters that are taking a strike, they just get a natural -1. If they're wounded, they get a -2.
Makes sense.
If they're ready and they don't tap, they get a -3. Is kind of the structure of that.
Yeah. Okay, I'm with that.
Yeah. Okay.
So pile it on.
So I'm going to, because I have more characters, so I'm gonna go ahead and try to score this point. So I'm gonna tap Aragorn. We'll start there. So I'm a 6 plus I get my modifier, which is 2d6, which is 8. So that's gonna be 6 plus 8 is 14. So he beats the first strike.
Okay, done.
Gandalf is a 6. He's also gonna tap. We're gonna roll. I got
Easy.
an 11, so he also beats it. So I beat both strikes, which means I actually get this card, and I'm going to put it in.
You get the hobgoblin carcass that you can carry
I'm going to put it
around
up
with
here
you.
because it's your card. And then that's the first card, so you can play up to 5 cards, which is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to play any more cards. That was just for learning purposes.
Okay.
Actually, I have no cards I could play. I've got like a bunch of hazards, but they don't fit this basically forest. And that makes sense. That's signifying that the path from Rivendell to Lorien is not super treacherous. Is that the idea? I reckon. No.
The only thing you're going through the forest, the wilderness, so that's the only thing you can really run into.
There are some of these in here that have a lot of icons on them, and it seems like the path there would just be a dangerous path, which is just awesome.
Now, for people that have played the game in the chat right now, I'm curious. At this point, so you say you're done, right? And so then we would move from the movement phase to the sight phase. But at the end of the movement phase, you draw back up to 8. Now, if you have more than 8, do you have to discard down? And what is it? I know at the end of the turn I'm going to have to do that. But if I have more than 8 right now, would I have to discard down?
Probably not. Us having more cards is going to be nothing but fun.
Yeah. So then I would go to the site, right?
All right, you're there
So
now.
we're at the sight phase. And it's not going to attack me or do anything crazy like that. So then my Rivendell will go back into my location deck. Uldric says, yeah, down to your maximum hand, which is fine because I have a spare Gandalf. And then we get to the site phase. Each company can decide to enter the site. Fine, we did it. End of phase, each player may discard a card and then draw up to 8. So then at the end of my turn, you can actually discard a card and then draw. So if you have something you don't want.
At the end of your turn, we both get to do it?
Each player may discard a card and draw up to 8.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. And what is the Severin? Put something on guard. What is that?
That's probably a card, right? Oh.
Is that like a cache a card and store it for later? Seems like?
Yes. Someone explain putting a card on guard in the chat. I don't think it would have mattered here. But basically, if you put a card on guard, it can enhance the automatic attacks from a location. So like if you, they'll explain it in the rules. Chris saying, don't worry about it right now. It's pretty convoluted.
Ooh, Theoden. What's up? I love you. You're an awesome dude. Okay, great. And I still really don't have an idea of what the victory condition is ultimately really going to look like.
Yeah, so
But,
like, as an example, I've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points. I scored 1 here, so I'm at 8. And if I was at 20 or more, I could call for the council.
Right.
And whoever has the most points at that point wins. All right, so now I'm at Lorien, and these all stay here like this. And it is your...
You can move them more this direction. Our line is like about right there.
I'm just going to move that to the borderlands. Okay, so walking you through it. First thing is untap phase. You're untapped.
Untapped.
The second thing is the organization phase. So you can, technically, if your parties were starting separate, you would form them together right here if you wanted one big party like I did to move to Lorien.
Do I want that? It seems like I would.
This is also where you can play a character or your wizard. You would decide where to move to as well.
Okay, let's look. So I've got 8, 11, 15. I've got 18 currently in like brain points, so I could only play a 2 cost or less.
Now, don't certain cards control certain
Yeah,
cards?
Glorfindel controls Anborn, but that's the only controlling that's going on right now.
Got you.
Because this is a 1/0/0, so these are not controllers.
Yeah.
All right, so I've got a Theoden, but I can't play it. I've got a Peeth, but I can't play that either. That's a 4 brain. So it looks to me like I just should move on. So I'm good. I'm gonna form into a big party and get ready to go. Okay. Now what? What's the next phase?
So then after you do that, you're going to do your long event phase. So this is where you can play long events from your hand.
Okay.
So you would get rid of any you hadn't played already, and then you would be able to play it.
And all these long events. Now, what about short events?
So short events can usually be played whenever they say they can be played.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And then this one. Okay. Okay, I got you. Okay, so they're just instants. They're like events, basically.
Chris asking, hey Zach, what exactly is a challenge deck? Sorry if you addressed this earlier. So the challenge decks are just a set of 10 decks that ICE made in the late 90s that is like a great starting point for the game. It's literally 10 playable in the box decks. Is it warm here to you?
A little bit.
I'm going to go
You
just
can open those doors, yeah. So I'm looking, any of the long events that I have that are like the black bordered cards are like the hazard long events. So I guess, would I play those, for those of you guys that have played, would I play my hazard long events now and they would impact Zach on his next turn? Or would I play hazard long events during his turn on the long event phase and then immediately be able to play enemies? That's the question that I need. But I am going to travel. So let me get my little...
I think you have to travel to my location. I think we're both pinned into that.
Yeah. Untap, we got the long event. Oh, we got the... Yeah, the sight phase.
No, you can only play hazards during your movement phase.
Okay, so a hazard long event, basically. So if we look at a card like Minion Stir, right? So that's a big card in my deck. When would I play the Minion Stir card? Would I be able to play that like at the start of land down? I'd lay down Minion Stir, and then I'd play an Orc, and then I'd play a Goblin, or whatever it is.
Yeah, if it's a hazard card, like you could have played 5. So like technically you could play one that just does a weird boost thing, one that does a weird boost thing, and then you could play minion.
All hazards are equal regardless, even though they say long event on them. It's like...
Yep.
All right. You know where we're going. It's Lorien. There's nowhere else I can go.
Okay. So the organization phase, long event phase, movement hazard phase. So you reveal the site.
It's Lorien.
All right. So then we're each going to draw 2. John, that would be a very fair price. He's asking if $90 for the 10 challenge decks would be fair. Anything around it, they originally were $10 each, so anything around that price is really good. A lot of times you'll see them going for like $200-300, so that's a really, really good price.
Okay, cool.
Ooh, I have all kinds of cards I like. All right, so you're moving to Lorien, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you came from Rivendell, so it's 2 wilderness, do you know what that half-shaded one is? I keep forgetting. Borderlands. It's going to take, and another wilderness. So now you have 4 people in your company.
Mm-hmm.
So I can play up to 4 cards, right?
That's right.
So limited options. It's really cool. It's actually a great way to start players in the game because they have to move from a haven to a haven, and it's not that scary.
Yeah, it's not that scary.
And
at
it's
all.
just like
These
a little
are established roads.
Light phase. So I'm going to play a Cave Drake. He's got the 2 wilderness symbol here.
Mm-hmm.
He's a dragon. 2 strikes. Attacker chooses the defending characters, and he's got a 10. So
and you're the attacker?
I'm the attacker.
Okay.
So obviously I'm going to choose your...
Here's what's important to note. So Fatty can tap to cancel a strike against another Hobbit. So if you want to attack Sam, Fatty's going to cancel it. Corruption checks for Sam are +3. Glorfindel is just a bad man or a bad elf,
you'd expect.
as expected. And Adrazar is kind of like, he's my diplomat, and he can kind of fight, but not really.
He's your influencer.
Yeah.
So let's do this. First one, I'm just going to attack. Let's go Sam. Let's watch this play.
Do you think you assign them both first, or do you do them one at a time? Assign one, resolve it, assign one, resolve it, or assign both and then resolve both?
I bet it would be, I think it's assign both, actually.
Okay, let's find out. Chat will know this for sure. Severin saying, Adrazar never lives for me in this deck, so maybe a good target there.
One at a time, said Uldrick.
Okay. Great. Thanks, Uldrick.
So we'll just go at Sam, just to show this off.
All right, so Sam Gamgee is the first strike. So I'm going to use this ability. Fatty Bulger says he can tap to cancel a strike against another Hobbit in his company. So let's tap the Fatty to cancel that strike. And now, interestingly, you can discard the Crim to untap Fatty.
Oh, we could do it twice.
So
that's really
presumably, I guess the idea is you could cancel those strikes forever.
Okay.
I'm not going to do that yet, though.
Then, with the second strike, I will go ahead and target Sam again.
Oh, shoot, look at this. Thank you. Cram says, Alternatively, you can discard it during the organization phase to allow the bearer's company to play an additional region card. So you could move like even further because you got supplies, you got provisions.
You could Hail Mary it.
All right, Sam's getting a strike again. I've got a card for that. I'm going to play Concealment. Tap Scout to cancel 1 attack against his company. Adrazar's a scout, Sam's a scout.
Nice.
So I'll tap Sam to cancel that attack.
Okay, so
I'm concealed.
This is pretty cool because unlike what I did, you didn't defeat it.
Mm-hmm.
So what happens is this just gets discarded.
Okay.
So you finish off both strikes. It fizzles, it goes away.
Nice.
And that's my first hazard card. So technically I could play 3 more. I don't have 3 more to play at this moment because you're on a very safe road, apparently.
And it looks like Severin's saying, I think you can only do a character once per attack. Like
Okay.
on Assassin. So
That's fair.
So you could have attacked basically anybody else. So you can attack Sam twice, I think is the idea.
Cool.
But regardless, I'll
Yeah, you
conceal
just
it anyway.
Cancel it, and we'll be on the way. Okay, so that is the sight phase. So now that was the movement
hazards.
phase. I'm done with the hazards.
All right. So,
So then
everything
now I have
moves
to
here,
discard
Rivendell
down.
goes away. And then we both have to discard down to 8.
Yep. I feel like you're gonna let me play one of these
3,
cards.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And you just don't know. You have no,
No
idea. All
idea.
these cards look great.
Yeah, I totally agree, but I have no clue. Astromarine. Oh God, the nostalgia hit.
I'm going to just start discarding the cards I'm more confused by.
That's fine.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
You also
9.
have chat to rely on. You can just ask. Card will pop up and they'll tell you what to think.
Magic attacks or hazards. Discard. So there's not
What up, Luca? Checking in from Italy, says love this game and still play it. That's awesome. I've been fascinated by it for a while. I'm super excited to get it on the table. With Luca checking in from Italy, I'd love to see where everyone's watching from. Comment in the chat. I just want to know where everyone's hanging out right now watching us play this game from 1995.
I'm down to 8 cards.
This is the 25th anniversary year.
Very cool. Very cool.
Okay, I'm down to 8. Then you get to the end of turn phase. Now each of us can discard a card and draw a card.
Right on. Okay, so we discard down, and then we can do
like
a light mulligan here.
Technically, we would discard down or draw back up to 8, going into the sight phase, which is where you would like go down into the Mines of Moria or whatever. And then we would get to the end phase where we get to do it, discard and then draw.
Okay, so this seems good.
It's really cool how they set this up, honestly. Greensville, South Carolina, Kansas City, Wisconsin, Poland, Norway,
Shuffle.
St. Louis, Missouri, Spain, Wyoming, Milwaukee, Sweden. That's amazing. That's like 7 countries very quickly. Virginia, Canada, Minnesota, Dallas, that may as well be its own country. Connecticut, Belgium, Switzerland. What up? Lots of Dallas, U.S. That's great.
Are you playing mini factions?
Mini factions?
Mini, like a lot.
Manny?
I don't know, I guess we'll see.
Aragorn's really good at influencing factions
Yeah.
once he's the king. So I assume the answer to that is yes.
Apparently influencing your opponent's stuff is like really important.
Yeah, because like if I play a faction, it's worth points for me. But then if you influence that faction and take it, you get the points.
Yeah.
So like that's crazy. Also, any point category that you don't have any points for at the end of a game, your opponent's points for that category double.
Do you know
so
what
like,
the categories are?
There's enemies, there's factions, there's characters, there's items.
Wow.
I think there's
Portugal,
6.
Virginia.
I saw Lancaster, United
Cincinnati.
Kingdom. Let me just pull it up real quick. In my compendium,
So now we're both at Lorien.
we're both at Lorien. Yep, you got
And then
it.
the untap phase, only your stuff untaps, and then you do normal stuff. I only play hazards on your turn.
Yep.
And otherwise, the only other thing I do on your turn is discard cards and draw.
If you, there's this whole section on influence. I can read you some of my notes as well. I'm trying to find the categories. Someone's going to post it before I... Atlanta, what up? Greece. It's really amazing how many people from all over the world are watching this. It blows my mind.
This is a classic old game. Okay. Yeah, we got some answers here. Even more evil parties can attack good and the opposite. Influencing your opponent's stuff is mostly important in longer games, but it's not very important normally. It can be brutal if your opponent has low general influence because it's easier. Right on.
Apparently kill points don't double. That's good.
McKinney, Texas. What's up, Nick? Kill points don't double. Okay, that's right. From Finland there, Gustav. Chris there from California.
Someone watching, what are the categories of points? Just so we're aware. I saw a list earlier and I can't find one.
Yeah, Chris Wilson, this is what you're talking about. There's these maps. We do have this, but the cards from the starter decks are easy enough to understand.
Okay, you ready for me to take my next turn?
Also, there's a free discard for the active player at the end of the turn.
Is it not for both players?
Or maybe it's just the active. That makes sense to me. Make sure everyone ends at 8.
Characters, items, miscellaneous, factions, and killing. Thanks for that. France, checking in. What up, the bot?
Wow, and then we can do company combat? Ugh.
They can fight.
No way. So you could just fight me right now.
I don't know if that's true.
Or is it only good people can fight bad
I think
people?
it's fighting when that's why Nazgul will get crazy. Because like if I was playing the Witch King, I'm literally trying to get to you
and
to like deal with you. Yeah.
Okay. Let's just keep rolling.
All right. So my turn goes untap phase. First thing I do is I untap everything, which is great. Organization phase. I can play a character. I have a wizard. So Gandalf here is 10 influence, and then he's controlling her. He's controlling her. So I'm literally at 9, 14 out of 30. So I can play 16 worth, but you can only play one a turn.
Out of 30, isn't it 20? 20 general?
Plus 10 because of old
Oh,
Gandalf.
because he can control stuff.
Yeah.
Right?
Technically, maybe he would have to be controlling someone.
Yeah. Direct influence is what that's called.
Yeah, but I could play someone under him, and
Yeah.
they would be together. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to play Forlong. He costs 1 to control. He doesn't provide an influence. He's unique. -1 to all of his corruption checks. -1 to influence checks against factions.
Okay.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
I don't either.
We'll find out. So he's going to hang out
Probably not good.
with Gandalf. Actually, he's going to hang out with Faramir. He's not going to be directly influenced because I have the influence to spare.
Yeah, okay.
So that's my one character that I can play. And then I ultimately want to get Aragorn and Arwen.
And you get 1 card that you can play.
one
during this
character
phase.
or wizard.
Okay.
So you can play anything that would let you play it during the organization phase, but almost anything that's got a point value in the top left corner, you can only play by finding them at locations.
Okay.
So like I can't find a beautiful gold ring just by putting it into play in my hand.
Right.
So
And I've got to find, yeah, I got you.
You with it? All right.
Yeah.
So during the organization phase, I'm also going to break off. Aragorn, Arwen, and Gandalf are going to go together. Faramir, Annalee, and Forlong are going to go together. And I need to find the locations that they're going to go to. So I'm trying to figure out, where are we at? Lorien? So I want all of my site paths that are connected to Lorien, which are going to be my options here. Thank goodness for these starter decks. And I want to find somewhere, there's certain cards I want to play, right? So this is pretty cool. Like a beautiful gold ring is a gold ring item. And I want to be able to play, if you look at, as an example, Isengard, the location, it has playable items, minor, major, gold ring.
Right.
So to play the gold ring, I would have to be at one of the locations that says gold ring on it. So I'm going to find one, and they're going to go there. And I'm going to try to use one that has like the least number of these like bad icons for me. So I'm going to put that here. That's where they're going to go. Meantime, I'm going to reference my little guide to see what my other party should be doing.
Influencing factions. I'm gonna keep doing what the cards want me to do. Even though, let's see, I'm at 8 to 11, 15, 18. I need more.
This is going to get cool quickly. So I'm just going to try it. They're going to go there. So now you see my parties are breaking up. Great.
Whoa.
Okay, cool. So that's my organization phase. Now we're going to get to the long event phase. So any long events that I had played are going to go away. Then I could play any. I don't have any, so that's all fine. And actually, short events, at the end of the organization phase, I'm going to do a couple things. So the first thing I'm going to do is play a stealth. Tap a scout to play at the end of your organization phase. Only if the scout's company is size less than 3.
That'd be 2.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like 3 and 3 to me.
So here's what I'm going to do for fun times. Gandalf and Forlong are actually going to stay at Lorien.
Okay.
And then I'm going to split off into these parties of 2.
All right.
So
split up.
I'm gonna play stealth, and I'm gonna tap scout. So I'll tap Annalee, and it says no creature hazards may be played on his company this turn.
Okay.
So there's no creatures that get to be played here.
No creatures.
Then I feel fortunate because I'm gonna play another stealth, but I'm gonna have to tap Aragorn over here.
Also a scout, yeah.
So then creatures can't be played against me.
All right. Right on.
Just sneaking around. Then we'll go to long event phase, nothing. Movement phase. Each company reveals their site card, so I'm going to go here first, and I'm going to slide these to the middle for now. The Faramir party is going to flip into the Hinneth Annuin, which has a forest. Let me just read this. A wilderness. Borderlands. Free domains, and another wilderness. The nearest haven is Lorien. So there's 2 people in my party. You can play hazard cards. You just can't play creatures.
Yeah. And I'm going to play non-hazard cards.
Oh, hold on. We each get to draw 2?
Oh, 2, yeah. Ah, yeah. Okay. That's a fun draw. Tap what's this card of a hazard non-environment permanent event or long event. Sage makes a curve. Okay, I see. That's making some sense. My gosh. Okay, what else has happened? Nothing.
I moved there.
have
You
no
can technically
hazards.
play 2
None.
hazards.
None hazards.
Okay, great. I did my job. I have 3 stealths in the deck, so like that's the end of my sneakiness. So movement phase, reveal the site card. We drew our cards, etc. Hazards, you didn't play any. Then basically we would go back to 8. I already have less than 8 because I played cards. So if you're above 8, you would have to discard cards now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What does that count as? What does that mean?
That is the type of location it actually is. So when I go to that site,
does it count for creature play? The big one?
I don't think so.
Or is it always, because like this one, Welling Hall has that, and then the two trees. I've got to discard 2 cards, you said?
Yep, down to 8.
I don't know.
Yes, it does count. Just so we're clear.
Okay. Thank you. 5. I'm going to get rid of this one, and let's get rid of... See, I just don't know how I'm ever going to play Theoden. He's a 6.
Well, once you get Saruman out, you'll
yeah,
have
he
10
can
extra
control
influence.
Theoden. Cool. Okay. Then let's chuck another card there. Okay.
So basically, am I correct in saying that when you use region movement and you go from location to location, every region in between and the icon that it represents is basically what happens instead of the icons that are keyed on these locations off to the side, like on Hinneth Annuin. And then if, in the way the starter movement reads, it seems like you have to go haven, non-haven, haven, non-haven, haven, non-haven. Is that how the full movement works in the full game?
Interesting. Yes. Yes to everybody. Everybody says
So
yes. Yeah.
the region movement means that you basically are building the icons based on where you're going on the map, which is really cool.
Nice. Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
Fascinating.
Okay. So you didn't play any, and we're going to do the movement for all the things. That's pretty cool. So then they're going to move.
Okay. Before any hazards would be played?
Well,
or, yeah.
I think it would move, do the hazards, discard down to 8, or draw back up to 8. Like if you played a bunch of hazards, and then this would happen. So then we're going to move, and again, you can play hazards, you just can't play minions. And they're going to the Gladen Fields.
Draw 1.
What up, Cubson? Welcome.
7. Okay. If the influence check is greater than 7.
Cool. In the standard game, you don't have to go haven, non-haven, haven, non-haven. That's just the starter movement.
Cool, yeah. Ah, man, I mean, there's a million things you could do here. What the heck? Okay, let's go here. I feel like this combo in my hand is what it's about. So I'm not gonna discard that.
Oh, you know what?
What's up?
No, I'm not gonna risk them.
Let's get rid of this. Okay.
Okay. We good?
We're good, yeah. I can only play creatures with my hazard, so.
That is what you're doing. So then we're going to go to the site phase. So now that I'm here, each company can decide to enter the site as it is. Auto attack first. There are no auto attacks unless they're automatic attacks. So on the Gladen Fields, undead, 1 strike with 8 prowess. Each character wounded must make a corruption check.
Nice, yeah, the undead, weird.
Mistakes. You couldn't play an enemy, but I can get attacked by one. So Arwen is going to get hit here. So it's 1 strike with 8 prowess. She's a 2. So I'm rolling 2 dice. So I need 6 to not suffer consequences.
Yeah.
Let me look. It's undead. Okay. Woo. Starglass.
Starglass.
Tap bearer of Starglass to cancel an attack by undead against his company, or modify it so I can tap it and cancel that attack.
Does it say tap character with Starglass? Tap bearer, right?
Tap bearer. So
okay,
she's tapped.
Arwen's tapped to cancel. So you just Starglass the undead away. Turn him.
Yep.
Turn him and burn him.
And actually, no. Hold on. I'm going to be here, but I think to play an item, I have to tap a character. So if I tap her to cancel that attack, then I have no characters that are ready.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just actually going to hang out in the site phase. So I'm not entering. That also means I can't play anything. But next round, when I'm here, I can choose to enter it, take the automatic attack, and he'll be ready.
So you're hanging out outside of it?
I'm there. I just haven't explored it.
You can do that? What's that called? Now this is a new variable. So I thought you had a previous. Yeah,
Chris says, good idea.
You had your current location, and then you're moving here, but you're not actually moving all the way here.
So I'm here.
Okay.
But like if I was at Moria, it would be like I'm hanging out when I first enter. I haven't like.
So when do you decide if you want to enter?
After the movement phase, now that I'm here, during the site phase, I can actually explore the site.
Oh, and that's when you take the attacks.
Yeah, and that's when you take the automatic attacks. So that's what the on guard is. When I'm moving, you can put cards down as on guard. And then when I actually move in, and if there's any automatic attacks or whatever, your on guard stuff would trigger. But that's
too much.
Next layer. Aragorn can't take the hit because I can't assign hits to tapped characters, and he tapped to give me the stealth card so that they could get there without suffering the consequences of enemies.
You go to the region, but don't enter the location. All right, I'm into that. I got that. That makes sense.
Okay. So then that's my move phase. Site phase happened. Then end of turn phase, I can discard a card and draw back to 8, which I will do. And that's hilarious. Hold on.
You get a peril card?
I just got a hilarious hazard card. Chris says, you guys are doing great. Thank you for that. This is, as someone wading through the waters of this new game, it's a lot to handle. So then, end of my turn, it's over. This is where my people are hanging out, and they're all still tapped and whatnot. And then you get to go.
Okay. And what I'm trying to do...
This is my victory pile.
Find themselves in Gondor. Am I in Gondor? What is Gondor in the grand sense of Lord of the Rings? What does that entail?
Is a region.
Okay. Because like none of my location cards say Gondor directly, so I'm guessing somewhere like in Gondor. I don't know Lord of the Rings well enough. Ideal, Glorfindel and Amber can pick up other resources as needed. All right, I'm going to try this.
Severin says, get to Minas Tirith. Diego says, hey, from Italy, what up?
Maybe I'll pop through these glittering caves. All right, my turn. Untap phase.
And is Gondor a region, or is it a specific location? Like, I know Minas Tirith is in Gondor.
It's probably just like, you got to know your Lord of the Rings. It's like, this is the area of Gondor.
I know this is where Gondor is at on the map.
Yeah.
But it doesn't say Gondor.
Right. Because we just got to know.
It says Minas Tirith and all the free domain there are Gondor.
Gondor's the region, right on. Okay, so I've untapped. What's my next step?
Then you're going to do the organization phase. So this is where you form your parties.
I want to split up.
You can also play a card, like a character.
Yep. But I am not going to do that.
It looks like Anarin, Lamedon, Belfalas are
So
all...
probably everything. Yeah. Okay, I got you. I got you. And Holland, Edoras, and Orion, Madon. I really want the Minas Tirith. That's really where I want to be.
And then, for question for chat, so I'm at the Gladen Fields here with Arwen and Aragorn. Next round, if I'm there and I want to enter there, do I still have to give Steven a chance to play hazards matching these side icons since it didn't move? Or how does that function? Does he get a chance to play hazards? Go ahead. I'm going to let them answer that while we're
All right, so what's after the playthings phase?
Then you get the long event phase.
Don't have any.
All right, then you get to the movement phase. So you would put your sights down during the organization phase, which is fine. Nothing.
When does that happen?
That's when you're forming your parties and you're playing your cards and stuff.
So there's like a movement moment.
Yep. Gotcha. So you'll still be able to play hazards on this, but it has to match the site and not the path.
Okay. 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 I'm more feeling this than I had.
Very cool. I'm feeling it. I'm getting it.
Okay, and then like I just don't know where Glorfindel needs to go.
So
It just says Glorfindel and Ambor can pick up other resources as needed.
So you probably have red cards that say resource on them.
You wish I did.
If you don't, that's fine. What did it say these guys are trying to do?
They're trying to get to Gondor and faction,
All right.
get some factions going.
So you're probably looking at Minas Tirith. Scott, we probably will. See, Scott says you need to play again after you guys get it.
Yeah, we will.
That's the intent. This first one is just kind of stumbling through to figure out all the basics, and then you get in the flow of things.
All right, let's try. Let's just do this.
Okay.
Let's send old Glorfy there. Now in the starter decks, I would have to go from a satellite back to Lorien and then to another satellite. Is that right?
So like once you're like I'm at the Gladen Fields, so in
Mhm.
the starter movement rules, I have to move back to Lorien before
Okay.
I can go somewhere else.
Okay.
In the standard rules, like if the Gladen Fields and the Hinneth Annuin, I
Go
could
direct.
go 1-to-1
Yeah.
straight up. And I'm not necessarily, I'm happy to figure that
hop
out.
between the
Yeah.
regions if you want. Yeah.
Once we figure out where these are at, we can just walk through it.
All right, I've set my movement.
When we get to that point, we'll have that conversation.
Okay.
Okay. So then we do the long event phase, nothing happens. Movement hazard phase. So starting with the company, your choice, you reveal your site card.
My side card is the Glittering Caves.
Yeah, you knew you were going there. So it's got, wow. It has the, is that Shadowlands?
2 of the half tower.
What's
So
the little broken half tower?
That's the big thing. That's the Shadowlands.
Okay, and it's got 2 borderlands, and it's got 1 wilderness?
No, it's Ruins and Layers is the site type.
Oh,
so
there it
this
is.
is the site type, and then the little icons are the region type. So I had to travel through Wilderness and 2 Borderlands locations to get to the Glittering Caves, which is a ruin and lair. And I'm going to guess that Ruins and Lairs is where you can play your biggest hazards against me, if I'm
Yes.
guessing.
That is, well, that seems accurate.
Okay. And now you have the opportunity to play hazards, right?
Before we do, we draw cards.
Right. 2 cards.
Oh my goodness, that card is beautiful. Sorry, I got excited. Okay.
When do I play this stuff? Like,
Does it have a point cost?
oh, into the organization phase. So that was when I was placing my locations?
Yep, that's like that stealth card I was playing.
Yeah. And then do we discard down right now to 8?
Now is when I play hazards.
Okay.
Which is when fun stuff could happen if I had anything worth doing.
Anything fun?
I don't. So, yeah, I don't have any hazards to play. So the movement hazard phase for that movement, play hazards 1 at a time, etc. Then we discard back down to 8.
That's the hardest part of this game, because like I just don't know what I'm discarding.
We're going to go through our deck and reshuffle, so that'll be helpful. I have 2 Int in Search of the Int Wives cards. I love this card. I thought they were hilarious in the books. But look at the requirements to play this guy. It's 2 Wilderness. a Borderlands, and a Free Domains, like you would have to be moving through some serious regions
some
for that to
underbrush,
matter.
yeah.
So that doesn't happen. And then after we get through that phase, now you get to the site phase. So now you decide if you actually want to go in.
I want to go into the caves.
Okay, so you're going to go into the caves, and you face an automatic attack. This is the Glittering Caves. They have the Pukel Man, 1 strike with 9 prowess.
So Sam's going to take the strike, but Fatty's going to cancel it.
Perfect. That's beautiful. Okay, so you took the strikes. So now, this is the fun thing. Each company decide, etc., auto attacks. Then you can tap a character to play a matching item. So if you look on the Glittering Caves, it has playable items, which is minor and major. So you could literally tap to play a major, tap to play a minor.
Can everybody have any number of items they want? Okay, so
Sure
let's
enough.
start with this. We're going to start with Adrazar is going to tap to play the Hauberk of Brightmail. Wait, he's not a warrior. Oh, he can't do that. Read the cards, read the cards, read the cards.
Yeah, I'm trying to catch up with the chat real quick.
All right, so here's what we're going to do instead. We're going to do this differently.
Oh, check this out. If you have a Hobbit in your group, I can only play 3 hazards. It's limited to 3 no matter.
No matter, well, I know they count for a half person when you're calculating the size of the party. Is that what you mean? So like technically Adrazar and the 2 hobbits would be 2 instead of 3 because it's half, half, 1. I read that in the rules. That they're half.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Hey, I'm going to send Glorfindel with them and not do any of this because it's going to be a better turn for us.
So Stokes' book says when you play an item at a site, you can also tap a different character to play a minor item too. Yep, that's right.
Okay. So how about this?
The concern with all the items, be careful, is that they have a corruption stat, which is the stat down here. So if you have to make a corruption check, you'll add that to your roll, and you're trying to stay under a certain amount. So if you have a bunch of items on one character, the risk is that they could get corrupted.
I wonder if I have warriors in here. Well, I'm just going to do this. It's not going to help me
That's
at
hilarious.
all. It's just gonna get me
Halflings counting
points.
as half. I mean,
Yeah,
come
that's
on.
great. Okay, so I'm going to Glorfindel.
Oh, I see what you're doing. You're playing a big old item.
It's
on
going to play a
Glorfindel.
major item. It's not going to help him at all, but it's going to be worth 2 points. It's called the Hauberk of Brightmail. It gives you +2 to body to a maximum of 9. He's already maxed out at 9, but he's the only warrior I have, and it's warrior only.
Yep.
So I don't know. Maybe
And
that's
it's 2
good.
points. So that's a good example of like when you get back to a haven, you can store that
Stash it.
item. Yeah.
Okay, so I know where Glorfindel and Amborn are going next then. All right, and then I could play a minor item, which I do not have, so I'm not going to play any minor items here.
Oh, it says, Severin says, the Ints in Search of Entwives, which is a card that is discarded, is playable if any of these 3 are true. 2 Wilderness in the path, 1 Borderlands in the path, 1 Free Domains in the path.
So what
I
does that
remember
look like?
this. So if you look at the Ints in Search of the Entwives, for like the Wilderness, because there's 2 of them, you have to have 2 Wilderness icons. But literally, he can be played in the Wilderness or in the second one or in the third one.
You don't have to match all of them.
Yeah,
Just have
so
to match one of
technically
those icons
he could have
or
been
doubles.
played. So if you don't mind, I'll back up because I literally just
Sure, let's
discarded
do
2. Because I want to get functionally into what's going on here.
That makes the hazards way better.
Yes, because I
Okay.
was like, man, I'm never going to get to play this guy.
Yeah.
Okay, so you moved here, and it's revealed. We're back into the movement phase. And so I can play because you have... Do you want to send everyone still?
Yeah, dude, let's do it.
Halflings
Let's
count
just
as
get
half.
them. Let's go get them all in there. I
So you
don't
have
care.
Glorfindel.
Glorfindel and Born, and so 4 is total.
4 is the total.
One.
The halflings are half, and then the other ones. Okay, so the first card I'm going to play is the Int in Search of the Entwives. It's Awakened Plant, 1 strike, detainment against covert and hero companies. I don't know what that means. If Doors of Night is not in play, it may also be played keyed to Shadowlands. So
Okay.
it's just a... That's
Doors
the
of Night
halfling.
seems important. My deck
Yeah.
references it a lot. I haven't seen
Doors
it.
of Night and Gates of Morning are 2 like condition cards that come into play and stay in play, and they're like important. It's like, is it daytime or nighttime?
Okay.
So he's just a 14 on the prowess. He's also got an 8 body. So interestingly, even if you get past the 14, for you to actually like damage him and score this point, you have to beat his 8 body
Yeah, no way.
in a damage roll, which I have to look exactly how that works.
Detainment doesn't wound heroes,
Okay, so he's not going to wound anybody, which
but
is
he can
good.
tap you, I guess, or otherwise
Yeah.
mess with you. I don't know what that ultimately looks like, but
Yeah, what does that look like? Detainment means it never wounds a character, but can tap if the character fails the strike.
Okay.
They're essentially spending time talking with you. Hilarious.
That's awesome. Yeah.
He's just distracting you, asking you, have you seen my wife?
Okay, so what happens next? 1 strike.
So one strike happens. It's a 14. You're the defender, so you get to decide who's talking to the ant. The hobbits are pretty good at talking to ants, from what I remember. Not in the game. I'm just kidding.
And that would be like probably my brain stat is the thing that's going to matter.
Now, question for chat. So it's your prowess. So it's the 3, the first number.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, like if this were an attack trying to hit you, you have to get higher than 14. You get 2d6 plus that stat.
Okay.
So Glorfindel's an 8, right?
Yeah.
He would only need to roll 6. The average on 2 dice is a 7, so you start getting how that
But
works.
failing is just tapping. That's all that matters.
Yep.
That's all that happens.
But obviously, like you want to have things to tap so that you can tap to play the items that you're looking for.
I mean, I don't care. Let's send Anborn in there.
Brain is influence. So what's the second stat on the int? So it's 14-8. I thought that was his body. So if you want to actually score the point, I'm curious what that means. And it's got a little 1, a star next to the 1. So I'm wondering how that works exactly. All right. So what are you doing?
Let's just throw Anborn in here. I don't.
All right. So Anborn has a 2-8. So it's a 2 attack basically.
Mm-hmm.
Prowess. So 2, and then you get to roll 2d6, and you're trying to get to a 14 or higher.
And I'm planning on losing this because he's just going to tap, right?
Yep.
I'd have to get double 6s to. So I didn't do it.
You
I
rolled
got
a 9,
so I'm at 11 total.
Not bad. So then you would tap.
Okay.
And that was my first hazard. I'm going to put it here so we know that we did it.
Tapped.
So now I'm going to play another int in search of the ant wives.
Okay. Adrazar can go talk to them.
Here's what's cool. Apparently, if you beat this number, then I have to do what's called a body check with him, which is the 8. So 8 plus 2d6. And a body check, this would work the same if you get a wounded character, like or if they fail and they're taking the hit. So the body check, you roll 2d6. If the value is greater than your body stat, the character is eliminated.
Okay, that's how you eliminate him.
Yeah, if you roll 2d6 after you successfully pass the 14 and it's greater than 8, you eliminate him and you score a point.
Okay, so you got to talk and then stab.
Yeah.
Or really just put him away. So this isn't an influence test or anything about influence, right? This is not an influencing thing. All right, so Adrazar's going to try it. He's got a 3 stat, going at a 14. 10 plus 3 is 13.
Close.
Whee!
And then the int's going to go away. And then now let me see if I have anything else that matches because we found the new matchy match rules.
Yeah, be prepared for orcs.
All right, that's all I got. So then you actually make it. Now you decide if you go, and actually now's when we discard if we're over 8 or draw up to 8. And I'm at 8 exactly.
5, 6, 7. I'm at 8 as well. So then I can choose to go into the actual site. I'm in the region now. I've made it through all the traveling int nonsense, and I'm at the Glittering Caves. I can choose to go in or not. I'm going to choose to go in. When I do that, I have to take the automatic attack from the Pukel Man. It's going to go to Sam, and Fatty's going to tap to prevent that strike.
Perfect. And then now you're there.
Now I'm there. I can do the good things for me. Glorfindel is going to tap to play a Hauberk of Brightmail to basically score 2 victory points, or at least for now.
I feel like I remember reading, when you're doing that and you're actually exploring a site, do you have to tap the site? And then when you leave the site, is the site gone permanently?
It's like gone forever. That is what I thought.
We'll see what they say.
But
do you have a minor, what kind of item is that? You see where it says?
it's major.
All right.
I don't have a minor item, no.
Okay, great. And that's the site phase.
Yeah, tap the site. Okay.
Yep, so you tap the site, and then it's going to go away.
All right,
And
once I
apparently-
move away from it.
They say discard piles are face down. That's fine.
Weird.
So then you're going to get to the end of phase turn. You can discard a card and draw back up to 8, and then it'll be my turn.
I can discard and draw back up. Okay.
Now,
no discard.
if Steven leaves someone in the caves would stay because they're still at that site. And then is there any way for that to ready so he could use it again later? Having chat's amazing.
Yeah, it's so nice.
Can you imagine, back as kids, this would have been like 3 or 4 days of just trying to figure it out and doing it wrong for about 6 months.
We're doing it wrong for years.
Okay, so you're done?
I'm done.
So my turn, we're back to it. First thing is untap. Second thing is organization. So let's see,
The caves stay as long as somebody is there. But some cards would ready the site.
Cool.
But a card has to do it. It
So
won't naturally do it.
I know your deck was saying like, basically save Isengard for Saruman and the Palantir. So if he's there, you could leave him there, and that Isengard would stay until he leaves.
Right.
And if you have some way of readying it, you could maybe use it again, which is pretty cool. All right, so I've got looks
Think
like.
through your turn. I'm going to hit the bathroom.
Yep. Aragorn's controlling Arwen, so he's worth 9. Faramir's 5.
And looks like
15. I have 5 left.
Chris is saying effects that untap sites are not in the challenge decks.
Got ya. So, my one character, I'm going to think through my turn through real quick and talk with Chad about it. So I've got Boromir, who costs 4, and he gets +2 influence against the men of Anorian. -1 to all his corruption checks. That means he's bad at that. Makes sense. I'm probably going to play him here. And then ultimately, I'm trying to get gold rings down over here on Aragorn or Arwen. Probably Arwen, because if I get the lesser ring that's actually also in my hand, she gets +2 direct influence, which would let her control Aragorn. So my goal over here with the Gladen Fields is to get a beautiful gold ring onto Arwen. And then over here, I actually have Faramir is +2 direct influence against the Rangers of Ithilien faction. So Faramir, and then the card Rangers of Ithilien, which is also in my hand. So that seems fortunate. And it's only playable at this location that I'm at, which is Hinneth Annuin. And so that's what I'm trying to do this turn. Get the faction out. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. Chris says you're on top of it. Well done. So I'm trying to get that faction out. I'm trying to get the ring down on Arwen. And then when Arwen gets back to Gandalf, I'm going to try to test it. And the beautiful gold ring can potentially be tested into the lesser ring. I did it. I figured it out.
Yeah, I feel like playing with my cards face up actually is something I want to do just this first game. Just talk through like, okay, what does this tell you?
What's the best thing to be doing? I'm fine with that. So here's what I'm doing for your reference. I'm playing Boromir during my organization phase here with Gandalf. He gets +2 influence against the men of Anorian faction whenever I play it. He gets -1 to all his corruption checks, so he's not good at that.
Okay. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and Boromir is actually going to control Forlong because he's got 1 direct influence.
And does that happen immediately when you play him, or you
It's during the organization phase. Yep. So my parties are set. Neither of these groups are traveling. They're just going to hang out where they're at.
Okay.
Which is totally fine. And then now we're going to go to long event phase. So I don't have any long events. Then we're going to go to the movement phase. So now you get to play hazards. I'll start here that are keyed to that.
Okay.
So I have 2 characters.
The half tower.
The half tower, also known as ruins and layers, which is probably the worst thing in the world.
And okay, I think I've got it then. Okay, yeah, this is gonna be, you're gonna get wrecked here. Okay, hold on. Okay, so I can only play 2 hazard cards.
Yep.
Given the fact that you only have 2 heroes there.
Yep.
Fascinating. Okay, great. So you can really only swarm orcs if there's a lot of people.
Malcor says, just spent tons of money on painting and supplies to finally start painting those Power Rangers figurines. Thanks for the tips on Twitter and stream blog, Zach.
Absolutely.
I'll send you pics of Megazord. Please do. I want to see it. I'm excited to paint my own. Oldrick says, make sure you're not going over the 20 general influence allowed with anyone who's not being directly influenced by another character. Yep.
Can you go over 20 and then immediately do the influence thing?
I think you can play them straight under
into
control.
Influence. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's start out. I'm going to see how this is going to resolve. Oh, wait. Nope, I can't do it. It's this. It's got to have a little window in it.
Yep.
Okay. So.
There's the half-colored in one, which is the Shadowlands region. But then there's the Ruins and Layers, which is like the big baddie. I think that's where like Nazgul can come out.
All right, hold on. Let me see if I want to actually do this.
There were like 110 cards in the challenge decks, including starting company, locations, deck, and sideboard. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay, I'm gonna hold fast.
Apparently, you do the check for 20 at the end of the organization phase.
Okay, I'm gonna hold fast.
Okay, so you're not doing anything.
4, 5, 6, 7, and I didn't get to draw any cards. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, if I don't move, no draw, right? Let's confirm that, because I think there was something about not moving being you reference like something to draw. Let's check that out. But assuming that's the case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually, that's the movement phase. So now I can explore. I keep seeing chats pop up.
Yeah, correct. No move, no draw.
Okay, so same thing here. I'm not moving. This, however, is a
Half tower.
border holds.
I have nothing for that.
Ah, fantastic. Then we go to the sight phase. So they're both going to explore in the sight phase. And I'm going to suffer the automatic attacks. So the first thing that's going to happen here is undead, 1 strike with 8 prowess, but I can tap the Bear of the Starglass to cancel an attack by an undead against this company.
Right.
So I'm going to tap
Can't do
R1.
that. Now, real quick, the play on guard thing, everybody's talking about the on guard thing. So that would just be like playing a thing here.
So during the hazard phase, and it counts as one of your hazard cards, I believe, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, you would put one face down as on guard, and then if it boosts an attack or is like a minion that's key to the right site when the automatic attack is hitting, I think it can actually resolve.
Okay.
But
So
it wouldn't happen during the like movement phase. It would happen during the sight
whenever
phase.
you decide to go in. So
But if
I could be
don't
like, oh, you
decide
want to
to
go in here?
I
Because
think
it's
it just
really
bounces
creepy.
back to your hand.
Okay. And any card can be played on guard, and then does it come back to hand if he decides not to go in? Nice. I might actually want to do that.
Then you can draw back up to 8 for all these sitting characters. Let me just look up on guard in this little thing.
Yeah, let's take a look.
And let's do it.
Mainly to do ambushes and draw cards, and I feel like if I'm going to stack a bunch of these orcs up, might be worth. Well, no, they would really want to do like hazard, yeah. I think, and it goes back when they go in the site.
So it
Okay.
stays there until I go into the site?
It does come back to your hand if it isn't used, basically. So I put it there. If you decide not to go into the site, it comes back to my hand.
And how does that let you draw it better? Is what I'm trying to connect the dots on.
I guess do we always draw up to 8 during the?
At the end of the movement phase. So it wouldn't resolve until the hazard phase, and then you would have to discard down afterwards. So like basically, when we were here, you could put a card face down and then draw back up. When we're here, you can put a card face down and draw back up. And I think because
Back up to 8?
because the hazard limit is equal to 2, you could put 2 cards face down, draw up to 8. Put 2 cards face down, draw up to 8. Then if I don't go in, they bounce back to your hand. You're gonna have to discard down, but you are filtering your deck. And then if I do go in, I'm curious what cards can trigger if I do go in and they're on guard.
Let's not do on guard this first game.
Okay,
though.
but
But I think it's important.
I feel like the filtering of the deck is such an integral part of what's going on.
I think it would be
here.
important. You
Only
draw back
one
to
on
8.
guard.
You draw back to 8 after every company's movement phase. Okay. Okay. Per party. All right.
And so any like creature that's keyed to the right site that's revealed after when I go in could actually resolve like if as though Steve were playing it. That is pretty cool because it is kind of a bluffing thing. Where it's like it could be any card.
If it's not key there, it just gets discarded.
I think it just bounces to your hand or goes away.
Okay.
All
right. Let's not do it yet.
Okay.
Let's not do it yet. It's too much.
So automatic attacks undead. I'll tap Arwen to do that. So we're fine. Then playable items gold ring. So I'm going to tap Aragorn to give Arwen a beautiful gold ring.
You can tap somebody to give somebody else something?
He's giving her a ring. Yeah, you have
Okay.
to tap a character to get it. But then I think you can play it on anybody. They can correct me if I'm wrong.
Or do you have to transfer it and use that corruption check?
I will put it on Aragorn if I have to play it on him. But I'm playing it regardless, and we'll tap the Gladen Fields.
Okay.
Chat will catch up with this.
Playing an item. Must enter or the site that items of that type are playable. You may tap an untapped character in a company at an untapped site and place the item with that character.
Okay, so he's got to get the ring, and he'll give it to her
This
later.
taps the site. And then transferring.
Oldrick says yes, you can play it on anyone in the party.
Okay. Then corruption checks. Site phase is what we're looking at here, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Playable items can only be played at an untapped site.
Oldrick says they were right, so it goes on Aragorn.
Okay.
All right, then we're coming to the Hinneth Annuin. It doesn't have any automatic attacks, so that's all good.
Safe.
I'm going to use Faramir, so he gets +2 direct influence against the Rangers of Ithilien. So I guess during the organization phase, the right thing to do would have been separate these two. She's not directly under his influence. So he has one free direct influence to contribute to his influence roll.
Okay. Okay.
So he has one direct influence. He also gets +2 when he's trying to influence the Rangers of Ithilien. And
4, 5.
Yeah.
And these guys are under Gandalf, right? So they don't count?
Boromir is controlling Forlong. Gandalf is separate. I have enough. So like
So it's like
4, 9.
13, 16,
Well,
21.
she is being controlled by him.
Right on. Right
Yep.
on. Okay.
So then 5 + 9 is 14, 18, and he's 0. So I'm at
Yeah.
18 currently out of 20.
But if you separate these, doesn't that put you to 21? Because her 3 now counts.
Yep, so I can't do that. That's all fine. Now we know.
Yeah.
Great. So
Brain icons.
then I'm basically going to try to play Rangers of Ithilien.
Nice. Yeah.
Unique playable at Hineth Annuin, and the influence check is greater than 7. So I have to do an influence check.
Yeah, I just read about this actually.
I have some notes here. During the sight phase, one character can tap to attempt to influence another, etc.
Influencing a faction. Is that what you're
Yep,
doing?
that's what I'm doing. Hit me with it.
Okay, you must be at the site, obviously, make an influence check. Instead of mind, the result must be greater than the number normally required to play the faction.
So 7 is the normal number to play the faction.
And then you make an influence check as usual,
Yep.
whatever that
So
means.
I'm making an influence check will be 2d6 plus any of my unused direct influence, which
Okay.
is why I was trying to separate her.
Yeah.
And I have to get a 7.
2d6 plus 0. So you got to just roll.
But Faramir has +2 against this card specifically.
And you roll a 5.
Yeah, and I think he has to tap to do this. So here we go. I got an 11.
Easy.
So then I believe this faction enters my score area basically. I'm gonna get to play it, and it says standard modifications. My Dunedain +1. I don't know what that means. I know I have 2 Dunedains here.
Standard modifications. This, when you influence, says apply any relevant standard modifications. So whatever that would mean.
The direct influence apparently is for control influencing your opponent's factions.
Okay.
So it's just 7 or higher, but he gets +2 because. I would add 1 to the roll because he's a Dunedain.
Right.
So he gets +2. This says if there's a Dunedain, it's +1, so it's +3.
I see.
So
They
literally,
wouldn't be with the Dunedain.
yeah, this was a 3-point card that to score it, I have to roll a 4 with the Dunedain at that location.
Easy peasy.
Yeah.
What happens if you fail?
Then I think it gets discarded.
And does it hang out with you forever?
It's just scored.
Or is it scored forever?
I think you can influence it though.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is does it hang out where it is, like where you are, so I can come grab it off of you? Or does it just go to a score pile?
Stokes book saying 2d6 plus unused direct plus abilities on the character plus modifiers on the faction card, which is what we walked down.
Okay.
Tap the site, it's scored. And is there a way for Steven to deal with that card though? Can he take it? Can he influence it? Can he score it? What does that look like?
Interesting characters. Subtract your opponent's unused general influence. If the target must be greater than that, applying irrelevant.
Matthias says yes, you could go there and try to influence it away. So you could come to Hineth Annuin and you could try to influence it. But of course, you probably don't have a Dunedain in play.
Oh, I see.
And you also don't have Faramir's
because
bonus.
it's linked, it says literally
Yep.
the Huna whatever. And so I can get that from my own location to go there and try to tell them to fight for me instead of you.
Yeah,
I get
and
that.
so the thing about it is you would have to have it in your hand to be able to put it into play.
Okay.
But if you influence it, you could discard it.
Okay.
So you could come, you could influence it to get rid of it.
But then mine would come into play.
If you
for
had it
me,
in your
right?
hand, you could play it immediately.
Okay.
So in the same way, you can do that with characters, right? So like if you had an Aragorn, and I have a couple items on him and it's awesome, you could come try to influence him even without Aragorn in your hand,
Yeah, just to get him off the table.
just to get him off table. But if you do have Aragorn in the hand, you could influence him off the table and also play Aragorn.
Nice.
Then the only way I can play Aragorn again is to draw him again and also influence yours off the table.
Yeah. Okay, I got you.
So that is my sight phase. We'll go to end of turn. I can discard a card and then draw back up to 8. I'm going to keep these cards and draw 3. Oof.
Yeah, leftover general influence defends against your opponent trying to influence away your resources. So on these influence checks, a lot of this says you would subtract my unused influence. So basically, if I'm not full up, I have more ability to not be influenced in a weird
And is
way.
that so? If I had like 3 open influence across the table, would that apply to all of my influence checks?
Yeah, so
Or-
when you're influencing a character, here's what you do. You add the character's unused direct influence. So like if this was unused, it'd be 1. Subtract my unused general influence. So subtract basically the mental stat that I have left over. So like in this case, I've got 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I've got 18 in play, so I would have a 2. So it'd be your unused minus 2, and then you'd roll the dice. So as I get more general influence that is not being used, I'm harder to influence. Does that make sense? Like once I get a party of 20, I get minus 0 to your influence checks. So like if you come influence my characters, it's easier. But if I only have like 1 character out,
It's
my
very
influence
hard.
checks are like plus 14 maybe. Or,
So I
or
could like
minus
not
13.
influence you out of the game.
Yeah. Which does, that makes sense to me. All right, what's after the movement and all of that stuff?
Okay. So Chris says unused general influence helps defend against an opponent, not all influence checks. So if I'm trying to influence you, that's like a stat that you get to add to it. So like if I have 3 left over right now, for you to come get Rangers of Aphelion
Yeah,
would
minus
take
3.
a lot. Because you would have to pass the test and also...
And it depends, because influencing characters is different than influencing factions, which is different than influencing
Yeah.
allies.
All right, we'll figure that out when we get to it.
Okay.
How about that?
Yeah.
So then I'm done with the turn. So it's your turn. First thing is untap.
All right, everything's going to untap.
Besides that location, I guess.
Fatty, Adrazar, Glorfindel, and Born.
Okay. Organization phase. So you can do
gonna
parties or
I'm
whatever.
going to make 2 parties.
Okay. And then are you going to move to a haven or you want to do the regions? We can look them up if you want.
Oh, I
It's
do
really-
want to go to Minas Tirith. Can I get to Minas Tirith from the Glittering Caves?
Let's look. All right. You, my friend, are trying to get to Minas Tirith.
Let's find out.
It's not going to be on that map. It doesn't. That map doesn't have.
Do you
Minas
just have
Tirith.
to know?
All right. So here we go. Minas Tirith is here. And where are you trying to get from?
I'm from the Glittering Caves.
Where? What region are the Glittering Caves in?
They are in the Gap of Eisen. Does that help?
That's like Rohan, right?
Gap of Eisen, right here.
Okay. And you're trying to get to this little block right here.
And Minas Tirith is Enorian. Okay, maybe that's what we need to
What does
reference.
it say?
That little thing right here. That says Gap of
Oh,
Eisen.
that is perfect. Woo!
Okay, so there's Gap
So
of
we
Eisen.
have the region map. Great.
And then I can go 1, 2 to get to Minas Tirith in Enorian. That's correct. And
Yep.
I would go through this symbol, which is correct, and that symbol. Okay.
So Chris says borderland, free domain, which is right. It's 2 of the borderland symbols in a free domain. Because
Okay.
it's the gap, with the icon with gap, the icon with Rohan, the gap of Enorian. Also, that is so cool.
I know, it's so cool.
I'm
It's
gonna
all
get
over
a
all.
nice version of this,
I'm
like
freaking out.
printed on a playmat. I love it.
All right, so I'm gonna go. Okay, let's go here. Then we do. Okay, so I've organized. Everything is organized. Now I could play a character during the organization phase. Is that right? I need to see a chart. Is there like a chart somewhere in this book? Like an easy reference.
I think.
Okay, here it is. Untap.
Did you find it? That's
Yeah.
what I have a list. So I
Bring a
can-
character in, then reorganize, and then I could transfer or store items.
Where are you finding this?
This is page 8. I feel like I'm probably about 9 years old right
you're
now.
following through
Yeah.
the steps.
Then I can play a new site card, which I've done. So I'm playing a new site card here and a new site card here. Then we got the long event phase, which I don't have anything to do on that.
Also important to remember, you can only play a character at their home site or haven.
Right on. Yeah. And then we're going to the movement phase, Zach.
This- Chris says no one lives at the Glittering Caves.
Okay, if a company has a face-down site card, turn it over. This is your company's new site. Okay, I'm going to Minas Tirith. I'm going to go ahead and, I guess, discard the...
Not yet.
Okay, not yet.
There's things that let me bounce you back
Oh, right on.
if you don't successfully get there.
Okay, so I'm on my journey to Minas Tirith.
Yep.
Minas Tirith. Okay, then if there is no new site, no cards around. If the new site is a haven, dark haven, each player may draw the number of cards indicated. Otherwise, each player may draw the number of cards indicated on the new site. 2 and 2.
Doing it.
Each player must draw at least one card. 2 and 2.
Okay, and we determined this was borderland, free domain. So the half castle and the full castle.
And so because I'm not coming from Lorien, you don't get the tree. Is that what that means?
That's right.
Okay.
You didn't go through the forest.
I didn't go through the forest.
That makes a lot of sense.
Come on,
I can't wait to
they
print.
play themselves.
The map that I have, the high quality file of to print, is very helpful. It's got the like icons. It also has like the minor items and the names of the little locations specifically on there. So I can't wait to actually have that.
All right, so now you play hazards on my company equal to the company's hazard limit. Now the minimum is 2, and I've got half for a Hobbit, 1 for Adderzar. So 2 hazards are playable. You can't target another company or any entity associated with, etc. Nice. If any hazard requires me to return to my site of origin, I return the new site card, which would be minus Tirith, back to the location deck. Discard it if it's tapped, and then proceed to step 4. Okay. So you play the hazards, and we resolve those. Then we remove the site of origin, discard it if it's tapped. Otherwise, return it to the location deck. So I would discard Glittering Caves, discard in excess of 8, and then resolve the next company's movement. I'm getting it.
Yep.
It's so good. Okay, play hazards.
I have 2 because you have 2 halflings and a regular-sized person, right?
Yes, in a regular size. Well, not necessarily regular sized, but
A human-sized person?
more or less normal.
Unfortunately, I've got nothing to play. Wah, wah, wah.
Nothing. Okay. You may key creatures to their new site by name or type. You may key creatures by type to the regions of their site path, by name to the regions containing the site of origin and the new site. If the company is using a region movement, you may key creatures by name to any regions the company passes through. So that's what we were doing just then. Then, the cards will remain on the site until either... Oh, that's the on guard thing. Very cool. You may key creatures to their new site. Then you can play cards on guard. And then we go to combat. So are you going to play any hazards?
Technically, there's a card I have called Power Built by Waiting. And it says permanent event. Tap during a company's movement hazard phase to increase the hazard limit against that company by 1. This card does not untap during your untap phase. You may use 2 against a company's hazard limit to untap this card. So I just want to get this out of my hand and on the table. It's a permanent event. I think I can use it as one of my hazards here. It doesn't do anything negative to you. But at some point later, I can tap it to increase my hazard limit by 1. And then I can use 2 of my hazards in a phase to ready it.
Okay.
So I'm spending 2 to get 1 later.
Okay, yeah. So this is like a permanent kind of thing that you're going to keep messing with me
Yeah,
with.
so I'm just going to put a Power Built in Waiting on the board.
Okay.
And then that's my first hazard, and then I'll pass, and I have to discard down.
Okay. And then we go to combat. Combat consists of 1 or more attacks, etc., resolving strikes, etc., body checks, etc., detainment attacks, which we just saw, defeating an attack, of course we saw that. Ooh, did you see this? If an orc or troll character faces a strike from an attack from an opponent's card that was defeated, you may place the creature's card under his control as a trophy. Trophies are considered minor items with no corruption. They may be transferred or stored. And then they give you MP, gives you influence. Weird, so you can take trophies.
And what? That's a certain kind of character?
Basically, if an orc or troll character faces a strike from an attack from an opponent's card that was defeated, you may place the creature's card under his control as a trophy. So orc and troll characters can take trophies if they succeed in their strikes, it sounds like. Because orcs and trolls take trophies of their kills. That's what it sounds like to me.
So orcs take the trophies. That's crazy.
Or trolls, yeah. Okay, and then the site phase.
Oh, Chris says the trophy rule is not for wizard players, only for minion characters.
Makes sense. Yeah.
So like if I was playing the Nazgul, I would have like bad guy creatures,
and if they're
if
orcs
I
or
attack
trolls,
one of your good guys, then I can like capture them.
They take an ear. Okay, each of the companies has a site phase that they resolve in any order you wish. In order to do anything, you must first enter the site and face all automatic attacks. So I'm entering the site.
There's no automatic attacks on
Minas Tirith. I am entered. Once I've entered, I can play an item, faction, ally, or resource playable at the site. Items, factions, and allies can only be played at an untapped site. I can influence opponents' resources at the site, which you have none at Minas Tirith.
Mm-hmm.
And then I can also attack your company at the site, which you are not here, so I cannot attack you. Okay, great. Playing a faction. To play a faction, tap one character to make an influence attempt. I'm going to play a faction.
Okay.
I'm going to tap Adrazar to make an influence attempt.
And he gets +1 direct influence against all factions.
That is correct. And he has the thing +2 direct influence against factions.
So he gets +3. And is he using this one?
He's not using the one.
So does he get to apply the one direct influence he's not using?
I believe he does. Roll the dice. Okay. Add the character's unused direct influence, any standard modifications for the character's race, heroes, or their factions that play minions. So his race is Scout, Diplomat, Dunedain. And I'm going to try to play Men of Anorian.
So it says you're at +4 basically right now.
And this says standard modifications Dunedain +1. I am Dunedain, so I get an additional +1.
So you're at +5.
+5.
And you need a 7, so you can't fail.
Any other modifications, if the result is higher than the number listed on the faction...
Oh, you can't fail. Anything but Snake Eyes.
How about a 9?
Okay.
If the result is higher than the number listed, put it in my MP pile. So I have the Men of Anorian
And I'm gonna
on
do
my team.
my scored like this so people can see if you want to do the same.
Yeah, Men of Anorian.
And I'm going to put these dice in the middle so they can tell.
This actually, our line is a little bit... Yeah, there we go. Boom.
All right, there's my
Men of
scored
Anorian.
points.
Scored. And tap the site. Okay. And then if the result, the site does not tap otherwise. Okay. So if I fail, it doesn't tap. But if I score the Men of Anorian, this taps. Now, if I leave Minas Tirith, it's going to go away forever, right?
Yep, your version of Minas Tirith is gone.
Okay.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you're using region movement, I guess it would just be gone, so you couldn't move there again. That makes sense.
Glittering Caves goes away. That probably happened earlier, so it's out of the deck. I can't play that again, right? Or is it discarded, or I just can't play it again?
It's gone.
It's gone forever. I've been to the caves. The story doesn't go there
Unless, I think we can be at the same site. So if I play Glittering Caves, you could technically move to my Glittering Caves because we can be at the same place.
Right on. I'm with it.
Question. Ooh. Kanan says it goes to the discard? No.
Cool.
It goes to... Is that your discard pile? Does that get shuffled back into your deck somehow? That's crazy if so.
I'm just going to put it next to it, and we'll see what happens. Until the deck is recycled.
You can't move to an opponent's copy of the site. So it's discarded, and then when the deck gets recycled, those locations come back.
Back into the location deck. That would make sense to me.
Or Uldrich says once your location deck runs out, you reshuffle.
Wow. How do you run out of
when you
havens?
bend that stack of locations?
Woo!
So you can only move to locations that you have the locations for.
Okay, here we go. Sites go to the location discard after use. Taps sites go. Okay, so there's 2 discard piles basically.
Fascinating.
So I've discarded. I've got a location discard pile, and I've got a deck with its own discard pile.
Okay.
Now I have a second movement to resolve.
Let's party.
Glorfindel. Oh, he still could be at the Glittering Caves technically, so it's not gone yet. So
Yep.
Glorfindel is trying to go here.
Okay.
And here is Lorien. It's a simple, beautiful haven, but the site path from the Glittering Caves. So we're going from Gap of Eisen to Wolden Foothills. Okay, so Gap of Eisen here. So you've got this thing to...
Where are you going?
I'm going to Wolden Foothills.
Yeah.
Right here. So I've got to go to the little tower, the tree, and the tree.
So it's
is
tower,
where it
tree,
ultimately
tree.
is.
Or
Tower, tree, tree.
technically, you could go, if you were doing free movement, Gap of Eisen to Rohan, Rohan to Lorien.
Yeah, to the Wolden Foothills thing, yeah?
No. It's the
Yeah,
Wolden
but-
Foothills is this whole thing.
Oh, that's the whole thing, because this says Wolden Foothills right here.
Yeah, so if you went Gap of Eisen to Rohan first, you can go Rohan or Fanghorn.
Okay.
You could go through the forest or Rohan to get to that location because they're all touching it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So because you're going through that, it's like if you knew the kind of cards I was playing, especially the second time through, it's like if I have a bunch of forest creatures,
Yeah.
you would
I
like
could
avoid the forest.
Yeah. Okay. Use the same path as on the location card, says Mark. Oh, both parties should have moved before we
Yeah.
resolve this over here. Okay,
That's fine.
I'm with it. Let's just go. Let's use it from the thing. Site path doesn't tell me. Let's just go. We want to use the map?
No, there's just like a path to it, right? No, it's from.
No, from Rivendell and from Edelhond. So Glittering Caves to Lorien. We would either have to look at the map, or maybe we use the symbols on glittering caves. That actually might be right.
The location card's path is always to nearest haven. It makes it easier when you're using haven.
Okay, so these 3 symbols on glittering caves, because look, it's the same symbols. It's the 2 towers and the forest, which is what I would have. So I would have to go like tower, tower, forest, I guess is what it's saying.
But if we were using the free movement, the way it works, because you have the Gap of Eisenhower.
Mm-hmm.
So it's tower, forest, forest, or tower,
Tower, forest. Yeah.
I'll let you choose.
Yeah, we'll just use. Learn uses the same symbols on glittering caves. Okay, let's use the symbols on glittering caves. Forest, half tower window, half tower window.
Okay. And then, do we draw based on this card? I know we have to draw at least one when you're moving.
Yeah, it'd be sight from, right? Hold on, I saw this exact thing. Okay. If you are at a haven, the new site may be another haven that lists a site path to your current. If you are not at a haven, the new site must be the nearest haven as listed on the site card. Okay. Easy enough.
Chris says yes, draw based on glittering caves.
Okay.
Let's
Easy.
Grab 2.
1, 2. Oh, these are the cards that are important.
You found them.
Literally Saruman and that sapling. Okay, hold on. That's important for my deck. Okay, the first. After playing sapling, tap Saruman to bring in the white tree from your sideboard. Okay. Not playable in Shadowholder Dock. Maybe stored at Minas Tirith. 2 marshalling points are stored at Minas Tirith. Well, that's where I want to put it then.
Oh no, you don't leave Minas Tirith then.
I can't leave. I might have Fatty and Sam's hang out there for a little while.
It might be whatever your card is. Make sure you don't have to tap this to do it,
Mm-hmm.
because that would be a problem for you.
Yeah, I've got to get it first. Interesting. Okay, we drew our 2. Now,
See you, Gustav.
now you play the cards at On My Way to Glittering Caves. So you can play anything that matches the.
And how many?
It's got to either
characters
have
you
2.5 towers or 1 of the trees.
Stowe's book said, I think Steven's deck description said, don't do Men of Anorian too early.
Did it say that?
Chevron says, you'll want to plant that white tree.
Okay, I got you. Well, I'll just have to leave somebody there.
Chris says, important, Saruman should play Sapling and Isengard because otherwise you start to run out of sites and need to face the dragon at the Isle. I don't know
Yeah,
what that
I've
means.
seen that. Yeah, I can do that. I'll get to Isengard and we'll make it happen.
Okay, I'm going to play Foolish Words. Playable on a character. Any riddling roll, offering attempt, or influence attempt by target character is modified by -4.
Okay.
If placed on guard, etc., etc. Opponent, you can basically try to get rid of it. During the organization phase, you can tap a character and make a roll. If it's greater than 7, you discard this card.
Okay, so it's a permanent minus to my stuff, but I can get rid of it by making a check.
You have
It's basically
-4
Arkham Horror.
influence on Glorfindel. And I'm going to put it upside down. so
-4
it's mine.
direct influence?
-4, no, -4 when you're trying to make an influence check.
Okay, yeah.
And then you can tap during the organization phase to try to get rid of it, but you have to roll more than a 7. So it's just an annoying little card.
Okay, so I'll just try to do that next turn.
And then that's the only card I can play. So I have to discard a card, which I will.
Great.
And then you make it to Lorien.
All right, I make it to Lorien. Okay, we played the hazards. We've done any combat that needs to be done, detainment, etc. And then a site phase. Each of your companies has a site phase. You may resolve them in any order you wish. So let's say I resolve this one first. First, enter the site and face any weird thing. So I'm going to enter the site of Lorien. Glittering Caves gets discarded
Yep.
at that point because I've successfully moved. And then I can do site phase things. Play an item, faction, ally, or resource. Influence something of yours that's at Lorien. Do you have anything at Lorien that I need to know about?
Gandalf and Boromir.
They're there. Should I attack them?
I don't think you can.
There was a reason I wanted to get here. Oh, I was gonna stash this at Lorien.
Yep.
Playing an item, playing an ally, playing a thing. And I have to do that at the beginning of the next phase. Yeah. All right, so they're just going to hang out there. That's the sight phase, and then we drew our cards already. When do we discard down to 8?
Oldrick said you can't attack them, but you can't influence them out of existence. End of the round, you can discard 1 card and draw back up to 8. Or discard down to 8 if that's
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Now, technically, after you move and draw, you should discard down to 8.
Okay, so I'll do
And
that
then
now.
at the end of the round, you can discard 1 and draw back up.
Actually, let's find out. Okay, that's the end.
Okay, so my turn?
Yeah.
All right, back to the top. Untap all my stuffs. Then the organization play phase. I can play a character. And let's see. I've got 5, technically 9, 14. Now, I believe Gandalf can just directly influence these 2 to make it where they're not really costing me anything.
I think that's definitely true.
So that would mean I'm at 9 plus 5 is 14. I have 6 open. So I'm going to go ahead and Kevin says, what's your overall thoughts so far?
We're just in the thick of it.
Yeah,
we're just learning.
I feel like this first one is just understanding how it functions. And then when we come back for the second game, it's going to be we're actually playing and understand what's going on.
Nice.
What up, Pete?
Okay, I've got it.
All right, I'm going to play Imrahil. And he's actually also going to fall under my influence of Gandalf. I'm going to organize it like this. Imrahil is unique. He gets +2 direct influence against the Knights of Dol Amroth faction. He's just another character.
Mm-hmm.
He's playing there. That's my 1 character. Jared, this is not co-op. We're playing heads up, kind of.
So you're marshalling these 10.
I already
and
played
Imrahil.
Boromir last
Okay.
round. I'm playing Imrahil this round.
So
but
Gandalf is controlling both of them.
Yep.
Yeah.
him and his knights. So then I'm going to move. Now, ideally, I want to move these here. And let me see if there's anything fancy. So Lorien is already out. Can I move from the Gladen Fields to Lorien? I think I can, right?
Gladen Fields to Lorien. Nearest haven is Lorien. Yes, 100%.
But I don't have anything to put face down is the reason I'm asking.
Yeah, so you just declare, if you're moving to a face-up location, you declare that you're moving to that face-up location. Yeah.
They're moving there.
Okay. And so that opens up, we draw 1 and 1, and it opens up those two symbols?
Yep.
Right? Okay.
And these guys are moving somewhere. I don't know yet. I should pick.
Okay. And then we discard down to 8 like all the time, right?
After this move, and then we'll go the next move and you'll draw and do that whole thing.
Move, draw, play hazards, discard down to 8. Is that correct?
Move, draw, play hazards, discard down to 8.
Okay.
Move, draw, etc.
Okay.
And technically, if you're under 8, you draw up to 8.
Okay.
I believe, at the end of the move. Yeah, you draw back to 8. So like if you played 4 hazards, you would draw back up to 8.
So you draw cards, and then you always end after hazards at 8 cards.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I play this little thing in the top left, the region icon on Gladden Fields?
Yeah,
Or
I think
just
so.
the
I think
two-
that's
is
where
it
I'm
just the
starting.
traveling? Okay.
I think I start there and I'm going there and there to get back to home base, so to speak.
Okay, so I could throw some things in your way here, if I had such things to throw.
And these guys are going to move here. I'm going to put that location down.
Okay.
I think I have to
I've
do
got
that
no
before.
hazards to play here.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but basically they're declaring they're moving here, and I have to put a sight face down before they move, or do I resolve this and then I decide where they're going to move?
You should declare all movements before committing the first movement.
Okay, so they're going there, this is going here.
Okay.
And then you're Drew, you're not playing any hazards. So they're successfully going to get back there.
Yeah, they're going to make it there.
So this is going to go away into the discard pile. They're going to rejoin with my real party up here.
Man. And is 7 the max that you can have in a place, I think? I think I heard that at some point. Is 7 a max of some kind? Okay, cool. Chris Davis saying, so if you leave Gladden Fields, you can't play things in the top left icon, but if you're going there, it sounds like you can.
Okay, great.
You enter the,
And is there a cap on how many people can be at a location? And is it applied to people that are being directly 7 max in a party? so in a company.
Okay.
So they're still separate. So I essentially have this company there.
I think they automatically combine at the same location, though.
I don't think so.
There's all sorts of weird things that I've read through this little rule book, and it's like, I think they're still there.
All right. Well, I still have less than 7.
Yeah.
So we're fine. Going there. Now, Gandalf has the may tap to test the gold ring in his company. And I have a gold ring. I'm not sure when I can test that and what that actually means.
I'm on it. I think it's during the site, or the... it's during the site phase. Influencing resources. Influencing an item is what you're trying to do, right? No,
So
you're not.
I'm just testing a ring. Chris says multiple companies can be at the same haven, but multiple companies cannot be at the same normal site.
Okay.
Anytime it says testing the ring on the chat, roll 2 dice and make the test. So Gandalf has may test a gold ring in his company. The beautiful gold ring says discard beautiful gold ring when tested. If tested, make a roll to determine which ring card may be played immediately. So if
You
I
have
hit,
one in your hand?
yeah, any result, I can make a lesser ring. A 1 through 7, I can
that's
make a magic ring.
cool.
A 10 through 12 is a dwarven ring, and you have to get a 12 plus to play the 1 ring.
That's so fun.
Isn't
Okay,
that
it's just a normal. You don't influence it with any pluses
No,
or
he's
influence checks. or
literally
anything?
just testing the ring. So
Okay.
I went and got the ring, brought it back to Gandalf, and he's let me know what it is.
May tap to test. Woo!
So 11,
Does that mean you don't discard it though?
it says discard
Okay.
gold ring when it's tested. So I discard the gold ring, and we're finding out what it is. I got an 11,
Wow,
so
you got a
technically
good ring.
I could make it anything except for the lesser ring. So let me see. I can make it a lesser ring, a magic ring. Now this is crazy.
So now you get to play a free ring from your hand. So basically, you're identifying a ring. Is
Yeah.
what's happening here.
All right, so I'm gonna play the lesser ring on Aragorn.
Oh, that's so pretty.
So it's worth 2.
Look at that art,
Yep.
though. Oh, get me in this game.
And it says lesser ring, playable only with a gold ring, and after a test indicates lesser ring. So we're fine. He gets +2 direct influence. Now, when Arwen has it, she would be at 9 of direct influence she could apply towards Aragorn, which is my goal. So I'm trying to play it and then get it over to Arwen,
Yeah.
which is what we're about to do.
Now we're at the same place, so I could start messing with you here, like influencing your items.
I think so.
I have it right here. And to influence an opponent's item, make an influence attempt as for a character, except the mind of the controlling character is used. So it'd be 9 to influence that off Aragorn. Subtract the unused direct influence of the item's controlling character. You currently have 3 direct influence that is being used on Arwen.
It is being used on that
So
one.
that's a 0. You must reveal an identical item card in order to make an influence attempt. If it's successful, you immediately play your card with the influencing character.
So you could
Okay.
try to influence the ring away with you'd have to beat a 9 with 2 dice.
And then I'd have to have a copy of my own
Yeah,
ring.
but how cool is that?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like,
I
you
take
tricked
your
Aragorn
ring.
into giving the ring away or
I
whatever.
take your ring.
All right. So I play the ring. Now, it's during the organization phase I can move the ring, so I can't move it to Arwen yet.
Right, yeah,
Because
yeah.
we're doing the site phase, and I'm moving and stuff. And that's all they're doing. Now, this crew, my Faramir Annalena crew,
Aldrich, apparently there's an auto merge that happens with different parties being at the same site at the end of a move, so they will always auto merge.
but that's at a normal site.
okay.
At a haven, there can be multiple companies.
Okay. Yeah.
So, like, if I moved someone to Hinneth and they were already here, they would form one big party.
Right on, yeah.
And I couldn't do that if it was going to be more than 7 people. All right, you ready?
And so these guys have to necessarily be in Gandalf's company, right? They have to have been merged because it says he has to test a gold ring in his company. So they're all together, but you can separate them at
but-
the organization phase, right?
But I'm not in the organization phase, so I actually don't think I can do that because they're not in the same company yet.
You don't
Unless
think
they
they auto haven merge if you
at a
don't want
haven
them
they
to?
can auto merge. Okay, so I will. When they move in, they're going to auto merge.
Okay. Yeah.
And then Gandalf tests the ring, and we find out it's a
it's
lesser
a party
ring.
tent. Yeah.
And then these guys are going to move.
Yeah.
So they're moving to the bandit lair, or trying to move there. And if you look, the site path is
The weird tower
ruins
thing.
and lairs, wilderness, and shadowlands.
You've
So,
activated my trap card here.
Now we reveal. Now check this out. You get to draw 2 because it's the upside down number, and I get to draw 1. Tan Solo, man, Thursdays are great. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm loving this.
Interesting. Okay, we draw. Now we go through the stuff, and then at the end we'll draw to 8. Now I can play 2 cards because you have 2 things there, right?
Yep.
Okay. Well, then I believe that I will.
11. Alvaro says incorrect path.
Nearest haven is Lorien.
That's the path from Lorien. Oh, we need the region map.
We need the region map.
To the
Consult
region map. All right, so
Where
I'm going
where
from
did you start?
Athelion to Brownlands. So Brownlands is here.
Mm-hmm.
And Athelion should be norther.
Athelion to Brownlands.
You see Athelion? Where's Athelion?
Athelion is down here.
Okay. So
Brownlands
Brownlands
is up north.
is going to go from forest to...
Half tower to half tower, right?
Well, yes, because I can sneak up
Forest,
top.
Half tower, half tower.
Half tower, half tower. Yep, which is the Shadowlands. So forest, Shadowlands, Shadowlands.
Okay.
That's so cool. I need that big map, though. I know what people are saying now.
Forest, half tower, half tower. Now that's kind of what's on the card. Forest, half tower, and then anything on the site too. So that makes sense. I mean, it's there though, isn't it?
Forest, half tower.
And then the site itself.
But there's 2 half towers technically. Because I'm not coming from Lorien.
Mm-hmm. So let me see if I can do this. Let's try. I'm going to play, and I just can play 2 hazards one after the other, yeah?
Yep, you start with the first one.
And technically this would happen before the ring happened, because this is a second movement.
That's
what
right.
we're not doing right.
Yeah,
we're not doing that right. Okay, so I'm going to start out by playing an Orc Watch. Have at thee.
Oh. Yeah, I would not have done the ring yet. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Technically, yeah.
Yeah, Athelion is Wilderness, Daggerland, Shadowland, Brownlands is Shadowland. So Wilderness, Shadowland, Shadowland, and then Ruins and Lairs at the end because that's in the top left
Perfect.
of the bandit.
Perfect. We got it.
Okay.
So what's this thing? Orc Watch.
Orcs,
3 strikes at 9.
At 9.
Jiminy. So this is cool. So I have 2 characters.
Mm-hmm.
So they're each going to have to take a strike because they're divided evenly, and you have 1 extra. And then you get to actually add a -1. But you do that at...
It's only if you're tapped, though, isn't it?
Mm-mm. So you have an extra strike. It's not going to resolve. So the extra strike, instead of a 3rd attack, is actually a -1 to one of my checks.
Oh,
and you get to pick that. Let me see the timing of that. Where is that?
Let's kill Faramir here. That math is actually cool that I understand it now.
You assign the -1 when a target is chosen by the defender and after the decision to tap the defender has been made. So I have to tap to decide whether I'm doing the -3 or not.
Mm-hmm.
Like tap for not -3 or stand for -3.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can choose to add the extra strike as a -1.
Now, could you take an attack to Faramir, not tap, take another attack to Faramir, not tap, take another attack to Faramir?
So the strikes have to be divided evenly.
Okay.
So if I have 4 characters and you have 8 strikes, they would each get 1, and you would have 4 bonus -1s to apply wherever you wanted.
So 1 and 1, and then I'll choose a -1 when you choose to tap or not.
Yep.
Okay. So starting with Faramir.
And let me...
First strike. My Orc Watch. You guys are cool.
I will... Sheesh. This could be bad.
Oh, you've only just begun.
Where is the card? There it is. So it's potentially worth 1 point. It's a 9. So if I tap, I'm at a 5, and then I would need to roll a 4. You're going to have another attack that's going to be a bonus.
Okay, this makes sense. Defending player assigns 1 strike to each untapped character. Attacking player assigns strikes to any characters that are not already assigned strikes. If the attack has more strikes than there are characters in the company, each character is assigned 1 strike, and the excess are -1 to the prowesses of whichever character the attacker chooses, which is me. Once the strikes are assigned, the defending player resolves the strikes in the order that he chooses. Okay.
Apparently you apply the -1 before I decide to tap.
Yeah. So let's give a -1 to your weakling here on Annalena.
Okay. So she would be at a 2 even if she tapped to do this.
Yeah.
If she doesn't tap, she's at a 0.
She's at a 0.
So let's do this. I'm going to play a concealment. Scout only, tap Scout to cancel 1 attack against his company. So I'm going to tap her to cancel that strike.
Is it an attack or a strike? Is an attack
I think every
here?
strike is an attack.
Okay. All right.
But let's make sure that's the
Make
case.
sure it's not just the whole card.
Because I could see it going either way.
Combat consists of one or more attacks that must be resolved one at a time. An attack consists of one or more strikes.
So I just cancel that
The entire
attack.
attack is canceled.
All right, canceled. Seems good.
Ooh, you're concealed.
My stealth and concealed are the tricks of this deck.
Okay.
Okay, cool. 1 attack and 3 strikes. Perfect.
And then
Canceled.
I guess my question would be, has that company already faced an orc attack, or does canceling the attack mean you never faced it?
Good question. I would assume it was canceled, so it didn't happen. I'm learning so much. This is great. So someone asked earlier, because yesterday we were talking about L5R. We played the skirmish mode, which is kind of a simplified version of that LCG. And we were basically like going on some soapboxes about the complexity of stuff. Chris says yes, but only 2 strikes can be assigned, so the 3rd strike wouldn't be a -1 modifier. Severin says has faced an orc attack.
Okay.
So I'm going to trust that. But I think the thing about the complexity here is it reminds me of the Star Wars CCG, which is there's a lot going on and there's a lot of technical stuff to understand how to like execute the game. That's not where L5R is complex. Like the LCG is not that complex to execute as much as like I remember the first time trying to make a decision on which ring to choose, what type to do, which characters to send, which province to attack. It's like there's 4 choices to make just to make an attack. And so it muddies the decision making, whereas this is just a lot of little intricacies going on, which is kind of interesting to learn about. And it's not something I would like, I would have to be really into it to want to get over the hurdle of understanding all that, but it's Lord of the Rings, so I'm happy to do it.
All right, let's go here.
Yep.
Let's also throw an orc lieutenant at you.
Holy what?
He had that orc watch looking out. So it's 1 strike, but it's +4 if you face an orc attack already.
So it's an 11.
So it's an 11 prowess attack.
All right. So here's what I'm going to
So
do.
assign the strike to any untapped character you would like.
Faramir.
Okay. Then I may assign strikes that are already not assigned. If there are more strikes than there are characters, we do the thing. Once the strikes are assigned, the defending player resolves the strikes in any order he chooses. Would you like to resolve the strikes?
I'll resolve the strike.
All right, so I may play hazard cards that affect the strike. These count towards the hazard limit. My hazard limit is 2. I've already played 2 cards, can't do it. Attacker decides to use any or all of your remaining -1 modifications from extra strikes. Oh, interesting. If an untapped character is facing the strike, which is true, tap or get -3 to your prowess.
Tap.
Tapped. An untapped character, okay. The defending player may play resource cards that affect the strike, but only one that requires skill.
I got none.
Okay. Next, the defender makes a roll and adds his modified prowess. You're the defender.
So I'm at 5, and you're at 11, so I need a 6 to make it even, or a 7 to actually beat it. 9.
9. If the result is greater than prowess, the strike fails. Such a strike is defeated if it fails a body check. See below. So now we get to see if the Orc Lieutenant is defeated. All right. The character must make a body check. If a non-attainment strike against a character is successful, no. If it fails against a character, it is automatically defeated if its body is dash, which it is,
defeated.
or if the defender makes a roll and the result is higher than the attack's body. Okay, so yeah, Orc Lieutenant is defeated.
So then if it did have a body of like 7, I would roll, and if I rolled, I got a 6, I would fail. So
Right.
then it would just get discarded.
Get
instead of
discarded,
whatever.
yeah, okay.
So instead, I add it to my victory display. Okay.
Nice. So it's cool because like the more you try to hurt your opponent, the more points they get for not getting hurt.
But interestingly, so like I have something, obviously I'm going here for a reason, I want to play something.
Yeah.
But because you tapped me down,
You can't play the item.
I could go in, but then I would face an automatic attack and also have nothing to tap to play something. So now I'm just waiting. I'm going to discard this location because I've consumed it, and they're going to move over
Now
here.
we go down to 8 cards, right? Or we go up to 8 cards.
Or up to 8, depending on how many you have. So like I only have 7 because I played that concealment. So now I'm going to draw back to 8. And then technically the resolution, so you would do the hazards, right? And then now we would do the sight phase. So I could choose to go in or not. I could choose to test the ring or not, which I have done. Because I'm here, like if I chose, you could play again
Yeah.
during the sight phase.
Yeah.
Um, Severin asking, what item has Faramir? It's the Elf Stone. Allows him to directly influence Annalena. Okay, so that's all that. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Sight phase, end of turn phase. I can discard a card and draw back up if I want.
Starting to get it.
And this is kind of cool because, like, obviously I want cards that I can play against you. But I want all of these cards. I'll keep.
And when do you play your wizard and how?
It's during the organization phase. You can play the wizard to their home site or to any haven. It probably is any haven as the wizard. I don't know. Saruman might say something else as his home site.
He has home site Isengard.
Okay, so you can play him to Isengard or you can play him at a haven.
So I could play him to Lorien directly. Yep. Yeah. Okay. All right. So then we go to my turn. We're going to untap everything. Everything is untapped. And then we organize. So the organization phase. So I'm going to do one thing here.
Also, people are saying it, but 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I'm at 17. Out of the 20, I would need to call the council.
And that's it.
Well, then I would call the council. Then you would get to go to the end of your next turn.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think every character has to make a corruption check. So if you have a bunch of items on a character at the end of the game, they could get corrupted, and then they go away, and you could lose the game very quickly.
Okay.
But we'll work through that. But that's just cool because like we're actually pretty close to like potentially ending the game.
Alvara says home site or Rivendell for wizards, not any haven, but Rivendell specifically.
Gandalf says home site any haven.
Okay, I say Isengard. So
you have to get to Rivendell.
Which is easy enough. Or I just go to Isengard.
Or even better, you go to Isengard
Yep.
and you get Saruman rolling.
So let's do during the organization phase.
Okay, Severin says you can only call for the council once you've drawn through your deck.
Okay. Bringing a character into play. I could do that now, but I don't have a way to bring in Saruman, unfortunately, because he can't spawn anywhere that I'm currently at, so he's not in the game yet. You may play the character without using him to control him. This card once you're wizard. Yeah.
And apparently I need 25, actually. According to Chris. How many do I need? I need 25? Severin says, Isengard recommended.
I'm going.
Hey, while you're working through that, I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Anything you want to drink?
I'll take a beeru. It's about time.
It's about that time. Cheers to everyone watching. Someone was saying, I forgot I didn't have the mic
I'll talk
on.
through some strategy with you guys.
Yeah, please do. I'm having a good time.
Oh, yeah.
I'm enjoying this a lot. I'll be right back.
25 is the tournament standard. Okay, let me show you what I've got here, guys. So I've got my hazards. I've got a minion stir and an orc warband. So I probably need to wait and get more orcs in my hand and then try to spring a trap on Zach and use my minion stir and get a bunch of orcs attacking. And then on my good cards, I've got Saruman with the sapling. So I feel like I want to get him to Isengard, play the sapling onto him, and then get him to Minas Tirith and dunk the sapling. Is that fair? And then I've got 2 concealments and a stealth. I probably don't need that much. That's just a lot of no attackies. And then a Theoden. I have no idea how I'm ever going to play Theoden. I guess I'd play him directly onto Saruman. That makes sense. Direct influence, yeah. Okay. So my plan revolves around taking this company. Glorfindel and Anborn are going to go to Isengard. Then next turn I can play Saruman. And then I can enter the site and play the tree, Sapling of the White Tree on Saruman. And then I can take this white tree and I can move to Minas Tirith, go back to Lorien, or go directly to Minas Tirith and store it there. I can't play it on Shadowhold or Darkhold. So is Isengard one of those, or is it good right now? I can play it there just fine. It's totally fine. I can play Isengard right now. Saruman right now on Isengard? What? I can play him right now, so it comes into play? Like I could just do this kind of a thing? Isengard, Saruman? I can do that, Severin? That's insane if that's true. Okay, let's find out. Okay, some characters, yeah. Each deck has a wizard. You can play this character without using influence to control him. Once your wizard is in play, you may not play other characters unless either your wizard is at the site where you play the character or you bring the character with direct influence. Okay. Yeah, you can do that. So they always arrive precisely where they're supposed to be. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Well, that's way easier. It's coming along. Okay, so I'll play Isengard here. Then during the site phase, I'll tap, tap, play the sapling. And then at the beginning of the next phase, I'll go from Isengard to Minas Tirith and drop the tree. And so I need to leave, I'll probably leave a couple of hobbits here. That seems like a good thing to do. It's going to blow Zach's mind here. Awesome. Okay, I think I've got a plan. 2, 3. And then I need to get some orcs. I've got some fresh, hot tips.
We learn anything new?
Yes. So when you play a wizard, when you play your wizard, you put the site into play that they would be played at.
Oh, really?
Regardless of if you've explored it anywhere else.
He just shows up at Isengard.
Yeah. Isengard has auto attack to enter. Oh. So if I play Isengard with Saruman on Isengard, I have to do the enter the site thing as normal. And then I would take an attack with... Huh. Okay. To play at the end of the organization phase, only if the scout's company size, no creature has a community plan on. So it's also risky to do that right away.
So like you almost want other people to show up to Isengard and then Saruman to enter the fray.
Moving Saruman solo can be risky. Okay, so let's just try it. I'm going to give it a shot.
What do you got to lose? We just start over and make it happen.
Organization phase, I can bring one character into play. I'm going to bring Saruman into play. And then I go and get Isengard, and it's in. So Saruman at Isengard.
All right.
With the candlestick, right?
That's hilarious.
Okay, done. Then, you should not clug your hand with stuff you don't really need. It might be a better idea to play orcs at any opportunity just to cycle through the deck. Yeah, but I don't want to give Zach points. Now the organization phase, I'm going to do another thing, which is I'm going to reorganize my parties. So Fatty and Sam are going off on their own, and Adrazar is going to stay in lockdown Minas Tirith.
And their hazard is only 1.
Oh, I know, yeah, they're little hobbitsies. But the
so
minimum
good.
is 2. You always get 2.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately. Okay, then we can transfer and store items. So Glorfindel and Anborn are hanging out. I'm going to store this Hauberk or Brightmail at Lorien.
All right, tell me about that.
An item may be stored at a haven. Character must still make a corruption check. If you do not fail, the item is placed in the marshal point pile. Stored items may not be retrieved.
And what if you do fail?
I think if I fail, it just doesn't happen. I have to hold on to it. I can't drop it off. Okay. What's a corruption check? Can you find out how to make a corruption check?
Yeah. So a corruption check, before a check is made, untapped characters can tap to add 1.
Okay. Untapped characters can tap.
Corruption points start at 0, but then bottom right of the item, you'll have a number.
1.
So your corruption is a 1.
Hauberk or Brightmail. Corruption 1.
Then you'd roll 2d6. If the result is greater than the corruption points, nothing happens. If the result is equal to or -1 to the corruption points, the character is discarded. If the result is greater than 1, less than the character, it's eliminated. So if you succeed, if it's greater than the corruption points.
It's a 1.
You literally cannot fail in storing that item.
Okay. Well then, character and everything they're carrying is discarded if you fail. Whoa.
Yeah. So if it's equal to or -1, then that's what I was saying. The character is just discarded. But if it's worse than 1 less, so like if the ring is 6, and you're under it by 1, you just get discarded with the ring. If you're under it by 2 or more, your character's gone.
Corrupted forever.
Gone. Yeah.
Like out of the game? Gone?
Bye, Felicia.
Like rip it up?
Out of your rip it up like homing missile.
All right, so we have stored the, not the men. I already
Severin
stored
says
this.
it's just a sheet of armor.
We've scored the Hauberk on or on Lorien there.
Yep. Okay, cool.
4 points. And I didn't, so I could tap characters to make myself easier to
Untapped
not
characters
be
could do +1.
Okay, cool. And then During the organization phase, I can attempt to remove foolish words. I think I'm probably going to try that. Now, can tapped characters not move?
So he won't untap until the start of your next turn.
And tapped characters can't move, right?
No, tapped characters can move. They just can't block, right? They can be assigned to strike. They just can't.
They can't do the not get -3 thing.
When they come in tapped, they get an auto -1 when they're getting attacked. They also obviously can't tap to like play cards and stuff, but yeah, they can totally move.
Okay, they're just weaker. They're exhausted.
Yep.
They're tired.
Being carried on Build a Pony.
Okay. Then I'm going to try this.
Okay. So you basically make a roll, and you're looking for more than 7? Is that what it says?
Yeah, so it says the character may tap to attempt to remove this card, make a roll. If the result is greater than 7, discard the card. It just says make a roll.
Straight up.
Just a roll.
You tap and you get a chance at it. You got to get more than 7.
I don't even get to be bad man Glorfindel
Nope.
and be like,
You just
foolish
got troubling
words,
things
no
in your
way.
mind. 9.
A 9.
Did it. So then it gets discarded.
I got your foolish words right here.
These foolish.
Okay.
Man,
and
look at this deck. We can't call the end of the game till this deck is gone. I feel like we are going to start cruising through a deck pretty quick if it's up to me.
I have an idea about how this works, and I don't know if it's going to work like this.
This is why we're here.
But if I'm going to auto-combine when I get here into a company, right, then I'm going to play this card, Stealth. Tap a scout. It's going to be Sam. No creature hazard can be played on this person's company this turn. Does that make sense? So my hope is I'm gonna roll up to Isengard. You won't be able to play cards during that movement. You can't play creatures. And then I'll get up there and combine with Saruman, and then we'll have a better chance of making it back to Minas Tirith, because I'll have more characters to not get wrecked.
And there's some weird timing stuff there. But I think, Alvaro says that's good thinking.
Play at the end of the organization phase. So I'm at the end of the organization phase.
So their company I can't play creatures on.
That's right.
But I think as an example, if you're moving them here and you're moving them here, they wouldn't combine until the site phase.
Yeah, so this movement
That
would
juncture
be
I could play stuff.
Yeah,
Because
a kill.
and it makes sense thematically because they're on the journey from there hither to thither.
All right, now we got the long event phase.
Morgan, you only need 2 decks to play. The challenge decks, there's the Brick of 10, but a lot of times you can also find them individually. So pick your favorite wizard, buy 2 decks, and you're off to the races.
Okay, so now we're going to play our side cards. So Glorfindel and Anborn.
They're not moving.
They're not moving, but they could.
And the hobbits, you're declaring they're moving to Isengard?
Well, let me make sure they don't want to move. I mean, you know, why would I want to move? Maybe I got...
I just didn't know if you were trying to have a mega party at Isengard.
It
I
might
hear
be-
Saruman throw some bashes.
It might be the best way to do this. I have no idea.
No one
None.
does. I mean, they probably do.
There's nothing in my hand that says I should go here or be there or do that or whatever.
That's what, so like my decision making was essentially like, I knew my deck was trying to test rings. So the first places I went were like, I had the faction in my hand that they could score, so I went to that location. I had the ring that I wanted Arwen to get, so I went to that location. But now like I have another ring that I want to play, and this is the other location, the bandit lair, that would let me do it. So I'm just basically reading the tea leaves of my cards and going to locations based on that.
So I don't need to go to anywhere.
Severin, they're taking the hobbits to Isengard.
All right, so I'm gonna declare 1 movement, and Fatty and Sam are gonna be moving to a face-up location.
You don't have to tell me which one?
I don't think so. No, according to the ye old rule book.
That's fine. I'm glad you're here. I've read that rule book and this guide like 5 times.
But maybe I don't. I don't know if that's
It's
true.
also way easier when we're like functionally putting it in, like doing it.
Yeah.
So you can read it and be like, I get that.
Long event phase. Let me make sure I don't have any long events. I have no long events.
And they're currently here?
They're currently in Minas Tirith, yeah.
Okay, so they're moving here.
They're moving there.
All right.
Movement hazard phase. Okay.
And these guys aren't moving?
They're not moving.
And this guy's not moving?
No.
Okay, so then we each draw 2 cards, right?
Yes. From Minas Tirith, yeah.
Technically, Isengard also has it.
Yeah, then
So
I
you're moving there, so we're triggering the Isengard one.
Balin.
Mm.
You're awesome.
Balin.
He's a sage dwarf. Okay, this is what I needed too. Now I'm
that's such a
starting
good card.
Starting to put my hazard combos together.
All right, good for you. I feel like your deck mentioned about having hazard combos, so that's good.
Okay, if the company, this is your origins in the current site. If there is no new site, no cards are drawn. If the new site is a haven, each player may draw. Otherwise, draw the number of cards indicated on the new site, 2 and 2. Then you play hazards on the company, see below, but you cannot play creature hazards on this company because I am stealthed.
Yep.
Do you have any hazards to play?
Nope.
All right.
Then we discard down, right?
That is right. So we move, and then we discard down to 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then it says, any 2 of your companies at the same site combine. Your company is now considered to be at their new site. Okay, so now Saruman, Fatty, and Sam are all hanging out together. And I could technically put Fatty and Sam under Saruman's influence, and then I could clear up 7
That's right.
points. Should I do that? I don't know. I mean, who knows, you know?
All right, I'm down to 8.
All right, movement complete. Nothing fancy. Now, we go to the site phase. Each of your companies has a site. In order to do anything, you must first enter the site and face all automatic attacks. Okay, so we're going to enter the site.
When they're combined.
We're going to enter the site combined. 3 strikes with 7 prowess. Okay.
Oh, they're saying Saruman has to have his own movement phase? Which really just means, so like I could play key to that?
I've got to move from Isengard to Isengard?
No, you're at Isengard. It was like when I was at the location I stayed at,
Mm-hmm.
and you could play things to the actual,
Oh, just because I'm hanging out.
just because you're hanging out in that
Okay, do
region.
you want to play anything on Saruman?
So technically, if that happens, do you draw 2 and I draw 2?
Oh, probably 2 more, yeah.
I think we each draw. And then
Yeah.
I get a chance to play before they auto-combine during the site phase.
Yes.
So in that case, let me make sure none of these guys apply.
So basically, this movement, draw cards, discard to 8, and then we do the next movement,
Yeah.
Saruman, draw 2 cards, and then discard down to 8.
Well, I get a chance to play stuff.
Yeah.
So you have a hazard minimum of 2, right?
That's right, yeah.
So interesting.
Good luck, Saruman. I mean, you know. No, because you don't move. No drawing. Put them
Okay.
back.
I know that was one.
Now that I know those cards
And
are
that
good.
was one. Okay. Only draw when moving, but I still get a play, right? Is that right?
Does that mean you can play Hazard to Isengard or at Minas Tirith or at Lorien? Lorien not.
So like if he's hanging out, I can play there.
You could probably come try to ambush him.
Only draw when a party is moving.
Okay, good. But
So then-
Aldrich says correct. So you can play here, you can play here, and then you can play
That's
on
a
the
haven,
movement.
so I can't play there. And let me make sure.
Yeah, okay. All other companies after
Okay,
all
great.
movements come
And then
site phase.
after all the movements, is that when we draw, or is that after each movement phase we draw back up? This makes a lot of sense.
Okay, so this move is done, right? Hobbit move is done. Then I can resolve the Minas Tirith, or I can resolve the Isengard next, right?
Yep.
So let's resolve the Minas Tirith. You can play Foresties, Big Tower, site stuff, Circle half towers, and other stuff.
All right, first thing I'm going to do is play an ambusher. It's got the matching icon, min. Makes sense too. They're min. 2 strikes, attacker chooses the defending characters. You only have 1 defending character. So it's 2 strikes of 10, and you're going to be at a -1 because I have a bonus strike. So it's
Okay.
only a single strike, essentially, but it's -1.
So I could go to 0 by staying. Can I go less than 0 on my prowess? That's a good
Adrazar is
question.
not moving. I think it's just it would bottom out at 0.
Okay.
Adrazar is not moving. I just want to make sure I can still play cards keyed to it. I think everyone's saying yes. And then I
Yeah.
draw back up to 8. Okay, cool.
And that's after each move, but this isn't technically a move.
It's the move phase for that character, though. For each company goes through a movement phase. You're
Okay.
deciding not to move,
I'm moving 0, basically.
but things can still attack you wherever you're at because you're not going anywhere.
Okay. Next up, Ambusher. Okay.
So it says Ambusher is only keyed to a region. So that's the region. What can I play keyed to right now?
Actually, hold on. I think I have a good example of this. So these cards, you see how like Orc Lieutenant has little symbols without circles on them?
Mm-hmm.
I think you could only play these symbols because I'm not moving. So you don't use the sight path circles. You use what's in the top left.
But that's where like Ambusher has that icon, right?
It has the icon in a circle though. So that's only if I'm moving to or from those things. If I'm staying at this site, you can only play the non-circled white tower black window.
Because the circle is a free domain. The non-circle is a free hold.
Yeah, so you'd have
So
to
when
play
it's
a free
up here,
hold.
it's not in a circle.
That makes sense to me, yeah.
Okay, well then I'm not playing anything there. Got it.
And then this, it's a good way to cheat there.
Whoosh.
Okay, nothing here.
Mm-hmm.
Movement resolved. Movement with Saruman, Isengard.
And
So
now,
I believe you would only be able to play the top left sight icon. So the half tower without a circle around it on your hazards.
okay, which I can play.
Bring it on.
So let's play this. Cave Drake, I believe. It's got this icon down here without a circle behind it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you did it. Yeah, I think that's right.
Okay, it's a dragon, 2 strikes. Attacker chooses defending characters. It's 2 strikes, so the first one will happen.
You
and
just
that's
like
it.
Cave Drake showing up at Isengard here?
Well, there's caves around there, I
Saruman wasn't
guess.
ready for this.
So it's 2, so you're only going to get hit once. It's a 10, you're a -1, and then you have to decide whether or not you want to tap.
I can't tap because I want that dang old sapling. Can I just die here? Probably.
So to die, you would have to fail a body check.
Of 9, which seems big.
I'm at a 10.
I mean, a 10, so we would roll, and
You'd
how
roll.
would that work?
So the body check would be, you roll 2d6. If the value is greater than your body stat, character is eliminated. So you'd have
that
to
would have
roll
been a
it.
failure.
You would have to roll a 10.
So that would have been a success. Okay. I'd have to roll a 10 on 2 dice. The odds are so low.
But you could also just tap, definitely not die,
Mm.
and then they get there, and you're going to be stuck here anyway.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, at the sight phase, once this is all resolved, I can tap to play a major item at Isengard. If I'm tapped because of the combat, I don't get to do that.
Yeah. Now also, beware to do that. You're going to have to make it through the automatic attack too, right?
Yeah, 3 strikes. Now, but these are all going to go in together.
Better.
They'll all be in the same region, so we can deal with that. Okay, so do we want to? Yeah, let's risk it. No, let's not.
Fortune favors the bold. Oh, Severin says you can use your cram to untap once you're at the site.
Discard to untap Bearer. I could untap Fatty.
You could pass off the thing.
I could give him the, but
But
that's
that's
the
an
next
organization
phase. Yeah,
phase.
yeah, no way. Okay.
But do you have to play whatever you're trying to play on Saruman?
Yes.
Okay.
I think.
Or could you play it on one of your hobbits and then pass it off to him?
I guess I could. He doesn't even need it, technically.
So like,
okay,
as
so
long
we
as
can put
they're
Fatty
there,
in
you're
there.
good. Yeah.
All right, let's just go here then.
I think that's right. So you're at 6. The attack's at a 10. So you roll 2. Looking for a 4. Got it. So you defeat the strike. Oh, and you're -1. So 7 plus 6 is 13. You're still ahead.
13.
It's an auto. That's a dash, so you automatically claim that point.
Claim a point. I got your Cave Drake right here, buddy.
Buddy.
Okay. So movement resolved, movement resolved, movement resolved, movement resolved at Lorien.
Yep.
Nothing's going to happen there.
And I draw back up to 8 because I played a card.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Now everything's here. Now we go to the sight phase, right?
Yep.
Okay. Let's take a look. Okay, I would like to play an item. To play an item, state it is playable at the site. It is. Or the site must state that items of that type are playable. Tap an untapped character in the company at an untapped site and place the item with that character. Okay. Sapling of the White Tree is going to go on Fatty.
There it is. You're going to go plant the tree at Minas Tirith.
We'll tap Fatty. He's got food, so he can untap if he needs to. It's not playable in a shadow hold or a dark hold. Isengard is neither of those. It's got a little window. It can be stored at Minas Tirith, 2 marshalling points if stored at Minas Tirith.
Nice. So it's worth 1.
Boom.
And you have to.
Fatty with the tree. Bobby Hillo got the
No,
Dilla.
before you do that, you have to face the automatic attack, right?
Oh, yeah, I've got to go in there, yeah.
Yeah. So the wolves automatically attack you 3 strikes with 7 prowess.
All right, hold on. And so I'm going to assign strike, 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 right?
Yep. But it's good that you have 3 people because it's only a 7. And if you're already tapped, you just get a -1.
Mm-hmm.
So he'll be at a 5, and all you need is a 7. So he can't take anything. And he's going to be at a 0. So he could take a hit, but he's got a great body.
Yeah, he's also fatty.
Look at that body. But if fatty cancels it, you'll need to use your thing to stand so you can play your item.
Mm-hmm.
Derek asking, did we miss the second Drake strike? So as far as I knew, there's only 1 character at the location that I'm attacking. So the extra strikes get applied as a -1 to his general stat.
That's the way I'm understanding it.
Yep. Keone says we're on it.
So I may as well, if I'm at a -1 anyway.
Dean asking how many games you 2 play. This is our first game. We're learning, and thank goodness for the chat.
Strike, strike, strike.
Okay. Which one do you want to resolve first?
Let's resolve Saruman first.
All right. So it's a 7. You're a -1 because you're tapped. So you need a 2 on this roll.
Got it.
You nailed it.
Second strike, Sam.
Okay, it's
has
a
a
7.
0 to a 7.
So you need a 7 to not have to make a body check.
Now, if you cancel an attack, would you cancel all of these attacks? Like we did with the... How bad are these attacks? The wolves.
I mean,
Worst case scenario, Sam could get wiped here, but I'd
So-
have to roll over a 9 on my body check,
you'd have to roll less than a 7, and then you'd have
over
to
a
roll
9.
more than a 9.
which is
So
possible.
it's 1 out of 2 times 1 out of 4. It's 1 out of 8. It's a 1/8 chance that Sam will get knocked off the
And
table.
then Fatty is less than a 6, and then more than an 8 would body him off the table, right?
6.
Because he's got the 1 still
If you
standing.
tap.
Mm-hmm. All right, hold on then.
If you're going to tap anyway, you just cancel
Let's
it.
just cancel the attack with concealment.
Okay, so you're canceling all 3 of those automatic attacks.
There we go.
All right?
And then I'm going to discard this to untap the bearer. So Cram is up. Now that I'm in the site, now I tap, and I play the sapling of the white tree.
And then to do that, do you have to do anything? You just play
I don't
it?
think so. I think it just says play. There's no checks here that it says.
That makes sense. Yeah.
When
That's
I
right.
plan it, I think I have to do the corruption check.
Brian says scouts are so good.
Saruman's a scout even. Okay, so played an item here at this site.
Yep.
Minas Tirith, I could technically play an item here if I had one or wanted one, which I don't. And Lorien, I could play something here, but I don't have that either. So, no problem.
Okay. What up, Dreadnought from Russia?
Hey, that's an awesome. On the 3rd Skytier stream, I was able to connect with Skytier devs, and now I'm working on a Russian translation.
That's amazing.
Very cool. All right, I'm done with the site phase.
And then to play that, you have to tap Isengard.
Right on, yeah. And then isn't that a problem? Don't I want to leave Saruman here?
I think so.
Because he wants
I
to
think you send the
Palantir.
hobbits over to
He
Minas
wants to
Tirith with the tree.
Palantir. Yeah, he wants to Palantir. Okay, so then we do that, and then we go back to the top.
90s MTG, here for 1990 CCG. It's a shame to say I haven't tried this game. We'll be looking for a starter set on eBay tonight. That's awesome. It's a beautiful game.
All right, back to you.
First thing I'm going to do is untap.
You could just you can't win because your deck's not up.
I have to get rid of my deck. I got to get moving.
So what happens if you're at 27 and I'm at 28 when you run out of deck? Would I win?
So when I run out of deck, if I have more than 25, I can call for the council. And then what would happen is I would finish my turn.
Mm-hmm. Then I would take a turn.
Then you would take your last turn. Then we would go to the free council. And then we have to make corruption checks on all our characters. And then there's a handful of triggers that happen at the end.
Cool.
And then whoever has the most points in that moment wins the game.
Okay, cool.
All right. So I ready everything. Then I get to the organization phase. And
Should I have more than 6 cards?
you should be up to 8.
After movement, I
at
always
the
have
end of
8.
your turn, you can discard 1 and draw back up to 8.
Oh, okay.
So even before that, if you have a card you don't want, you can get rid of 1 and draw.
I should have 7, and then I play the thing. No, because I played the scout and then I did the thing. Okay, so now I can discard 1. Theoden King. Draw up to 8. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Woo!
All right. You ready?
I'm ready.
let's see. Untap, organization phase. So the first thing I'm going to do is Aragorn's going to try to give a ring to Arwen and officially give his hand in marriage here.
That's the organization phase?
Yep.
Okay.
So he wants to pass off the ring.
Transferring items. You may transfer items. Both characters must be in the same company, and the character with the item must make a corruption check. If they don't fail, the item may be moved to another character.
Okay. So I have a 1 corruption on the lesser ring. I'm going to roll 2 dice, so there's no way I can fail. I got a 9, so he successfully passes it over to Arwen. And then now she gets +2 influence, direct influence. She also has Arwen's ability. It says +7 direct influence, only usable against Aragorn. So now Aragorn is not counting against my influence total, his 9. She's controlling him.
Right on.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm, it does.
So
she's now a corruption of 2, because she's got 2 items.
She's got a corruption of 2.
Okay.
Yep. So if she had anything else, I could start failing my corruption checks,
Yeah.
which would be bad. And then let me look at my hand.
Yeah, deadline, no problem. Now, Severin, is the corruption check, it seems like a waste of time if you just can't fail it. So I feel like we're missing something that would cause a failure. Like, is a double 1 always a failure or something?
So the thing about that is
Can I play hazards or something on it?
you can do things that boost it. I also have characters like Boromir is -1 on all his corruption checks.
Mm-hmm.
And I also have items that have more than 1 corruption.
Yeah.
My good stuff is more than 1 corruption.
There are corruption cards. So, like, maybe, is there hazards that would,
Totally.
when you would make a corruption check, things
And you can
happen?
get corruption points on a character. And when you get yeah.
Okay. Okay, I got you.
All right.
I don't have any. And what does this do? This is a weird thing where...
So basically, I can tap it to get an extra hazard, and then I can untap it by spending 2 hazards.
Yeah.
I'm going to... It's time to party. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm at 3. He's controlling these. 4. I'm only at 9. I have 11. 11 direct influence that's not used right now. Now, teach me this, chat. If Aragorn is being controlled by Arwen, does that 3 direct influence, is that unused right now? So later, if he makes an influence check, is that 3 free for him to do his thing?
Probably is.
All right, so I need to decide where everyone's moving. These guys are not moving. That's my declaration here.
Snake Eyes would send Aragorn away there, apparently. Does Snake Eyes always fail? Severin, you said failure was an option. If Snake Eyes would send Aragorn away.
That's terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Severin says, no, lesser ring is just 1 corruption.
Cool.
Got it. Whew. I do have another ring that's a 2, and I assume the 2 is what would make it happen. Because equal to or -1 on the check means that you get discarded.
The corruption check, and you must discard along with any follower cards, non-follower cards he controls.
So like if Arwen failed right now, because she's a 2, she could fail if she had to make a corruption check.
Yeah. Yep.
And corruption's not supposed to be easy.
Yeah.
Like it's supposed to be possible, but not like...
That's not a terribly interesting game if you're just like, I messed it up. The
I
ring's
messed.
gone.
Let's see, what other items do I have? I guess they're going to go to a location. Let me find it in my deck.
These old sprawling CCGs.
Yep. I need a bigger table. Then these guys are going to go somewhere.
We're going to find a way to play this in store. Feel free to explore the space here, too. I've got...
These guys are going to stay, unfortunately.
room.
Okay. So here's what I'm doing. You ready? They're staying, they're moving.
Okay.
That's my organization phase. Then we're going to go to long events. I don't have any long events to play. Then we're going to go to the movement hazard phase.
Mm-hmm.
So the first thing we're going to do is here. So that is literally...
And no movement means no draw.
No draw. So it's ruins and layers without the circle behind it, which is the like torn down castle.
Okay. So I could play a permanent event here.
Yep.
And then does a long event...
And he's not directly controlling anymore. I have the 3 points to spare, so if I need the influence.
So I'm just going to play Doors of Night. Is that
Ooh, that's a fancy card.
Yeah, that's important. Is this an environment? It isn't, is it?
Nope.
So environment, when it is played, and all resource environment cards in play are immediately discarded.
So if I had one out or you had a different one out, it would go
And all
away.
resource environment effects are canceled, cannot be duplicated. So I just got Doors of Night here. It's a forever card.
Unless I get rid of it with
Unless you can
environment.
get rid of it with your own thing.
And I think it's basically representing this nighttime.
Okay. And then Minion Stir is a long event. So if I played that, it would apply to this entire phase, and then it would discard at the start of my next turn at the long
During
event
the long
phase.
event phase. But that's one of your hazard cards that you played.
One of the hazard cards. Okay, I see how this goes then. And then I'll do nothing else.
Okay. So then they're going to face an automatic attack. Min with 3 strikes.
That's only the sight phase, yeah? When they move
Oh, yeah,
in?
so they move.
Yeah.
They're there.
They're there. They stay there.
They're staying there. It's Lorien. They can't do anything about that.
Orien's peaceful.
Aragorn Arwen. Going to Minas Tirith.
But that's where I am.
That's fine.
You could try to like mess with him, right? Influence, or could you not? You could try to take this item. You'd have to have an item to play over him. Yeah.
I think I could somehow try to influence him off the table, but it would be hard.
Okay.
I don't know how that would work.
All right, you're at Minas Tirith, which means if you're going from Bandit's Lair to Minas Tirith, do we need to
No, they were at Lorien. It's literally here.
Oh,
that's what's
Lorien.
printed.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Okay.
So we each draw 2 cards.
Yep. And then I try to mess with you on the way. Okay. And you have 2 people.
Uldric says you can always do that when it's the same side as opposing characters. Yeah. You could influence him off the table.
Oh, wow. You know, you don't want to give people, You've got to set it up, don't you?
I feel like we're like somewhat like toddlers stumbling around. trying
Oh,
to
we're
walk.
exactly like toddlers. Okay, so we could try to annoy you. Let's try to annoy you. First, let's play Bert. Now, everything in my deck is combo based, and I'm just going to be bad at it for a bit.
Yep.
Let me make sure I can play it actually first. I probably can't. No, I cannot. No Bert can be played there.
All right.
But
To the Bat Cave. To the Burt Cave.
okay, I have nothing to play. Nothing to play.
Okay. So I move there. We haven't engaged with it yet, so we'll do that. They're stuck. Okay, so movement phase over. Now we go to the sight phase.
Now we discard, right?
We go down to 8, yep.
Down to 8 or up to 8. 1, 2, 3,
I like
4,
you.
5, 6, 7, 8. Okay.
I'm keeping you, and I'm keeping you, and I'm keeping you.
You can influence him off the table. Okay, so you can influence Adrazar off the table. No orcs with 1 wilderness. No, there's no orcs. I have no orcs. I have 1 orc, but it is only good if they face another orc this turn. So 1 orc is not good enough.
All right. So then now I'm going to use the sight phase, and we're going to resolve the Faramir party at Bandit Lair. So it is a Ruins and Lair.
Ruins and Lair.
Over here. Bandit
Yeah.
Lair.
And so I can only play that thing, right?
Yep.
The broken tower thing. And I can play 2.
Yep.
I get another hazard phase? Are you sure it's not only during the movement? I don't think I get to do that again. I think
Okay,
you
yeah,
just
that's
have to
right.
take
That's
the
right.
auto attacks,
Automatic
yeah.
strikes. So it's Min, 3 strikes, 6 prowess.
Just bandits.
So
So basically 1 and 1, and then a -1 to one of those characters, right?
And I don't know what happens with that strike. If maybe you get a pick.
Yeah, that's actually it's in the sequence. Assigning strikes. Defender chooses which of his untapped characters will be the targets of given strikes. The attacker chooses which other defending characters not yet assigned a strike will be the target of any remaining unassigned strikes corresponding to untapped
Here's what
characters.
I'm gonna do. I'm gonna play a concealment. Tap
Okay.
a scout to cancel an attack against this company. So I'll tap Annalena to cancel the automatic attack.
Okay.
And then now I'm there.
Easy.
So I'm gonna tap Faramir and Bandit Lair to play a beautiful gold ring. Let's actually play it here. So I might corruption. Oh wait, I have to tap it Faramir to do it. So it has to go on Faramir.
Yeah.
So I should have done that inverse. I'll do that. He taps to cancel it with a scout card. He's not a scout.
He's not a scout. He's a ranger.
He's got the beautiful gold ring.
Uh-oh. Faramir with the gold ring is in trouble.
Then we're going to go over to Minas Tirith. And there's no automatic attacks, so that's all good.
Fascinating.
I love this.
Look at all the art, though.
So I'm going to use Minas Tirith and Aragorn. And onto Aragorn, I'm going to play Return of the King.
Okay.
So Return of the King gives him +3 influence, so he's technically got 6. Unique Aragorn only playable in Minas Tirith, and only if Denethor 2 is not in play. Aragorn's direct influence is modified by +3. Keep this card with Aragorn, discard it if he leaves play. So it's worth 3 points, and also he's at 6 unused influence. So he's really good at influencing people and things.
Mm-hmm.
Watch out, Adrazar. Adrazar. And then I'm going to... that's the sight phase. That's all I got.
All right.
And I'm going to draw it.
So then you can discard 1 and draw 1, right? Or discard 1 and draw up to 8?
I couldn't...
the idea?
Yeah. I like my hand. How about that?
Okay. Maximum of 8.
Oh, what? That's awesome.
Okay. There. There. And
Oh my goodness,
there.
that card's
Okay.
so good, Steven.
Woo!
Oh,
Theoden King.
apparently they say no need to tap Aragorn for that card. How does that work? Why is that the case? Because
Does it
it's
say anything?
it's a permanent event. It's not an item.
Oh.
So I
permanent
play it.
event.
Do
Okay.
I even have to tap Minas Tirith for that?
Probably not.
No, it says it doesn't. Because it's a permanent event. So technically, nothing else is playable at Minas Tirith. That's fine.
And so if your Minas Tirith is out, mine would still go to the discard pile if I leave it, yeah?
Yep.
And so I couldn't get back to where you are, basically?
Yep.
Well. I don't want us all to be at Minas Tirith. I feel like that's where shenanigans begin.
Especially with a 6 unused influence Aragorn.
But we're going to do it.
Because I mean, we may as well explore it.
May as well explore it, see how this game actually functions.
I'm going to try to find the influence character.
All right, I'm going to go to my phase here. So we're going to untap everybody.
See you, Alvaro. Thanks for all the help.
End of turn phase, you may tattoo one for your discard pile. At the beginning of your end of turn phase, you can tap Saruman to get a spell.
Stokes' book. Aragorn's going to be like, Adrazar, go to your room.
Spell, spell, spell. I need a spell. There's a ritual. It's not a spell. Okay, so everything's untapped. Then we're going to do the organization phase. So Fatty and Sam are going to be their own party. Saruman is going to be doing his thing.
Hanging out in Isengard.
If
That
he
makes
stays
sense.
at Isengard, does he take these automatic attacks every
Only if
time?
in the sight phase you're trying to... You choose, right?
You choose to either go in and do Isengard or stay outside
You
of
can
it,
just hang out.
basically. Okay.
But I believe I can obviously still play that matches that.
During the movement phase,
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I've got some moves that I want to do.
I like this guy. Ooh. He's brutal.
Okay, movement here.
Severin says, why not move Saruman into it? Is it because you don't want to lose Isengard?
I don't want to lose Isengard because apparently that's important. What does it say? It says...
What up, Alex? We're trying to get marshalling points. These are mine up here that I've captured, which is 5 points worth. These are Steven's, which is 5 points worth. Also, our characters and stuff on the table have marshalling points. We're basically trying to gain influence in Middle-Earth.
So this says, after playing Sapling of the White Tree, tap Saruman to bring in the White Tree from your sideboard. So what does that mean? Here's my sideboard. How do I bring in the White Tree from my sideboard? When does that happen?
let you do it?
Oh my gosh.
You can tap to use a Palantary Bears. At the beginning of your end of turn phase, you can tap Saruman to take 1 spell card from your discard pile to your hand.
This isn't a spell. This is the sideboard section. So I need to be able to get this card into my sideboard.
Because he's a wizard.
Yeah, so how does that work?
So you can literally, as long as you have more than 5 cards in your deck, you can tap Saruman to choose one of those cards and shuffle it into your deck.
And when does that happen?
During your move phase, I believe.
Okay.
Stone's book says Steven can't play the Palantir and Isengard because it's tapped. He has to move away to cycle it back when his deck reshuffles.
Wow, I got to go to all the locations to reshuffle that thing?
Do you reshuffle your site deck when you run out of a regular play deck? I feel like that's something that I saw someone mention.
Okie dokie.
The rules say you can tap a wizard in the organization phase to bring 1 card into your deck.
And this is the organization phase. I'm going to do that. I'm going to tap Saruman to bring the white tree into my deck. It's unique, sage only, playable if my sage and sapling of the white tree, stored or borne by a character, are at Minas Tirith. Discard the sapling. Minas Tirith becomes a haven for the purposes of healing and playing hazards. So I plant the white tree in Minas Tirith.
So, also side note, when you get through your normal deck, your sites shuffle back in.
Okay.
Your sites go back into your site deck.
And that's a permanent event. So, okay.
And that's going to shuffle into your deck.
Yeah. So I need to draw that. I need to get the tree stored at Minas Tirith. Now, can't you screw with stuff that's stored at the same location you're at?
I think stored is
I think once it's stored, it's
gone,
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Chris says, notice white tree needs a sage, so that means Glorfindel or Saruman needs to be there.
Yeah. Okay.
Whew. I feel like the depth here is actually immense. And like you could get so good with a deck and know your site paths.
This was the old style of game where it's just like, well, you can just figure it out. Okay, so there's that. I guess these guys can all move together. If Isengard is kind of worthless to me now, I may as well send them all to Minas Tirith.
Yeah, that's
maybe
where I'm at.
Saruman can mess with Aragorn and cause problems for you.
Saruman versus Aragorn at Minas Tirith sounds like a...
It's like the kind of party I'm going to be a part of. Oh, I can also play a character. How about Theoden King? Under the control of Saruman.
What's his home site?
Edoras.
Can't be here.
I can always play him with a wizard, though, can't I?
At a haven, I think.
At a haven?
I don't know. Ah!
There's so many rules.
The chat's going to... I want to look, but I
think
feel
it
like
is
the
at a
chat's going to
haven.
catch me before I get it.
I think it is at a
Let's try
haven.
it. Has to be a home site or haven.
Homeside or haven? Okay.
But could you play him at a haven like the... Don't you have Lorien out over there?
Yeah, but it's only if the wizard is also at that haven. Does that make sense? You can play them at their home site or at a haven that a wizard is also present at.
Is that correct?
I think that's correct. From various things that I read earlier.
Oldrick says any haven.
Okay. Bring it on.
Even without the wizard? Is that true?
Well, I couldn't do it now because it's too much influence. So I
mean,
want to play him with
You could put
Saruman.
these guys under him.
I could.
So they go away
That's true.
on their influence costs.
Let's do that.
Oldrick says, yep, haven that the wizard is at.
Okay.
That's how you play Theoden.
I guess I'll go ahead and put them under here. Just why not, right?
If you don't need it, then Saruman's influences, unused influence is 10.
Oh, it's 10. So then I can just go wreck stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so this guy is going to go somewhere else.
When your wizard's in play, any character you play has to be at the same site as your wizard.
Yeah.
So it's not even at their home site anymore. It's literally
Yeah.
they have to come in with the wizard, either at a haven or at their home site with the wizard.
And if Adrazar moves from Minas Tirith, even if I'm moving in, does it go away?
If you move in and resolve that movement first,
Yeah.
and then you resolve his movement, Minas Tirith would stay there.
Okay.
You can't have Minas Tirith go away.
No, it cannot happen. Absolutely cannot happen. Okay, he's moving to an open location, one that's currently on the board. These guys are moving to a location currently on the board. These guys are moving to this location. You hip? Hipping with it?
I'm with it. Chris saying we're pro gamers. Wow, very impressive. A lot of people have struggled through this game.
Good, yeah, I am aware of those people. So let's resolve this first. Adversar striking out on his own.
Don't you need to move here first?
Yes. Let's go with these 3 first, moving into Minas Tirith. And that's going to give 2 cards to both.
And we also need to look at the site path.
And the site path from Isengard, which is Gap of Isen to Anorian. Gap of Isen, Anorian. It's going to be a tower and a blank tower.
2 towers, right? Because the Gap of Isen counts as 1?
Does it count as its original destination?
Yeah. So that's...
These 2 towers, and then one of these
Looks
towers.
like Dark Domains. Right?
Yeah.
Is it Dark Domains?
Whatever this half tower is.
The Borderlands?
It's basically these 2.
Borderlands,
And then this thing.
And Free Domains. Borderlands, Free Domains.
Contraband.
Contraband.
And then you can also play anything in the top left, right? The site stuff as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
All right, and this is a 3.
You have a chance. No, it's a 2 because it's a Hobbits. Only 2.
The Hobbits
one.
is... Contraband.
I got a baby no waka.
All right, so let's do this. I'm going to play Ambusher. He's got the little bottom logo there.
Mm-hmm.
Men, 2 strikes, attacker chooses defending characters. That's me.
Okay.
So, let's hit him where it hurts. First strike is going to be on Saruman.
Okay.
So it's a 10.
Mm-hmm.
And you're -1 because you're already tapped. Thanks, Tim. Saying you guys are doing great.
Let's.
Chris says, ouch.
Do you have to assign the strikes first and then resolve them?
Yeah, I think so. So I'm going to assign a strike on Saruman and assign a strike on Fatty Bulger.
Fatty, yeah.
It's a dangerous world out there, Frodo.
All right, let's tap Sam to concealment that.
So you just cancel it.
Cancel the attack. Yeah.
Oh, that's fun.
Can't get ambushed if you're concealed.
All right, then I get my second attack. Cave Worm. It's a 16 prowess Drake. 1 strike. Maybe play key to Redhorn Gate, High Pass, Gap of Isen, which is where you're coming from.
Ah!
Angmar, Gundabad, Grey Mountain, Narrows, Withered, etc., etc. So it's a 16 coming
What?
at you.
So there's no way. So you have to apply it here, and then he did.
No,
Or
he's not dead. You get the body check.
He loses, and then I get a body check. Okay. Because 16 plus 1 is 15, and there's no way to roll 15 on 2 dice, as far as I can tell.
I'm with you.
As far as I can tell.
Stokes' book says, oof.
So wait, what happens to the items if he gets discarded? They get discarded as well?
Mm-hmm.
That's probably me losing then, huh? Because like the whole deck is about the tree. Is there any way that Saruman can make this better? No.
So
Now, what I could do, here, let's do this instead. Since he's so precious, he's the guy that taps to play concealment.
I agree with that.
And then Sam has to be the guy that gets wrecked.
Chris says Fatty is too valuable.
Yeah, Fatty's too valuable. We got it. Fatty's the concealer.
All right,
Okay.
yeah, that's fine. Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
16 coming at Sam. Obviously, you fail the roll because you're only at 1. So you
Failed.
You get a 11. Nice, 12.
12.
So now you make a body check.
Well,
so this is cool.
-3, yeah.
So we get the first body check of the game. You roll 2d6. If the value is greater than your body stat, character is eliminated. So if you roll higher than a 9. 8. And then I think you get wounded.
My body?
Severin says you can save 1 of the items and it goes to another character. If Fatty died, he could pass 1 item to each to one unwounded character.
Okay, that's better. Okay, and then we got the attacks. Body checks. If it fails against a character, is automatically defeated, or if the defender makes a roll and the result is higher than the attack's body. So that's it. Nothing else happens, I don't think.
Severin's saying upside down, Fatty goes.
Okay, so
Not
he's
dead,
wounded?
just wounded. Yeah, it's Sam. So he flips upside down. So then the next time he untaps, he'll be tapped, and the next time he untaps, he'll be regular.
Okay, and the defending player may play resource. If the strike was successful, the target is wounded and must make a body check. If the attack was detainment, the character is tapped, not wounded, and makes no body check. Okay, so he gets wounded, then he makes a body check. He passed, so he is still alive, just injured.
Severin's saying Fatty, not Sam. So we went back quickly. Fatty eventually actually played the concealment, and then Sam is the one that had to take the attack because he was the only ready character.
Okay, so they have successfully moved. Now, I had put him as a separate party. Does he automatically combine?
You said he was.
Right?
You said he was moving.
I said he was moving.
Yeah.
And I stick by that. So now he's moving to Lorien.
A little fandango you got going. The swirl of characters here.
Okay, so these guys are at Minas Tirith. Good for them. And it's tapped. Adjazar is headed to Lorien. So from Minas Tirith to Lorien, we can look at that if you want. That's Anorian to the Wolden foothills. Anorian has the...
Well, you have the... It's nearest haven is Lorien, right?
Yeah.
So then it's the...
Is that always what it is? Okay.
That's the sight path, yeah.
Right.
So then it's those three down there.
Bring it on.
All right, so I have a tree, a half-filled thing, and a not-filled thing. And we draw, right?
Yeah. We draw...
You're going to a haven, so it references the card.
It references the OG. Okay, so 2.
What?
And then at the end of this movement, we drop down. Play one, move with one plane. Oh my gosh.
I want this card.
3, 4.
Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang. All right, so I can play 2 hazards, and I have none that match, so I won't.
Okay. And then do we discard down to 8 now? Okay. 1, 2.
Discard 2. And then your little Isengard is out.
Okay, let's do 1, 1. Get your gang, get your gang, get your gang. I got that Batakawaka. Okay, discard that one. Man, you got to manage both sides of this game. 1, 2,
There's
3,
a lot
4,
going on.
5,
What up, Deleted?
6,
Welcome.
7, 8, 9, 10.
We're 4 hours deep into this learning game.
My gosh. Okay, Theoden, sorry, I just don't have room for you.
You wanted them.
All right, so we've successfully moved to Lorien,
Yep,
and these guys are now going to move by themselves, right?
I think so.
I don't
yeah.
think they auto-combine. So, Glorfindel and Anborn are trying to move to Edholland, another
All right.
haven.
And there's a sight path from Lorien to
Sight
Edholland.
path from Lorien is a whole mess of things that you can play there.
And this is Edhellond. Edholland. All right, tree. I'm going to bring this closer. I'm going to read it down. Wilderness.
Deleted, does the Cosmic Board fit Dragon Shield sleeves? Yes. 100%.
Wilderness, Borderlands, double free domains, Borderlands, Wilderness. But not... So if it has 2 Wilderness on it, is something that keys to 2 trees playable, even though they're not directly together? I assume so.
I think you can play either 1 tree or 2 tree characters.
Infilars.
Why are those trees not next to each other? Is that basically saying like...
I think that's the order of the regions.
Yeah. 100%.
What?
Do you need those?
All right. You're good.
Okay. Anything played?
Nothing.
Okay. They're there. They arrived. How good is that? All movements have been resolved. Do we need to draw for the movement?
I already did that. You can do that.
Okay.
Thanks, Deleted.
And I can discard, and you got to discard down to 8 at this point, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Whew.
Get your gang, get your gang, get your gang.
Good again, good again, good again.
Okay, so now the movement is done. Long events don't matter. Then we go to the sight phase, where I can enter sites and do things. I'm going to enter Minas Tirith. And then I believe that I need to play a... When do I play this? Playable if you're... Okay.
This is crazy.
When do I play permanent events?
During your permanent event phase.
When is that?
Oh, no. That's a long event phase. I don't know when you play permanent events.
Where do I play permanent events?
Get what you can, get what you can, get what you
Is
can.
that maybe
Don't mind me.
play a
Compendium.
card kind of thing? Playing a new site card? No, that's not that.
I have a compendium. Permanent event. The effects of a resource permanent event are immediately implemented. Its effects last till the card is discarded, certain, etc. Nope. You can play permanent events when the card says so.
Okay.
Resources usually say on them when you play them.
Playable.
What up, David?
Okay, so I'm going to do that now that all the movement is resolved. I could technically have done it earlier, I think. The White Tree.
All right. The Return of the King.
Unique sage only. So Saruman is a sage. It is unique. Playable if your sage and sapling of the White Tree stored or borne by a character, which it is, are at Minas Tirith, which they are. Discard the sapling of the White Tree. Minas Tirith becomes a haven for the purposes of healing and playing hazards. And this is now forever here?
Yeah, you score 5 points.
5 points, yeah, it's the dunk. It's the dunkaroo.
Holy macaroni.
And I'm at a haven now.
Chris Davis. Hot dang, beginner's luck.
Does that mean it now can connect to every other haven? The Minas Tirith, or you still
It's just
gotta
still a haven.
mind the map?
So
Okay.
you basically blank this out, and it's a haven.
For the purposes of healing and playing hazards. So you can't play hazards on me as I stay there.
Right.
Not that you could really... Yeah, you could do that anyway.
I could. What up, Slip? Saying morning from Australia again. Loving the timing of these streams. P.S. Didn't know this game existed? Yeah, I know. I've had my eye on it for about a decade, and finally jumped in.
Okay, so now Glorfindel and Amborn are going to go into Edhalon and hang out. Adrazar is going to be at Lorien. And I can't play...
Apparently, at a haven, that's the only way wounded characters can heal.
Ah! When do I do that?
During the organization. During the untapped phase.
Okay, cool. Okay, so that's it. I'm at Havens. I'm making my rounds, and I'm done.
All right, my turn.
Your turn.
Let's pull it back up. Untap. Here we go. Ready to party. Organization phase. Let's see. I need to get places.
Healing. Thank you, guys. How cool is it? For those of you that haven't played this game in a while, is it cool to see it again? I imagine it is. These cards probably bring back a ton of memories.
Can I only play factions during the site phase?
Yeah, it says right here, playing faction. To play a faction, tap a character that's during the site phase.
Okay.
Make an influence attempt.
We're going to do it.
Yeah, this is so cool. I mean, like...
All right, I need to get where I can play this.
This is the CCG, the Star Wars CCG is the same way. This was born almost more out of a role-playing game than it was like a tournament card game like Magic.
100%. I totally agree with that.
It kind of was a gap between both. And we don't do that anymore. The narrative games like Arkham Horror are much closer to that style. But playing sideways next to each other and not really against each other, but kind of against each other is a totally 90s thing.
Emerald.
At a certain point, maybe we're like, we need to record
Can I see the
historical games so that they're not lost. We need to make sure they're all on YouTube.
We're doing it.
Yeah.
Slowly with these throwbacks. Let me
As it
see what
turns
this is
out,
at.
we're just historians.
Do you see Southern Rovanian?
Excuse me while I check the map. Yep.
There it is.
Right
yeah,
there in the middle of
big-
everything, yeah.
Big shiny.
Big, looks like a big plains area.
Okay. And where is Brown's Land? That's pretty close, actually.
Don't you feel like this game would excel as like if you kind of redesigned it a little bit where we were cooperating and we were trying to like, we were moving and doing our own stuff, but we were trying to like achieve an objective against an encounter deck.
Yeah, I think that could be
That would be
possible.
super fun.
So here's
I
a
guess that's
question.
Lord of the Rings, the LCG, but not. It's
Can-
not this.
Can I have
Locations.
a party move from here to here and from here to here?
Yes.
They're both moving there.
Okay.
Do I need to say that?
Yeah, sure.
Or do I say it'll be a revealed one? I don't know.
Can they both move there? Yeah.
I don't know. And then Aragorn, Arwen. So here's the thing. If you play the White Tree, is my Ministerian also a Haven? I think so.
It says, Ministera becomes a haven for the purpose of healing and playing hazards. I think it's a haven.
All right.
It's Christmas time.
They're going to hang out in their kingdom. Nice. So you only discard a location if it's tapped and not a haven.
Mm.
So it
it's
is a
here
haven.
forever.
So your Ministerian can't ever leave now. You can leave and come back.
Now, does it untap or anything? Or
I assume when you play it back, it's not tapped. Like you could leave it, and when you enter it again, it'll come from your location deck ready. Which is super cool.
Oh, so it just goes back to my location place. Oh.
I never thought I would enjoy looking at a map of Middle Earth and seeing where my
Yeah, so you need to say the party is moving to a site currently on the table, and then you decide you resolve them one at a time.
yeah. So this is on the table.
Yeah.
So this is you got it. All right, let's do this. I'm gonna play a Smoke Rings. Bring one resource or character from your sideboard or discard pile into your play deck.
Wow.
I like that. And is a resource any of the red cards?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any of the red cards. Generally the point cards. Mark the Davies, I saw Jihad, Jyhad. I saw that game, but I never played it. I would be super interested. The whole vampire side of things is something I was never into. Now there's Zachariah, but I'm sure there's a lot of insane design space there. Wasn't that a weird, like, political bluffing kind of game?
I need to start playing cards so I can get to the end of the deck. Save that. That's going to happen here.
Yeah, that's true. Stoics book. So, important to note, White Tree says, for the purposes of healing and playing hazards, not it's a haven forever for everything. So it's just about the healing and the hazards.
Noted.
So if I leave, it's gone forever.
All right. So yeah,
Smoke Rings for a faction? Oh, okay, you're saying bring a faction in and score some
I
points?
absolutely put Riders of Rohan in. Chris saying Riders of Rohan. All right, so I'm going to move. You ready to give him a movement phase?
Yeah.
Long events, I don't have any long events. Movement phase, we're going to go. This crew is going to move here.
Okay.
And this is the Bur Widow, Beuhrwidu. And if you look, it is the Southern Rovanian here. And they're moving from the Browns lands, which is here. So it looks like you're going to have a, where is it at? Shadowlands, Forest.
What does Shadowlands look like? Can you point to it on the board?
Shadowlands is that thing, the half-filled circle castle.
Okay. Talk about Shadowlands Forest.
Yeah, and it's like the angle fill.
Okay.
It's this one.
Okay.
Shadowlands, Forest, and it's double Shadowlands and a forest.
Okay. I've got cards. Is it now I play them?
So the first thing that happens is you'll draw 3 and I'll draw 3.
Oh, I drew all of my player cards. Cool. Thanks, deck. Hate you. Now do I play the bad cards?
I just saw an awesome card. Now you play the bad cards. You have 2.
And presumably you're moving these people the same way, but it would be a different site path.
Mario says, ooh, one of the most dangerous paths.
Yeah. I'm just going to dump. I'm going to see what happens, okay? First hazard card. How many? I got 2?
2.
All right. First, 2 or 3 tribes present. Playable on a Shadowland, which you have when you're moving. When played, announce a creature type. For this turn, any hazard creatures of that type don't count against the hazard limit. So I can play as many orcs as I want. Orcs, orcs, orcs.
2 or 3 tribes present. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
More than 2 or 3.
Okay.
Okay. My second hazard is going to be Minion Stir. Number of strikes and prowess of each orc attack is increased by 2 because Doors of Night is in play.
And what kind of cards don't cost you actions now?
Orcs.
Orcs. All right. This
Yeah.
seems bad.
So orc attacks are increased by 2, and the prowess is increased by 1.
You ever feel like these guys are about to get trounced?
Yeah. Maybe I should have saved it for Gandalf and just tried to take him off the
They're,
table. and
they're
win the
way
game.
better fighters, though.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, well, let's start out with the theme here.
Okay.
Orc Watch. 9 prowess goes to a 10 because of Minion Stir, and 3 strikes, and then the number of strikes increased by 2, so it's 5 strikes at 10 prowess.
Okay. So, obviously, Faramir gets one, and Alina gets one. I'm going to play a dodge. Target character does not tap against 1 strike unless he's wounded. If I'm wounded, then I tap. If wounded by a strike, his body is modified by -1 for the body check.
Okay.
So he doesn't tap to defend.
Yeah.
So he's going to be at a 5 to the 9. So I need a 4.
Well, there's a bunch of -1s, right? So there's 5 strikes coming in. So 2 and then a -3 to something.
Well, it's 2. You get to -3 in any way you want.
Yeah. So I could do like -1, -2, or whatever.
I'm doing Faramir first.
Yeah, -3 to Faramir.
All right, so he's at a 2, and he needs a 7 to be okay.
GLHF.
2. So he's going to make a body check.
He's immediately wounded.
He's wounded. And he's going to make a body check. He's got a body of 8, so I roll. If
Yeah.
I roll higher than an 8, he's gone.
He's gone.
4.
He's in.
All right. So then the other strike is going to go here. She's going to tap. So it'll be 3 to the 9, so I need a 6.
3 to the 10.
3 to 10.
Minions are stirring.
All right. So I need 7. 5. So she'll also make a body check.
Woo!
If I roll higher than an 8, she's gone. 7.
Woo! Okay.
Yikes. Okay, to round on the body check, you're the one that rolls. Good to know. Doesn't matter, but you get it.
Okay, so I roll the body. Yeah. So I try to body you. Next up is the Orc Warband.
This could be... Okay, 4.
7 strikes at +3 prowess because I have already played an orc attack, and it's +2 because they're also orcs.
So it's a 9.
So it's 8 prowess, excuse me, a +1. So 8 prowess and 7 strikes.
So they each get 1, you get a -5.
Yeah.
And they're also default -2.
So -3, -2, 0 them all out.
So they're zeros, and you're at an 8.
4, 5, 7, 8, yeah.
So we'll go Faramir first.
Woo! Faramir, the hero.
Annalena,
7.
missed. So now she
Missed.
makes a body check.
Here's the body. So I got to
Get
roll
it.
over an 8.
Over an 8.
Ah,
7. Oh,
7.
man. Oh, wait. +2 prowess and +2 strikes because of Doors of Night?
Just +1. It just says +1. So number of strikes and prowess of each orc control attack are increased by 1, but 2 for orc attacks. Oh, orc attacks. 2 for all of it. I thought it was just the strikes. Attacks and strikes are the same in my head.
So you hit anyway.
So we hit,
the
yeah.
body failed
Yeah.
on both. Okay.
And then last but not least, an orc guard is going to be a 10 prowess with 7 strikes.
So you get 0 them out again.
0 them all out, yeah.
All right, and I got to roll a 10 or better. This is Faramir. 6.
Didn't.
He'll do a body check. Go ahead. Higher than an 8.
Getting bodied. Ah!
And then the same here, 10 or higher. 11,
Oh, a
yeah!
hero she is.
Man, but it's cool. That's exactly what your deck said it was going to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
Throw so many attacks at me that they're likely to hit. I mean, look, I have 2 literally tapped completely characters.
Wait, check the rule for second body check. Okay, second body check.
Didn't know there was such a thing.
All right. Well,
What about first
got to
breakfast?
check the rule.
Its body is lowered by 1.
Okay.
But I don't think that would have mattered. Would that have discarded anybody? I don't think we were ever... It wasn't ever tied.
You may have been at -1, or you may have been like 1 on it. Wait, it doesn't say anything about that.
This is the problem with 40 pages of rules. Stokes book says thinks it's still fine.
The result is greater than the strike's prowess, the strike fails, right? If the result is equal to the strike's prowess, nothing happens. If the strike was successful, the target is wounded and must make a body check. If the attack was detainment, the character is tapped, not wounded, and makes no... Okay. If a strike against the character is successful, the character must make a body check. The attacker makes a roll. If it's greater than the character's body eliminated, it's defeated if the body check fails.
So it's -1 on the second body check, like if they're double body checking.
It's -1 every time you make an additional body check during combat.
I don't know if it's. I don't know if it's cumulative. What up, Garth?
It doesn't say anything about that in this book. Nothing at all. Was that a fancy new rule?
I have no idea.
Let's find out if there's any.
Ingy says, yeah, rolls were high enough. But is it high enough to get rid of my characters, or high enough that it didn't matter? Chris says the +1 to body checks happens once.
Okay, cool. Then I think we're fine.
We're going to carry on, but we will pay attention to that in the future. Okay, so then this movement's going to happen.
You know what's interesting now, if you want to go in here, you're still going to have to do a troll. 1 strike with 10 power.
I'm definitely not doing that yet.
Because you're wounded.
Yeah.
And you're not going to heal till you get back to a haven.
Apparently it's under defeating an attack. And this location is going to go away because they've exhausted
Defeating an attack.
So then these 3 are going to mosey on over to the same location. And I'm using the... Oh, wait.
It's not under there. Okay. Multiple attacks. Each must be defeated in order for the defender.
Stokes book says, yeah, I think they did those right. That's what those zeroed out meant. Yeah, we applied the extra strikes as basically making me get to 0. I was -2 because I was
Can you go
wounded.
to minus, though?
I don't think so.
That's the question.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. Their effective prowess was 0.
Yeah.
Is what we were banking on. That's making everyone make it a lot more sense.
All right, nothing weird body check-wise, so...
All right.
That's just
we
a
good.
rule that's floating in the darkness.
I think the minus that they were saying from when we were wounded is when I already applied the -2.
Okay.
Because I'm wounded. It's -1 if you're tapped, -2 if you're wounded.
To the body check as well?
To the prowess check. I don't know about the body check.
Yeah, the body check's a weird one. Can you get below 0?
If so, then you dogpile on Faramir. Garth, thanks for the concern. It says concerned about tornadoes in Oklahoma. It's almost like earthquakes in California, where like they affect a very small portion of people. I've been living here my whole life and never actually been truly affected by it. But it's a terrifying act of nature that like obviously is notable.
So after all the movement, do we always end at 8 cards?
Yes. You either draw back up or discard down.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
I have to discard 1.
7, 8. Okay.
Don't mind me.
So that was your first movement.
That was that movement. Now they're moving to the same place, but it's this series of things. 3.
We draw
4,
3 again?
Draw 3, 4 wilderness, and a Borderlands.
Cool. This is hilarious.
Cool. All right. What you got for me? I got plans. Stands.
All right, hold on. Non-wizard, non-ring wraith character in a company with 3 or fewer characters. Do you have 3 or fewer characters here? Yes.
Well, yeah, this movement, yes, but once they're here, they're going to combine.
Right.
I feel like you're hitting your good stuff.
I mean, I think this is when I play this. I'm going to play I can play up to 3 cards.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got 2 trees.
4 trees if you want them. What up, Andrew? I think challenge decks are a really good way to get into the game. It's very cost effective, especially if you're only buying 2. But there's a brick of all 10. I happen to get a good deal on them, which is why I have them. But they're just ready to play decks that are kind of evenly matched, so I think it's good.
Okay. Let's do this, man. Let's throw a... Let's throw a Tom at you. Tom the Troll, 13 prowess.
Okay, read it to me.
Basically 1 strike, and then if you faced other named trolls, it gets better, which you have not.
Okay. I'm going to play Dark Quarrels. Cancel 1 attack by orcs, trolls, or men. Woo!
Okay.
He gone.
Then I'll play Choking... Nope. Alone and Unadvised. Corruption. Playable on a non-wizard, non-ring wraith character in a company with 3 or fewer characters.
Okay.
I'm going to play it on Boromir. Target character makes a corruption check at the end of his movement/hazard phase for each region he moved through. All of his corruption checks are modified by adding the number of characters in his company. During his organization phase, you may tap to remove the card, or if you're ever in a party of 4 or more, it automatically goes away.
So once he combines, it will go away.
So you're going to get +2 because you have an extra in your party.
So he's at -1, and then he'll get -3.
No, the characters are good. The number of places he moves through are bad.
It's 5.
He moved through 5
That's
regions.
to get there, yeah, 5.
Woo!
So he's a -6, but +3 because there's 3 characters?
Yeah.
So he's a -3 on a corruption check.
On a corruption check. That's right. All right, let's make a corruption check. Let's read up on that, right? Is it just you're trying to get higher than a 3, right?
Untapped characters can tap to add +1. Corruption starts at 0. I'm at a -3, roll 2d6. So I take 3 off of my roll. If the result is greater than my corruption points, nothing happens.
All of his corruption are modified by adding the number of characters in his company. So he counts himself for that, right?
Yeah.
So he's 3. Okay, so it's -3 is the total. You can kneel things to give him +1. So if you kneel 2 things, he can't be corrupted. Does that make sense? Oh wait, that may be 2. That may be true. Makes a corruption check at the end of his movement for each region he moved through. So it's not a minus, it's that many checks.
So I get 5 checks. And if Chris is saying if I roll a 3, I'm fine. Because I'm a -3. All my stats included, right? So I would have to be, whatever I roll -3, if it dips me below 0 is when I get corrupted.
Yeah, make a corruption check at the end of the movement for each region you moved through. Does that mean you make 5 corruption checks?
Because Buhrwidu, Buhrwidu, has 5 of those little region icons.
Mm-hmm. But if all those corruption checks are at -1, you can't possibly fail any of them. Right?
Well, if I get Snake Eyes.
Snake Eyes always fails?
No, because all the stats added up, I'm at a -3.
Well, but we're talking about it's different. You're not getting minuses for every location you're moving through. You're rolling for every location you move through. Right? So if you're rolling for every location you move through, and it starts at 0, and you get -1 for Boromir's ability, you would need to roll a 2 or higher on all of your rolls. So you would pass all of them automatically, I reckon. -1 on Boromir card, +3 on Alone and Unadvised, so rolling 3 is okay, yeah. Corruption points on the bottom right. Oh, 4.
Yeah. So it's 4 minus...
Your roll is going to be -1.
I'm kind of backwards on what the -1 means, I think.
That's good. That's a good point, yeah.
So Boromir, I think, is bad at corruption checks.
He should be corruptible, right?
I'm just trying to figure out what's the value I'm trying to get past.
So you roll the dice, you subtract
Here
1 from it,
I'm trying to get past
beat
the 4.
Yeah.
But I'm -1.
Mm-hmm.
But that is easier.
No, you apply -1 to what you roll. So it's going to make your number lower, which is going to make it easier to get under 4.
And if I'm under 4, but I add my party.
Mm-hmm. So +3 -1, so you're adding 2. So this this essentially.
So as long as
becomes
I get a
2.
3, I get ahead of the 4.
Yeah.
But
So
I
you
have
got
to
to
do
try
that.
that 5 times. 5 times, got to get a 2.
Man, that was a lot.
So
My question is how many
3.
regions? It seems like it should be 5 times, right?
5 times. Unless some regions might have multiple. Look at the map. To the map. Where'd you come from? What location did you come from?
Lorien, which is
okay. Is
Walden
Foothills. And then you're going where? To the Burwidu.
Chris says this is basically the most complicated corruption card in the game.
Okay, that's fine. We're not scared of it. Where in the world are you going? What does that say there?
Southern Rovan.
Okay. So you're starting at the Wold. So you only go 1, 2, 3.
But there's only does it? Yeah. Okay. So 3. So
3
3
checks.
times. And if I get Snake Eyes, he goes off the board.
Using
Oh my
sight
God.
paths. You should be. 5 rolls, says Chris. 2 regions, says Marius.
I'm gonna go with 5. Let's just roll 5 times, and if I get less than I have to get Snake Eyes, right?
I think you'd only roll 2, because it just says you go through 2 regions, right? For each region you moved through 2 regions, because we're not going to count the one you were at, and we're not going to count the one you went to. It's just got to be 2 regions, yeah.
The movement was from Lorien.
Yeah, Chris, it was from Lorien. So I think if we just use like the region rules, you would move through 2 regions to get there. Brownlands, Daggerlad, Southern Rovanian.
You still count the first region and the Indian region.
Okay, that's 4 then.
So 4.
Yeah, I love it. It's like nobody actually knows. 1995. I think it's 4. The map tells me it's 4. And how could the map go wrong? I
4.
think it's 4.
All right, here we go.
Let's go 4.
Anything with Snake Eyes, baby. Boromir, I believe. Woo! I saw that 1. It was a 5.
1,
2.
2. Oh my
3.
God.
I got a 1 and a 3. Here it is.
Corrupt Boromir.
Got it. Woo! All right. So that's permanent, though, right? Oh, it attaches to him. How miserable. But then at the end of the movement phase, I'm going to be in a group of 5, so it's going to fade away. That's a horribly bad card.
Yeah. But as long as you combine with those people, it goes away.
Yeah. So that is the first hazard card.
You canceled the troll, and then that's the second hazard card.
Okay.
And I could play one more. I don't have one to play.
All right. So this is going to go away. Thank you. Lorien's going to go back to the deck.
I might.
Oh, no. Forlon's there. Forlong. Now,
Maybe I'm supposed to play
can my
this.
wounded characters down here in this party of 5 now, are they stay wounded until I get back to a haven? Is
I
that
think they got
correct?
to get back to a haven. They're at -2 checks until they get back. They're wounded. They're scared. Yeah, so we kind of have to decide if we're going to... Okay. We kind of have to decide a reason. Starter movement, which would be 5, or
We
like
keep going back and
advanced
forth,
movement
yeah.
of 4. That's
All right.
fine.
All right.
I say we're advanced rules now.
Man, dude, I have some art on these cards that are... Just look at the art. Don't look at the
5,
cards.
6, 7, 8. And I've got to discard... Ooh, those look awesome. And you've got to discard down
I
to...
did it. Searching Eye is one of the pieces of art that I liked.
Okay. Nothing like you just playing next to each other. It's like kind of nice.
Yeah. You're not... Until it gets dirty. I feel like at some point...
If we knew what we were doing, we'd be messing with each other a little bit.
We're both at Minas Tirith. I
Yeah.
know something could happen there.
Saruman's got to be able to do something to Aragorn here. I think I can try to influence you off the board.
The score, I'm at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
2,
13,
3, 4, 5, 6.
18,
And you don't count. Yeah, this doesn't count.
19.
6.
I think I'm at 19.
11,
gonna actually do
12,
this.
13, 14. I think I'm at 16.
I'm gonna do this. 5. Can you guys see that? 5 here, and then I've got
I'm
2,
at 10
3,
here.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
10,
16.
3, 4, 5, 6. I'm at 16.
So I'm at 21 total.
And 20 to win a standard game, 25 in a tournament. And then you can't win until the council's called at the end of the deck, right?
Right.
So if you get ahead, you might want to be ditching as many
That's what I'm
cards as
trying to get.
possible.
Look
Yeah.
at, I'm several points ahead, so I'm trying to end this thing. That's why I move in. I went to the place where we draw 3. Like, I'm just like, churn and burn, baby.
Yeah.
So then I have to decide if I want to go in and take on the troll. I don't. No, I do. Nothing's going to change. Nothing's going to change my mind. All right. So then we're going to get to the site phase. How about that?
Okay.
Aragorn, Arwen.
Aragorn and Arwen.
Here.
They're going from Minas Tirith somewhere.
They're not going anywhere.
They're not
I'm
going
in
anywhere.
the site phase. I'm
Okay.
in the, like, let's do this phase.
So you're starting site phase here.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm going to play the Tower Guard of Minas Tirith. Unique, playable at Minas Tirith. In the influence check is greater than 7. So I have unused influence of 6. So I think I'm any roll, basically.
Influence check. Is this a faction you're playing?
Tower
Yeah,
Guard
it's
of
a
Minas
faction.
Tirith. Yep.
Tap one character in the company, make an influence attempt, roll the dice, add unused direct influence, and any modification for the character's race.
So I've got 6. And then Dunedain gets +1, so 7.
7.
Plus I
Okay.
roll.
Yeah.
So 10, 17, and I
If
need
the
a
result
7.
is higher, put it into your MP pile and tap the site.
All right, so I get +2. And tap. Woo! 23 is the total currently. Your face, holy! All right. And then that is their site phase. Then we're going to go to this site phase. You ready for this bad boy?
I'm ready.
I'm going to do the automatic attack troll. 1 strike with 10 prowess. Let me look. I'm going to play dodge. Target character. You good on this?
What's happening?
Here, automatic attack troll. 1 strike with 10 prowess. I don't think you can do anything, but maybe you can.
Yeah, you're good.
Target character doesn't tap to block the strike, so I'm going to block with Boromir. He's a 6, doing the 10. So
And do the parties have to make separate checks? Like, does this one have to enter and then this one has to enter?
they both moved
They
here,
moved and they combined?
and it was separate. You did. That's the 2 things that
Okay.
you did. And then once we're past the movement phase, at the end of the movement phase, they automatically combine.
Oh, Minion Stir is still in play. It's a long event.
It's your discard pile, I think, over there.
Oh, right. So I could continue to play orcs for free everywhere. I thought it
That's
was-
awesome.
So this Tom was actually worse. That's why you canceled it, so it won't matter. Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I'm glad we finally got a long event in here.
So then you're just going to dodge it.
Well, this troll attack, I'm dodging,
Mm-hmm.
which means I can block without tapping.
Oh, but you still have a thing.
This isn't hazard phase.
No, but I have a thing that's for this. Let's do this as well. Choking Shadows. It says modify the prowess of 1 automatic attack at a Ruins and Lairs site by +2.
Okay, so now it's a 12.
Troll is what normally?
1 strike with 10 prowess.
10 plus troll attacks are increased by 1.
So 11.
12, 13.
13 to my 6, so I need a 7.
You need a 7. You won't get it though. You're about to get bodied.
9. He did it. We did it. All right, so then I get past that, and now I can... This is a really cool location. So it's Bur Widow, B-U-H-R-W-I-D-U. Ton of site path.
Mm-hmm.
Draw 3 cards. But
Once you're there.
the special is this site is always return to the location deck, never to discard pile.
Cool. So you want to just go treasure
You can always
hunt,
just go,
basically.
yeah. So now I can tap to play a minor item and tap to play a major item. And I will tap.
Oh, yeah, Stoic Spec, that makes sense. That's the kind of event you would play on guard. the Choking Shadows. Like before you go in there, I would have done that, and then I flip it up. Okay.
This is not the best place to play it, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to tap Gandalf to give him Glamdring, his sword. He gets +3 prowess to a maximum of 8, so he's going to be at an 8. But it's a 9 against orcs.
Yeah. He's going to kill some orcs. Seems good.
He's got the orcs. And it's worth 2 points. So look at this. Guess who just cruised his way all the way to 25. Now, is there anything weird about when I get to 25? Can I call the council? Can I dance? Can I party?
Weird.
So that's that sight phase.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to sight phase here. Nothing happens. It's Lorien.
Yeah, it's Lorien. You're safe.
Then I'll... Not ready. That's not yet. I'm used to that. And that's tapped. End of the sight phase happens. I need to fully exhaust my deck to be able to do that. Okay, cool. I'm on a mission. Then I can discard a card and drop to 8. So
what are your parties right now?
This 5 and these 2.
And is Aragorn under Arwen? Right? Didn't she do that to...
Well, so this is under. Let me see. 1.
You passed the ring to
0,
her, yeah, to give her +2.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, she's... They're separate.
They're separate. Okay.
Yeah. Because I don't need to be tag along. I don't want to get rid of him if you get rid of her.
What's she at?
There's this many cards left in my deck.
Is she...
This is how many are gone.
What about these people?
They are wounded with them.
No parties?
They're together.
Are they under... Who's under Gandalf is the question.
This is under Gandalf.
And then is she under
She's
here?
under him. Yep.
Does he have a plus somehow?
He has a +2 with that elf stone.
Okay. So
Yep.
he's covering her. Okay.
So it's like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Okay.
he basically wipes this out. This is a 5, 6, 9, 18.
Makes sense.
And that's the end of my turn. I'm going to discard... Did I discard a card? No. I'm going to keep. Does it even matter?
Here it is. Follower. Okay. Either modification. Either the target's money, the character.
So many good items in this deck.
This is so funny. Oh my gosh. Are you done with your turn?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
I can move this out of the way.
So
untap.
untap.
Then you're going to do organization. Then we're going to get rid of your long events, so they won't affect
Okay.
you.
Everything's untapped. Then we get rid of the long event. Then when does healing happen? Is that in the organization phase?
Organization phase, yep.
And do I just naturally...
No, healing is during the untap phase.
Right.
So they
Heal
turn
any
to the
wounded
tap phase.
characters you have at a haven. They move from wounded to tapped. Okay. Because this is Minas Tirith, because I played the white tree. Untap your non-character, non-side card. Sites do not untap. Okay, then the organization phase. I can play a character. I can reorganize my companies. I can transfer items. And then I can play site cards. And then the long event would go away. Okay. So if I move... Okay, so I've got to get to...
My. There's some fun stuff about to happen.
I'm gonna
Thanks, Chris.
click here.
I know, right? Stokesbook says, when's the second game? I thought we were going to get to 2 today,
There's
but
no way.
we're not even close. I know the second game would go significantly faster.
And then...
Future Throwback Thursday.
What about this one? Londgullen. I see. So I'm supposed to get over there.
So if your character fails a corruption check at the end of the game and their items go away, do you count those items for your points or not? I'm curious.
I imagine you wouldn't. Okay.
Yeah, I assume if we play again, I'll also have adjusted some decks. I have a few other cards. Brian saying, second game, definitely tell us when. I don't want to miss it. I would expect it if it happens to be on a Thursday. If the isolation goes on long enough and we're doing content, I'd love to revisit this.
Okay, so we're going to go here.
Yeah, if you fail a corruption check at the end of the game or any time, the items go away.
That's absolutely hilarious.
Bad.
Okay, so this company is moving to a location, and I think these guys
That
are
guy's
staying.
moving to a location on the board?
Yes. Let me come back to it. I'll plan it. Doing that, and then I guess these guys are staying, man.
You need a break?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to break real quick.
I'm going to chat with the chat. Whew, this has been crazy. There's a lot.
Story.
I feel like it's such an exercise in just functionally achieving the game. That's what we were talking about with the Star Wars CCG and earning games on the podcast episode a couple months back. And it's a weird line of like, I'm okay with complexity in some games and not in others. And I think as long as the choices aren't complex and I understand how they're contributing to my end game, like this whole game, even though we're having to figure out how body checks work and how influence checks works and how movement works, every time I'm doing something, I have a general idea of how it's contributing. And I think the proverbial dopamine chemical hit from achieving it is immediate. Like I've been collecting points the whole game. I feel like pretty reasonably I'm collecting points here and playing items and stuff, but it's just the actual like literal execution that is a little granular and you have to kind of wade your way through it. I feel the same way about Star Wars CCG, where like I understand how I'm getting closer or further away from my win condition. But anytime those decisions are not clearly benefiting or hurting my position on the board is when I think I get kind of lost in the complexity and don't like it as much. Broken, I've never heard of Warlord Saga. We're kind of looking at everything. We're going through all the stuff we already have and own because obviously we either have an interest in it, have already played it, know what it means, or it's just accessible to us. But we're probably at least 3 or 4 weeks away from a throwback where we are using a game we don't already have that we haven't already visited on the camera.
Okay. I don't know what to do with these hobbits. Let me see if my guide gives me any advice. Find themselves in Gondor, can recruit factions.
Dreadnought, this game definitely is a lot. But if you like complex games, I mean, this is hitting all the boxes.
So can you just attack Saruman and try to kill him
Yeah.
with Aragorn?
I don't think I can attack. I could try to influence you.
There's like a company versus company rule, right?
But you're the 10. I think that's when you're playing the Nazgul, specifically. You have 10 unused influence, though. So for me to influence you is
nearly
like
impossible.
Ridiculous.
Okay.
Chris says Saruman needs to bring in MP cards from the sideboard.
Mm-hmm. Wizard General. On the hazard end, your sideboard has the potential of destroying a wizard opponent's general influence. This makes your opponent vulnerable to muster disperses and to your influence attempts against his marshalling point sources.
Zovni, I didn't know there was a Dune CCG. I would love to play that.
I would too.
We'll see. Well, I'll look into that. I'm getting the Dune feels for the... I can't say his name. I'm not going to try to say the director's name. You know it. We know it. The guy directing Dune. But I'd definitely be willing to check that out.
I see.
Combat between companies only, minion versus hero.
Okay, so this is interesting. So when Saruman comes in, you're supposed to tap him to bring Vanishment, Wizard's Laughter, and Wizard Uncloaked from sideboard to discard pile, and then you tap him to bring them from discard pile to hand. So that's the way that he's supposed to work.
Whoa. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, he can get those things out of his thing.
That?
So you just got to know what you're doing with your sideboard.
Yeah, because he can literally tap in your organization phase to put 5 cards from your sideboard into your discard pile.
Mm-hmm.
You just dump your spells there.
Can you do that over and over and over again?
Every organization phase.
Whew.
But then he can tap at the end of the round as well to just grab one of the spells to hand. That's super good.
Well, I've got plans, man. I'm just going to see what happens. Fatty and Sam are going to form a new party.
Okay.
They're going to move. So I'm looking at 8, 19, 11, 12, 14, 18, influence still. Moving.
And they're all moving to sites on the board.
Not moving. Yes.
Okay. Then you get a long event phase. Your long events go away.
They're gone.
All right. Then you get to the movement phase. So who's moving first?
Let's go. Let's start with Fatty and Sam.
Ooh, so good.
Now, if they go here, they can't then move with Adrazar, right?
I think it's the auto form after the movement phase, like at the end of the movement phase. So he would move first if he's declaring his moving.
Okay. Okay.
David Vegel says, playing all these old games, is the design bug hitting you at all? Not really.
All right, so let's
It's
just
a lot of work.
let's start with the thing that's confusing. Not confusing, but different. So
Oh,
let's
you're
go.
going to the sea.
Pellegrier, Glorfindel, and Anborn are going to go to the sea.
All right. And we
So,
got a wilderness,
Enfilos to Lebanon.
borderlands, free domains, and freeholds.
All right, you're on it, right? Actually, this will resolve, yeah. It'll be that exact thing because it's the nearest. It's Edholon to this. So starter rules and other ones would be the same, would they not?
I think so.
Am I wrong?
Okay, and then we draw 2 cards, right?
Draw 2 cards. Where's my Palantir?
It's so close. Is it in your sideboard?
Maybe.
I think it's in your sideboard.
I think it says if you have the Palantir, then you're supposed to bring a line Palantir in, but I have not seen it yet in my deck. I'm sure it's in my deck.
It's
like
unique,
the,
so it's a one of.
It's like the saplings.
I think cycling is super important because you got to get through your deck to get all the specific cards you're trying to play out.
Yeah. All right, Pellegrier, and you
All
have
right.
2 hazards you can play. I love the art on Pellegrier.
All right, let's do
Oh,
this. First things first, let's play Lure of Expedience. Corruption. Playable on a non-ring wraith, non-wizard, non-hobbit character. Target character receives 2 corruption points and makes a corruption check each time a character in his company gains an item, including a ring special item. During his organization phase, the character may attempt to remove this card. Opponent makes a roll. If the result's greater than 5, discard this card. So I'm going to put this on Glorfindel.
Glorfindel, he's got 2
Glorfindel.
corruption points.
Yep.
Okay, so now he can tank a corruption roll.
Watch out if I try to end the game on you.
Yeah.
All right, then I get another one, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to play an ambusher. I got this. Oh, wait. No. Yep, they're both there. Hey, the icons are both there. Min, 2 strikes.
Only
Attacker.
one of them has to be there, I think, yeah?
No, it's because they're together.
What?
Right?
No, I think so. I think just one of them has to. They can play at either one of these.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Min, 2 strikes. Attacker chooses defending character. So it's 2 strikes to your characters. It's a 10. Yep, thanks, Chris. 1 icon. Chris says, better to have easily played the white tree like you did than play the Palantir.
That would have been good. Okay. So what you're saying is,
Just saying there's a chance.
and then if I'm looking to do the, I need to make sure, play, I'm going to make influence. Okay, what's the number I'm looking for? 10?
10.
Huh. Ten on 2 dice? That's not good.
Well, you would add 8 if you tap, or 5 if you don't tap.
Yeah, Glorfindel's no problem. He can do whatever he wants. I'll tap Glorfindel. That's fine. So 8 on a 10?
Mm-hmm.
Can't miss.
Swoosh. This is
And
the
then
real test.
Anborn's going to dodge. Don't tap against a strike. So 2. So I've got to get an 8 or higher. Do I have to meet it or exceed it? I think meet it cancels it. If I exceed it, I get the point.
Yep.
So I need...
Well, you'd have to... You did the first one. Yeah, if you exceed it, you would get the point.
Yeah. So 8 or higher. No, a 6. Okay, so now I'm wounded.
Yep, and you get that body check.
6 plus 2
Now
is
I roll
8.
it.
Now you roll the body check.
Give me a 9.
You got to get a 9 or higher.
No points, though, on the line. 7.
7.
You're just wounded.
Now I can't tap if I'm wounded, though.
That's right.
Ugh. It's my whole plan.
You can just wait till next round.
Well, no, I've got to go back to a haven to heal.
Well, he's gonna ready.
Yeah, but he's got the +2, trying to play the min of whatever faction.
You could probably still get it down.
Then Adrazar is going to go to Edholland,
And you discard down to 8 of your.
Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So you have 8?
Yeah, I've got 8. So
Okay.
nothing there.
What's
Going to
the site
Adrazar.
path?
Site path from Lorien is all of these symbols.
Okay, and I think we have to draw as 2 cards.
Mm-hmm.
Let me read this. This is Edhelland, and I can play you.
What is this other wizard doing in here? Can you actually get another wizard in the game?
So if you choose, like, we both can have Saruman in play. So like if I play Saruman first, then you can go get that card and do your dance.
Okay.
Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna play here, right? Against Homie.
Yeah.
Sell swords between charters. It's a min with 2 strikes at 11 prowess. So it's 1 strike and you're at -1 because you only have 1 character.
-1. My body's nothing. Okay. Let's tap to maintain my 3. So 3 versus 11, -1. So I'm at 2 versus an 11.
Need
I need
a
9 or higher. Oh!
Nailed it.
Nothing but net.
Oh, and you get the point.
Ha! Way to go, Adrazar. You are such a stud. Consider it defeated. All right, so we made it safely. Any more hazards?
Nope.
Discard down to 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This one. And then Fatty and Sam are going to Lorien. From Minas Tirith to Lorien.
All right, so 2 cards.
Did he tap for a reason? He must have.
He was injured.
Yeah, he was injured, yeah. And region maps, this is probably correct, right? From Lorien to Minas Tirith back to Lorien.
Yeah.
Would be these 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on that, Chris. My whole plan is about Arwen right now.
All right, I don't have anything to play.
All right, they make it.
Shouldn't have told me that.
Yeah, right. Then we go at the end of the movement phase. Make sure you have 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then we go to the site phase. Let's start with Saruman, the thing that I'm most interested in. I'm going to try to influence one of your characters.
Yeah.
It's going to be Arwen.
So I should have done that extremely differently. Like I could have put Arwen under Aragorn to make it where you would have to at least try.
Yep. So add my unused direct influence. So 10. Okay, let's do that. 10 is what the roll is going to start at. Well, we'll make a roll first, and then we'll do it. A 3 is probably not great for me. So then we'll go to 10, so 13. Subtract your opponent's unused general influence. Unused
General?
General, so 20 minus whatever's on the
9,
table.
10, 11, 12, 13,
18.
18, blank.
So
So
2.
2?
So 13, 12, 11. If the target is a follower, which it is not, and then you roll. So we're at 11, and we're going to subtract this roll. That makes sense?
8.
11 minus 8. That is 3. Okay. And then if the modified result is greater than the target's mind, it is equal to the target's mind. Everything's discarded.
If it's equal?
No, if it's greater than. So that's it.
Oh my god.
You just tied it.
Oh.
Arwen
Chris is safe. Okay, that's pretty cool. So
Yeah.
the only way that you had high odds, because if you roll high, it's
I
going
had
to be
extremely
impossible
high
for
odds.
me. And if
Yeah.
I roll low, it's going to be bad for me. But you rolled low and I rolled high. So I probably had a 20 to 30% chance of not getting controlled there.
20 to 30 is way lower than that.
So that's not true.
It's got to be.
So like basically,
Like, let's say average, I would start at 17.
so your average is 7
And
on
then
those dice. 7 plus 10 is 17.
Mhm.
My average is 7.
Mhm.
So if I rolled 7, you'd be down to 10.
minus 2 would be 8,
Would be 8.
which is a room of 5, basically breathing room of essentially 4.
But that's where like if I'm
20 to 30 seems that's a little ambitious. Subtract the result. Okay, so then safe. Okay, so that's that, and I got to tap to do that. Okay. So then we go to Lorien. Nothing to be done at Lorien, as far as I know.
would I also take Arwen's unused influence? Or no, it's just her
Nope.
mind.
Nope, nope. Playable there, playable there. But in order to play cards, I have to tap. So the only person who could play a card is Fatty, and there are no Fatty cards to play at Lorien. So that's the end of the turn. Over to you.
Okay.
Can't.
First thing I do is untap. My wounded characters can't because they're
Oh, I can discard a card and draw one.
Chumps.
Looks like.
they're going to untap.
Resource or character. Let's actually do that. Let's bring. I'm going to play this before this is over. Play some smoke rings. Bring a resource or a sideboard thing into the thing. Let's bring Theoden back in. Shuffle that up.
Yeah, Saruman's direct influence, which is 10, plus your roll, needs to be greater than my mind, plus my unused, which is 2. So it would have been 5 plus my roll.
Mm-hmm.
So my average is 12 and your average is 17. You had a buffer of 5.
Yeah.
And what the odds are on from 2 to 12. The thing about it is we both have a sliding scale.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like if you're under by 2 and I'm over by 3. So I don't think it's great, but I do think it's like,
There's an equation somewhere in there.
yeah, I could do the math on that, but I'm not going to do it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, that's
1, 2,
cool.
3, 4,
I
5,
just drew an
6, 7,
ally
8.
for the
Okay.
first time.
Yeah, and then if I reveal my own Arwen, it takes you to 0 on the mind stat.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Schnikes.
If you have the same people.
Schneikeroodles.
And then if I win, I get to put it into play for free.
That's amazing.
If I miss, then I discard it.
Well, that'd be fine. You're not really risking anything.
I tried.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. Homie ain't going to play no games. Arwen's going to hang out with Aragorn under...
The organization phase.
Yeah, organization phase. So untap, move over. So now you would have to beat his mind
Mm-hmm.
plus the unused influence, which is now plus 3, because her 3 disappears under him.
Yeah.
So
It'd be a 5 total.
It'd be
right
5. Well, and he's up by 6 on her mind versus her.
now. Yeah, it's recognized. But you're at 5 unused general influence now.
Yeah,
2 plus 3.
yeah. Plus his mind is 9.
Right, if we were to do this.
Yeah,
check
yeah,
again.
I'm just making sure.
I'm just thinking in general influence terms. You have 5 basically open. So you can play additional characters if you want to, or you can save it and then get that plus 5 on the roll.
Yeah, because what I can't have happen is you influence Aragorn away, and then I just lose the game.
I can also influence a follower.
And that's what she is right now.
Mm-hmm. And if I'm influencing a follower, then we also subtract controlling character's unused direct influence. Your unused direct influence is 0. So Arwen is
3. He has plus 3.
Okay, so he has 6 total, and he's using 3 on Arwen. So it would be 3 instead of the in addition to on the follower. But
Okay.
I would only be doing a 3 mine. So
So it's 3 mine plus the 3,
mm-hmm.
plus my unused, which is now 5.
Yeah,
Which is better.
it's better. It's much better.
And then if you win that, she still just goes away.
Yes,
But
and
that's-
all items
Yeah.
attached to her.
And that wouldn't be great, but that would be 2 points instead of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or
I
we
think,
could just go for Aragorn.
I think I get it. All right, let's do this. I'm going to organize. These guys are all in a party. Technically, can I move an item from here? Even while he's wounded?
transfer. I think so. I think it's just a corruption check. Must be in the same company. Character with the item makes a corruption check. If it doesn't fail, the item moves.
All right, so I'm going to do that. Faramir's going to try to give Gandalf the ring.
Okay.
He's got a corruption of 2.
Mm-hmm.
So if I roll Snake Eyes, he actually just goes away.
Yeah, he may as well. He just takes the ring and disappears into nothingness.
All right, got a 4. So the ring's going to pass to Gandalf.
That seems like a good place for it.
And then he can tap to test it.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to tap and test the ring. And it's a 4.
You discard it? Is that what happens?
Yeah, so I discard it, and it can be a lesser ring on any result, or it can be a magic ring on 1 to 7. So I'm going to play a magic ring of stealth.
All those rings are so cool.
So the ring's going to go away from a 1 to a 3, so I'm going to add 2 to my score. And then the magic ring of stealth says playable only with a gold ring, and after a test indicates a magic ring, give the bear scout skill. If the bear is already a scout, he may tap the magic ring of stealth to cancel a strike directed against him.
Tight.
Cannot be duplicated. And he is a scout, so he can
Yeah,
tap
that's
the ring
tough.
to cancel a strike.
Yeah.
All right, and then, no, fine. That's going to go away. It's going to go away. At this point, I'm just, let me see.
This would be such an insane game to be good at.
I think
How
you
could you
could.
possibly get good at it? It would take you like months and months and months.
I think you could get good at this, though.
I imagine you could run into somebody also who's playing something that you just have never seen, and it just is like, oh my gosh, I have to rethink everything.
Well, because there's also like 7 or 8 sets of this game out.
Like, I don't even know how to think about being good at this. Like, what are your checkpoints? Here, let's put these guys up here. This is the plus hazard thing for you, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
They're just sprawling out.
These guys are going to move to a location on the board.
Okay.
This whole
Everybody,
party.
the whole party. The true party.
Whole thing. I feel like there is no good reason.
You just need really hot dice.
These guys are also going to move to a location on the board.
Okay.
And then that's it. So then we'll go to long event phase, movement phase. We're going to move here first.
Okay.
So they are moving, attempting to move to Lorien.
Okay. And what are the icons I have to work with there?
So the site path, it would be these.
All of those icons.
4
yeah.
wilderness and 1 borderland. And this is on.
And we draw 3 if we're going to a haven, or
Well,
we draw
I think
2?
it's because it's got the things on this haven. There are
Okay.
havens that don't, I guess. Doesn't look like it.
Or maybe it's haven to haven we don't draw. Isn't there was a rule for this. This little book, how can it have so much information? I don't understand.
Stokes' book, Give the Ring to Boromir, What Could Go Wrong? One does not simply give a ring to Boromir. Chris says you draw 3 because moving to a haven. So when you move to a haven, you reference the previous thing's location. So we are going to draw 3.
My gosh. What do you do with all that? Wait, is there any use for like a duplicate Saruman card?
I've just been ditching mine.
Yeah. Okay, man, I drew all these character cards. Nothing. I got nothing to care about here.
All right, so this is the card that doesn't get discarded. It just goes back to my pile. They're going to go to this haven. Then we're going to move Aragorn and Arwen. We have to discard down to 8, actually.
Yeah, 2, 3, 1, 2. To play during the order of this company, any character in the company's turn may tap to cancel a hazard event turns. To be a hazard event to the company's survive must have it closed in because you're not used to do this. Okay. That's hilarious. That seems useful.
My deck is almost gone.
That.
It's actually a really funny, like, I can imagine games where you're ahead and you're just trying to run the clock out.
Well, maybe this is a big points. I like these points. Gone. Pellegrier. Okay, we'll do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
All right. My king and queen here are moving to Lorien.
Okay, so draw 2.
Draw 2, yep.
Oh, there's the Palantir. Playable only at Isengard. Isengard is long gone. Okay. And now we can play all sorts of...
It's the Minas Tirith, the Wilderness, Borderlands. I'm going to eventually know those icons. Free domains. Chris Sanders, not usually used for duplicate items.
Okay, and you'd have a 6, but you could also want to kneel. Sure. I mean, it's points, I reckon. How about an Orc Lieutenant? 1 strike at 7. That's it.
And the Doors of Night doesn't do anything to that?
Mm-mm.
1 strike at 7.
Put it where you want it.
I mean, I guess I'm going to Concealment. I'll tap R1 to cancel it.
Canceled. Five strikes at 7.
Jeez. Jiminy, what kind of, it's an orc attack? What kind is it orc? Yeah. Well. All right, well, they both have to get a strike, and then you've got 3 left.
All right, let's give Aragorn -3 there.
All right.
She's gonna have
She naturally
-1.
has a -1 from
Okay.
untapped.
-3 to Aragorn.
All right, so I'm going to tap to not take another -3. So he's at a 3, and you're at a 7.
3 to 7.
So I need a 4.
You need a 4 or higher. What could go wrong?
8.
You got it.
All right, then she's at a 1
She's at a 1.
to the 7, so
To
she
7.
needs a 6. And if
Yeah.
I get a 7, I technically score
You
it.
score it. You get a sweet point.
Didn't.
No sweet point. Arwen
Body
getting
check.
bodied.
Anything but a 9. Or higher.
So 9, 10, 11, 12. How about a 6?
She's still wounded. Woo. All right. And that's your second of 2,
It's
right?
insane. Yeah. This is the dice makes it so crazy variable.
And my Minas Tirith actually goes away.
Yeah. Okay. Saruman.
And I got 7 people in Lorien, and I have to discard down.
7 in Lorien?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't there a max 7 like out of location? What's this guy? Not like 8?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8? Yeah. So I can't do that.
You gotta leave one
what happens?
behind. Yeah,
Do I have to get rid of one? Because I can't.
You're like throwing a super.
I'll get rid of him.
You're throwing a banquet here.
If I have to, I'll get rid of that.
Okay.
So I have 8. I can discard 1 to draw 1, so I'll discard there and draw 1.
No
Limit of 7 in the party.
Oh, in one party. Okay.
Got it.
And you got a bunch of parties over there. You got Arwen and Aragorn are still a party. Right?
So this is technically a party, this is a party, and this is a party. And
Okay.
I'll reorganize in my reorganization phase. Just hanging out, Lauren. Look at this board.
It's big.
It's not that crazy, but it's big. It's not like Star Wars CCG levels. Nothing to Star Wars CCG levels.
It could get there though.
Yeah.
Is it my go?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Untap Saruman. Unwound Anborn. No, don't unwound Anborn. Untap Glorfindel. Untap Ardrazar. Untap Sam and Fatty.
Ooh.
Buddy. All right, Saruman should be doing things, I feel like. He should just go mess with stuff, I think. Nearest is Lorien. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do there. We're gonna stay there.
Fellows Master, go fatty.
Dolamroth. That's not where I'm going. I'm just saying it out loud. Okay.
I don't know what that means.
Organization phase, nothing weird happens. This is where I could play characters, right?
A character.
A character.
But it has to be with your wizard, yeah.
Let's play a character. Oh, but it has to be at a haven, right?
Isn't this a haven?
Only for healing and hazards. So not yet.
But Theoden looks so cool.
I know. I want to get him out so badly. Okay. Let's go. No move.
Good night, Ingi.
Move.
This game is wild.
It's so insane.
It is crazy.
The big items, do I have to roll for that or I just get to play them?
You have to get to the site, then you have to get through the automatic attack, if there is one at that site.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can just play them.
Okay. It's really about the attack. Okay. I'm with it. This is absolutely hilarious. I could lose some hobbits.
Is that a problem?
It could be a problem.
It's only worth a point.
Or I
feel like this
could
is
try to solo it with Saruman.
You have 11 just here. We took dice from
So
that.
that would be 6. Do I have to tap to play an item?
3. Yeah.
3. Minus 3 is 0 on a 7. I could just lose if I do this wrong. Why? Okay, other options here. I think I might just take the... Wait. This is important. Why does this say... Okay, wait. Greater item is different than major item.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. All right, I'm going to split up then.
You can leave old Anborn?
If I leave Anborn, I can do that, right? Because
Yeah.
I'm at 18, so I'll leave him sitting there at Pelagreer. But he can't do anything until he gets back to Edelon to heal.
He can move wounded, which would be hilarious.
That's gonna, yeah, he's just looking to die.
But he
there.
also might just sit there for the rest of the game.
He's got a job to do.
Yeah, he's got to get those. How annoying. Him getting wounded because you have to get him back
It's
to a
so
haven
annoying.
to heal and then back to the location.
It's all very, very annoying.
What up, Gomi? Just arriving after your comments on Alpha yesterday. I didn't think you would enjoy Middle-Earth CCG.
You'd be surprised.
I mean, I'm trying to figure that out. I think I was saying this when you went to the bathroom earlier. I was talking with the chat, and like I think the gap is not complexity doesn't bother me. I like the Star Wars CCG. It's not just because it's Star Wars, but the complexity from the Star Wars CCG comes because the game is trying to add a lot of granularity. You can go to specific planets. You can play specific ships. They act just like you would expect them in the universe. That kind of complexity is different because it adds story and theme versus I just think about attacking in Legend of the Five Rings, the LCG, in the standard Stronghold game. And effectively, you have to decide who's attacking, what they're attacking, whether it's political or military, and which ring to choose from, which benefit. So you make 4 choices to make one attack. And then you have to consider what your opponent's going to make with their 4 choices, and then you have to make it again, and they have to make it again. And that's just attacking. And all that, it's built on top of a system where my attack doesn't necessarily actively contribute or take away from my end goal, which is breaking the strongholds. Like, I might run into a wall when they flip. I also might just attack and nothing really happens. So I do this really complex decision, and then it's just a brick wall. Here, even in this game, it's like I'm clearly, I understand when I move to a location, I could fail, but like when I do the thing that I'm trying to do, I understand that it's how exactly it's advancing my position, like with these, the score. Star Wars CCG is similar, where if I had forced Rainy for 3, it may not have been the best move, but I know that I'm 3 closer to my end goal. And there's just a fog around that in L5R, and they have a ton of tiny little decisions that, unless you play a lot, it's really hard to understand how those tiny decisions actually affect your chances of winning.
Okay, Zach, get ready for some action.
What up, Ludo?
Saruman may well end up dying,
Who said that?
and the game could be over. I'm saying it.
Well, it's been a long journey. Where are you going? Who's going where?
All right. Moving, 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 moving.
This is moving there.
I don't think yeah.
Yeah, when you go into a new site, you say, like, this is the site this person's going to.
He's going here.
That's fine. It's just associated, and he's going
He's
here.
going there, yeah.
And they're doing something?
They're moving to an open location.
They're somewhere on the board already.
Yeah, a face-up location, basically.
All right. Okay. Then you get to your long event
No,
phase.
these guys are going here, too. Can they go to the same place?
Yes. So I'm not sure how that works.
I'm not either.
Do you have to say that's the place you're going to, or do you just say I'm going to somewhere already on the table?
Yeah, do we want to, if I want Saruman and the hobbits to end up here, do I have to say these 3 characters are going here? It doesn't matter much to me.
I don't care. Let's go.
So
They'll say it in the chat what we have to do.
let's start with Glorfindel. Actually, let's start with Glorfindel movement here. He's going to go to Tol Falas.
So we have, let me look at my hand skis.
So Peligreer to Tol Falas. So we're going Lebanon to Mouths of the Anduin. So where are we at? Lebanon, which?
The Anduin River. Ooh, you finally went to a water location. Thank you.
There's Lebanon. Okay, it's only one connection. Here and here.
So it would be water and empty tower.
Water and
Free
empty
domain?
tower. Yeah. So basically everything except the
Plus
forest.
this thing.
Plus that thing, yeah.
Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Because I get 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's just go crazy.
You can't corrupt Glorfindel. He's got an 8 brain.
I can
He's
at
too
least
strong.
tap you so you can't play the card you're wanting to play.
Yeah, you can
All right, I'm going to tap Power Built by Waiting. I've been waiting a long time for this. So I can actually play 3 cards now. It increases my hazard limit by 1. You need to say where you're going to if it's already on the table. So you would say, I'm going to that location.
Okay.
So the first thing I'm going to do.
Oh, we each draw it, right? Draw 2?
Yeah. You're going to help me reach the end of this deck.
When do I get to play, like, short events?
That's where you play them when they would make sense to play.
Tap a sage to discard a hazard, non-environment, permanent event, or long event.
I think you could do that almost any time.
Can I get rid of the thing you love? That's where the timing matters.
I don't know.
Just use it.
It's fine.
I'll figure it out.
My plan will change based on that. So what's the card?
It is Marvels Untold.
Okay, can he use that to get rid of Power Built by Waiting before I get to use Power Built by Waiting?
I'm not going to.
Uldrich says yes because you draw first.
Okay, just go ahead and do it, though.
All right.
I've got other plans for Saruman down here.
All right, first things first. I'm the realist. Marsh Drake. He's a Drake with 11 prowess, 2 strikes. Coming at you. He's in the water.
So I'm 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
3,
A 4.
8, 6, 7,
So
5,
minus
1.
3, minus 1 for the extra strike. So
I don't know
I'm
the
looking at
actual number.
4. So I need to roll a 7. Matching it would make it do nothing. Rolling an 8 would make me defeat it. I'm going to stay untapped.
And you're at -1.
Minus
'Cause
one
there's 2
plus
strikes.
minus 3, so I'm at minus 4 of 8. So 4 plus.
So you need a...
4 plus 7 means nothing. 4 plus 8 means I defeat it.
Yep. 7, so it gets discarded.
Discarded.
All right. Then my next event.
Only 1 hazard. Oh, wait, you got the 2. Or
It's
2's
3
minimum.
because 2's the minimum.
Yeah.
And 3 because
Yeah,
of this.
yeah.
Tidings of Bold Spies. Playable on a company moving to a site with an automatic attack. This card creates 1 or more attacks on the company, the total of which duplicates exactly all automatic attacks at the site. These attacks must be faced immediately and are not considered automatic attacks.
Okay.
So
Tell me what
basically-
it means.
Yeah, I'm triggering this automatic attacks.
Mhm.
Undead, 3 strikes with 7 prowess.
Okay.
Immediately I'm playing this card.
Okay, so I'm at a 5 if I don't tap, minus 2. So I'm at 3 against a 7. I can do that. So I'm down to 3, basically -3 for not tapping, -2 for the 2 extra strikes. So I'm looking at 3, trying to beat a 7. So I gotta go to 4 or higher.
Yep.
Did it.
Okay.
It's defeated. Does that defeat that card or anything?
No, it's just the blanks. Then I'm going to play another Tidings of Bold Spies. Same thing.
Okay.
And that's my last hazard
Same
action.
thing. Gone. Dead. Defeated.
You got it.
All right.
All right,
Movement complete.
So then at the end of that movement, we draw back up to 8 or discard another
Or
one?
discard
I have
that.
1 card left
2,
in my deck.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Also, if I get to the end of my deck and it's his turn, can I call the council and at the end of the turn, that's when we go to the council? Or do I have to go again and let him go again before we finish this thing out? I think David Vegel's got this one in the bag. He says, I think L5R system is complex, while Star Wars CCG system is simple, but expands its complexity to allow for theme. Ultimately, the structure is simple. It's the
Oh, hold on. I was
content
supposed to do
not.
this. I was supposed to stealth these hobbits.
Herman says, nice, Zach. Cycle them cards. Oh, wait. This is still in play. You call on your turn. Okay. So if I run out of deck, on my turn, I can call and you'll get 1 more turn.
This got stealthed. That was an important part of this decision. So
You
no
stealth-
hazards
got it.
when they're moving
Yeah.
over here. And now I will discard this Palantir because Isildur is not coming back in or whatever it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Don't even need to.
Isengard?
But I will. Yeah, Isengard. Okay, so I've arrived here. Next up, let's resolve Pelegrir back to Edelhond.
Ooh, and he's wounded.
He's ready to die.
And this is the site path? Is that what we're saying?
Yep.
Or is there a different one based on
That should be the right one because it's back to the Nexus. There's a lot of weird things that may go well or very poorly.
I'm going to play as a hazard, a Lure of Expedience.
What's that do?
So it says, non-Ravenrake, non-Wizard, non-Hobbit. It's the same thing on Glorfindel. So he gets +2 corruption points, and you can
Okay.
make a check to try to get rid of it. And
I got to tap to make the check. Yeah.
anytime an item is added to his company, you have to make a corruption check.
Okay.
But I'm also stacking your corruption for the end of the game when we make those baller corruption checks.
All right. He will get no items. Did we draw before we did that?
Oh, we should have drawn 2.
Yeah.
End of deck.
So that might have actually mattered to you.
So then technically now I can put, I think, 5 cards from my sideboard into the deck. But I'm going to not do that so I don't have to separate these out again after this is over. And then these locations actually go back.
Okay. And do you keep drawing so the Grease shuffle and draw the card that you were supposed to draw?
Severin says, your character has 2 minds, so the active player doesn't draw cards. You need to risk a character with marshalling points if you want to draw cards, but do carry on. I don't know what that means at all.
The character has 2 minds, so the active player, which is me, doesn't draw cards.
Oh, so if you don't have 3 mind or more in your party, when you move, you don't get to draw cards.
Oh, okay.
I remember reading something about
Yeah,
that.
at some point that was in a rule book
Lord.
somewhere. Interesting. Okay, so Fatty will draw cards. Saruman doesn't have mind. I guess, would they always draw?
I assume the wizard always draws.
Wizard probably always draws. Okay. Okay, I see. So everyone with a marshalling point probably has at least 3 mind. Stands to reason. Any more Anborn nonsense?
No.
Okay. Then we'll resolve Adrazar going to Dol Amroth.
We draw 1.
We each draw 1. And I'm going from Ed Holland, whatever. I think he was there. This is all, it's all mixed up. I think he was there. I have no idea. I'm going to presume he was.
All right, I drew my 1. Did you draw yours?
I did.
I'm going to play one of my favorite cards because the art and the theme. Int in Search of Int Wives. He's got that little logo on the bottom. Awakened Plant, 1 strike. He's at 14, and if he hits, you tap.
Okay. So there's really no need to tap to, I may as well just give it a shot.
Well, it's,
0 versus 14.
I have a feeling I know how that goes.
permanent event, creature, etc. Okay, that a thing, that a thing, that a thing, that a thing. Okay, yeah. He'll just tap. Can I technically defeat that card?
I don't think you can.
Okay.
Because it's a detainment thing,
Non-direct thing.
you're not actually attacking. But
What's the top left 1 mean?
I don't know what the 1-star means.
It's got to be killable in some way. So I'll at least roll and see. So I'm at a 3.
Yeah, you may as well
4.
tap because
Yeah.
you might be able to
May
beat
as
it.
well kind of defeat it. Okay, so he made it. Any
maybe,
other hazards?
maybe you wouldn't fight it. You would just beat it, and then you would make the check.
Make a body check.
And then you would, yeah, I don't know.
100% body check. Okay, that's all done? No more hazards?
Nope.
Okay, now we go to Moria.
Oh, Herman says killable if you're evil, like if you're
Oh.
playing the Nazgul.
Okay.
Man, I'm kind of excited to crack into that half of the game. I'm gonna beat a
Moria.
while.
Hobbit's moving to Moria. You cannot play creature hazards because of stealth.
You are going to the mines of Moria.
Mines of Moria.
Fly, you fools.
Okay, so they made it, because unless you have non-creatures that you want to play hazard-wise. We need to draw... You draw 3, I draw 2.
My.
God, how many Marvels told do I need? Playable at Hinneth Anun if the influence deck check is greater than 7. Dunedain, Rangers. Where's Hinneth
What's the
Anun?
region?
That is Redhorn Gate. Ooh, from Lorien. That would have been nice.
All right, let's do this. I'm going to spend 2 hazard actions to ready that.
Good. Easy peasy. Okay. And then I discard some things. This one and this one. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and this one. Okay, then we've got another. Saruman is going down to Moria as well. Saruman to Moria. Draw 3, I'll draw 2.
All right.
Good luck.
All right, going to Moria. I have some things here. Play that.
Can play 2 hazards, maybe 3 if you tap that thing.
Just forest and that 1 symbol on Moria, but it doesn't have the circle. Right.
And let's make sure, yeah. So I'm actually going from Anorian to Redhorn Gate. I should know where all this stuff is. Anorian, there's Redhorn Gate. Anorian is... I think it's a long way away. I'm gonna be honest.
No, it's not.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's got a few, man.
But it's not many.
Tower, Fangorn,
Well,
Tree.
Couldn't you go Rohan, Wold, and Foothills, Redhorn Gate?
Yes. Is that reflected on the card? Kind of.
So it would just be open tower, half-filled tower, tree.
Mm-hmm. Do you count the thing you're coming from?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's
Open half tree.
open tower, tree, and half.
Okay. It's this half tower, yeah? Rohan?
Yes.
Open tower, half tower, here, the middle one,
Yeah. And then because
tree.
the site specifically, right?
and then the half site thing. But it can have a circle around it.
All right. So I'm going to hope these all work. I have 2. First things first, I can't feed you points. That's a careful thing.
Bring 'em on.
It's just Saruman.
Just Saruman.
Woo! First one, sell swords between charters.
Mm-hmm.
I believe.
It works.
Yeah, it's this top logo on Ministerian and that one. Min 2 strikes at 11. So it's 1 strike. You're at -1.
So 2, I could get +2. And then I get wounded if I fail. That's a big one. But you're probably going to do a bigger one next.
The game is in the balance. I like this. Dreadnought says, I adore how Saruman's just casually sitting on his chair watching Palantir TV.
Major,
Oh,
greater,
it's arts by Stephen King.
gold ring, greater. Okay, I get you. I'll go ahead and try to beat this the right way. So I'm at 5, trying to hit an 11.
Got it.
Did it. Now I've got an event to play that might matter here. And I need to know if I can play it now. Short event and fourthly hastened. Untap a character in your wizard's company. I'd like to try to untap Saruman.
You can definitely do that.
Okay.
And you capture that.
Yay!
And then we'll see if I can keep feeding you points.
Give me some more points.
I'm going to play a cave worm, 16. 1 strike. No minuses, just a 16.
That's big. Cave worm in Moria, huh?
Makes sense. You're digging too deep.
Oh, man. I can get places, but I can't do anything when I get there. Seems to be the name of the game here.
'Tis the challenge.
All right, let's try it at a 6.
6 to 16 needs a 10.
Need a 10 or higher. I'm
6.
wounded. Try to body me. Take me down with a cave worm. Win the game.
Oh man, that'd be hilarious. Saruman just gets eaten by a cave worm. 8, didn't do it.
Didn't do it. Okay.
That would be
Made it to Moria.
so funny. Wounded.
Wounded.
All right, so
Saruman
now
has seen worse.
I'm gonna
now to
discard
8.
down.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay.
Did it.
Now I would like to do, and minus 2 earth is gone because it was tapped and I left it. And I have nothing except Glorfindel who can actually try to do something. Glorfindel, a fatty could do something to you here.
Ooh,
Come in, Betty.
so thick.
Who's better here?
Severn says, I was already thinking Redhorn Gate equals cave worm territory. Brian loves the cave worm coming out. I wish that we had time to play like 5 more of these.
Yeah.
Which is a good sign.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I get it. I actually get it now. I would love to see what like our first 5 plays are once we understand.
Is Glorfindel so? Ooh, that's a lot of. Sam. I'm gonna do this differently now that I know what I'm doing. His corruption checks are modified by +3. That's good for me, right? His corruption checks are modified by +1.
They're really good on having items.
So we'll do this. I want him to use the stealth.
Okay.
Because I want the item on Sam. I feel like that's right.
What are you playing down here? The Mines of Moria,
Do I have to tap to play an item?
Now, you have to take the automatic attack first.
Oh, right. If I want to go into the thing. Ugh. More attacks?
But you got so much body, dude. Just take it and risk the body checks. You just can't have Sam get tapped. Do you have a way to make sure Sam doesn't?
No, I mean, I don't.
I don't. Now, if you wait, because you're going to at least get 1 more turn. So if you wait, next round, he'll be ready.
Mm-hmm.
So he can cancel the attack against Sam.
Yeah.
And then they can both just take an attack and hope you...
So the game isn't ending yet.
No, so
It'll be
I'm going to go and
I'll
I'm going
get
to
one
call... At the end of my round, I get to call the council because I burned through my deck once.
All right, well, let's throw a little bit of a Hail Mary here.
Dreadnought, any chance for another Lord of the Rings CCG stream? Definitely. Depends on how long isolation goes on, but definitely. Even then, we stream every Monday. Monday, even like when we're not in isolation, we stream on Mondays. We also have a content membership that we launched. We got a couple days in. People were asking how they can support content like this. It's $20 a month, goes straight to us being able to do stuff like this. But if the reaction to that continues being as good as it is, it's possible that we'd stream more. But we stream on Mondays anyway, and we revisit occasionally. So it's on the list. I dig this game. What's up?
It's just funny. This could go so poorly, and I like the idea of it. Glorfindel is going to enter Tolfalos and take a 3-strike, 7 prowess undead attack.
Okay.
You into that?
So it's 7. It's 3 strikes, so you're -2.
Yeah. So I'm going to take a -3 to stay standing.
So you're -5 total.
Yeah. So I'm 3 to 7.
Ah, you just need a 4. That's easy.
Easy enough.
Nailed it. 10. Could have passed that flying colors. Now you got the goods.
Now I got the goods. All right. Now what could go wrong? He's corrupted.
Hold my beer.
Let's tap to put the Scroll of Isildur for 4.
Anything with the word Isildur on it is terrifying.
All right. And then it's just 4 points, but when a gold ring is tested, it's +2.
Oh my goodness. He's at 5 corruption points?
Now, whenever he takes an item, he has to make a corruption check.
Does the item's corruption immediately apply?
I think so, yeah. It's after he plays an item. And makes a corruption check each time he gains an item. Yeah. So 5, I have to beat a 5. Is there any modifiers on corruption?
Let me look at my notes. Corruption. Before a check is made, untapped characters can tap 1. Corruption starts at 0, and you're at 5.
Mm-hmm.
You roll 2d6. If the result is greater than the corruption point, you're fine. So as long as you roll a 6, you're fine. If it's equal to or off by 1, so you hit a 5 or a 4, you're discarded. And if you hit a 3 or less, you're removed from the game.
Yeah, this is high stakes right here. This is high mistakes.
Fortune favors the bold, my friend.
I like that these are my scoring dice that I'm not using too. Oh!
Hit a 4.
He did.
He's just discarded.
He discarded.
And this goes away.
And this goes away,
And
yeah?
that goes away, yep.
And now if there had been another character there, could I have passed it to him? Wasn't that the idea?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. All right, that's bad.
Stokes books. Oh, no.
This can't do anything. Sam could try to get into Moria and suffer a bunch of attacks and do nothing, so we're not going to do that. And I think I'll pass my turn.
Okay, you can discard and draw back up to 8.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's discard.
Apparently you can't pass items when you fall for corruption or fail for corruption. You pass when you die. Apparently he runs off with it. It's his, he ain't sharing.
Okay, weird card. All right, over to you, Bruce.
All right, so first thing is untap. I'm at a haven, so they will heal a little bit. Just a little bit.
So Glorfindel got the scroll and just left.
Bye.
This is going
Got on the
west.
boat. He went west. Yeah, that's exactly it. Let's see. This is 10, so I want to group them. They're going to stay.
Oh my gosh, and that's like a minus. That's -7. Like
It's bad.
there's no way for me to win this except for killing Gandalf, I guess. But
It's very bad.
that ain't gonna work.
9,
This
14,
game
15.
appears to be over.
Let's do it this way. Oops. Now, when do you make influence checks at the end of the game? At the end of the sight phase? Sight phase? You can try to influence me.
Yeah. It's during the sight stuff, yeah, when you're in the town.
And is Lorien reachable? Yeah, I got to be careful. So I was going to put Aragorn under R1 to free up my points.
Mm-hmm.
But if I do that and you come to Lorien and try to influence my R1 out, it would nuke this whole stack.
Yeah, it's like the only way that I could probably win.
I think you still could, but I think the best thing for me to do would be to move to locations you can't get to.
Yeah, 100%.
That's
You
the thing to
should be
do.
able to run and hide the football.
Let's think about my life. We'll leave that there.
Saruman's also wounded.
0, 5, 8, 9. Okay, I'm gonna play a character. At a haven with my wizard, Thranduil. He's a 3-point play, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Don't mind me. Then these cats are going to go to a location. Then these cats are going to go... Who has that? And do I have anything to do? No. Okay. So this group is moving here. This group's moving here. We good? Great.
Sure.
Long events, gone. Movement. Move here first. My big old party.
Yeah, big party.
Going to Dol Amroth.
How many cards? 1?
Don't you have someone there? You do, actually. We draw 1. Yep. And then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in my party. It's a real Gandalf party.
All right.
And these are your keys.
Cannot be duplicated means you can't play it twice in the same sequence, I imagine. Yeah. Okay, minion stir. I get one of those. Okay, well, we may as well just try to do weird stuff, right? Kill stuff at best.
Draw.
You know?
I mean, you play stuff, you get to draw back up, so it's whatever.
All right, first we'll play minion stir, so +2 for all orcs. Then let's start with a little snuffler. I assume I have the icons to play it, right? He's got like a bajillion icons. So, trees?
Yep.
I got trees. All right, it's an orc. It's going to be attacking at a 7 prowess. It's got 1 strike. I choose the defending character. Each ranger lowers the sniffler's body by 2. If attack is not defeated, any resource that requires a scout in target company cannot be played for the rest of the turn. No scout resources.
Wow.
Unless you defeat me. So who's your best payoff for me over there?
Weakest attack is Imrahil. He also has the direct influence of the Knights of Dol Amroth, and I moved to Dol Amroth, so I'll let you put those together.
Let's attack him.
Forlong's actually a 3, but he's no points, so.
Let's attack that guy over there, Imrahil.
All right, he's going. You're at a what?
7.
He'll tap, so he's at a 5.
Oh, and I get increased by 2, so 2 strikes. So 3 strikes. So +2 strikes, +2 prowess.
So technically, and you get a pick, right?
Yeah, so one is Imrahil, one is, there's no way to kill Gandalf, right? Well, there's a way to kill Gandalf. He's on 6/9. Let's do Gandalf, and then let's do,
He's the one, he can tap the ring to cancel that.
is it for anyone in his party or
Only
against
him.
him only? Okay. Can we launch 2 strikes at him? No, we can't.
So there's 3 strikes, and you get a pick. Who to go?
Imrahil, Boromir, and you know what? Gandalf is really the way to go. And Gandalf, let's make you use the ring, and I'll play another one.
Okay. So first things first, I'm the realist. I'll cancel the Gandalf one.
Okay.
I will. I'm at a 6.
Got to beat a 7.
Is it not plus for any other reason?
Do you have any rangers? Won't
1.
matter. Till the body.
6. I got to get to a 7. So I'll do -3. I'm at 3. So I need a 4.
I've seen him crazy.
With Boromir. I know. Got it.
Got him.
Then Imrahil is at a 5. I don't want him going away. So we'll go. I'm at 5 to the 7. So I need anything. Barely. 4.
Got anything.
Man.
Now, I think you check the body.
Because I passed all of them.
Yes.
We're doing a body. It doesn't auto go away. So I roll, and if I get more than a 10, I get him. No, nope. So he just gets discarded.
Okay, so these going.
See you, Marius.
All right, third card. Let's play an Orc Watch. It's going to be 5 strikes at 11 prowess.
I'm going to play a Dark Quarrels and cancel 1 orc attack. Flip the table.
Cancels are fun. All right, and that's the end of that. So then I will draw up to 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
7. Then I reshuffle and then go to 8.
The whole point of that was to use him on that thing, and I tapped him, so I can't use him.
I've been there all last turn. Don't you worry. 1. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Dunedain.
Next movement. Any movement?
They're moving here.
Moving to a new location.
Wellingham. Wellinghall.
Beef Wellington.
I said Wellingham. Wellinghall. 2 forests and an open rook.
How many we got? 1 card each?
Yeah.
And it's 2 characters?
Yep.
All right, have at thee. Minion Stir. Oh, wait, it's already out.
It's a long event.
It's a long
Don't even need it.
Wherever it went, this should be out here already. From this deck. I get it. Long events. They last a long time.
Brando V, 1 deck, all orcs. Other deck, no thank you, orcs.
All right, so Minion Stir, and I'll put this in my hand. Same idea. Okay, so that would have been in play. Minions to Doors of Night, draw 1. Do you have any environments that matter?
Nope.
No, Doors of Night is the one I like. Orc Watch, 5 strikes, 11 prowess.
Why is she tapped? Oh, she was wounded. She is tapped. This is your first attack?
First attack.
Yikes. Just don't die. Don't die.
Body that Arwen.
No.
She's gone.
What kind of attack is this?
Orc attack.
Just you don't have any gross things.
No starlights.
I hope you don't have another one. I'm going to concealment, so I'll tap a scout and cancel that attack.
Let me make sure that's correct. Yeah.
And then cross my fingers.
Yeah, I don't have anything.
All right. That's it.
That's it.
Then I get to my sight phase. I'll try some things. I'm going to play... I think I can just play this. Oh, I have to have the mind.
Gotta have the mind.
So this is all there. 9, 10,
That's probably why
15.
So the snufflers are in there
Can't play it.
to
Oh my
prevent
God.
that.
The cancels.
Yeah. Target company. Okay.
So nothing here. I will go here. I'm going to try to play the Knights of Dol Amroth. Unique playable Dol Amroth. If the influence check is greater than 8, standard modifications, Dunedain is +1. So Boromir is a Dunedain, so I'll be at +1. But I'm basically rolling 2.
So he taps to do that, yeah?
Yeah. I'm at +2 or +1. It's an 8, so I need 7. Would have been -2 with that thing.
Yeah.
Missed. So then it gets discarded. Thanks for playing.
All right. That's it?
End of my turn. I can discard and draw. Sure. Let's get rid of that and draw. And then you get one last turn.
Okay.
And we get to figure out scoring.
Untap. 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 No heals. Nothing. Okay, so then I can play a character, and it's got to be at a wizard at a special place, right? Of which there are none.
If you had something whose home was Moria, you could play it with Saruman.
That would be impressive, would it not?
It'd be a heck of a person. Maybe it's pre-Balrog Balin days.
Yeah, no good there. Okay, and then we've got anybody. Dol Amroth is the Ed Holan, so that's just all this side of the board. And then Moria's Lorien location, yeah. So I need points. I can't get him.
I think.
Dol Amroth. Oh yeah, you got like a bajillion points.
Well,
It's very bad.
one thing you could do.
Playable at Pelagrier.
I don't know the math on it.
I can't get to Pelagrier because I'm tapped. And at the noon, I could try to get there.
You could also try to take stuff off the table from me.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, getting rid of Arwen gets rid of this stack. Getting rid of Gandalf wins the game.
At Welling Hall?
So, Dol Amroth or Welling Hall. I don't know what the... I don't know how you influence Gandalf or what that math ends up being.
Or would it be? It'd be like they're... Let's at least see what you're working with. Are they partied? How are they arranged? Whatever they wore before...
She's on top.
Okay.
And then Gandalf's on these lads. So, like, the Gandalf stack... I mean, you get rid of Gandalf, you win the game.
Yeah. And you gotta... Do you have to try that? But there's gotta be no way to do that. Well, how many people are under him?
10.
Oh, so he doesn't have any unused influence. That's good. All right, this is the last
If
last
Saruman
attempt.
sweeps in and influences Gandalf, I'm going to laugh my face off.
He can't get over there to Dole whatever. He's in Lorien land.
You're
in Elfrod
Belfalas?
land, yeah.
Where's Belfalas?
Didn't you go from El Dorado? Or are you all on Lorien's side?
This came...
From Ed Holland.
Yeah.
Could you have gotten there?
What's the region of Edwand?
Well, it's a haven.
Yeah, I know that, but what's that saying?
Anphilos?
And this is Belphalos? Here. Yeah, they're right next to each other, technically.
Okay.
Well, where's this? 1, 2...
You can only go to the Lorien satellites, though, can't you?
Well, if we're using the map movement, I can go from... I was at Lorien.
Oh, you can go anywhere?
Yeah. That's
But
what,
I thought it was just anywhere within... So if I'm in an Eldhelm location like this, I can go to Dol Amroth without going back.
So...
That's the whole point of the
When-
havens, is it not?
when you're using region movement, you can move as long as you can get there within 4, or within 4 between.
That's interesting. So you're trying to go from... You went from Wold to Belphalos?
Yes.
Where's Belphalos?
It's right here.
Okay. Okay, that's interesting.
I think I technically used the site path from Tolphalos, because I thought that's what was happening. But I was at Lorien.
All right, I'll just move along on this one because that changes
Everything?
everything.
Yeah, so basically, if you're using the starter movement, you can only move from Lorien to a Lorien connected location, but then you would move from a connected location back to Lorien before you go anywhere else. But after we both got to our first location, we started going from, because I went from this location to a location over here that wasn't Lorien,
Oh,
And
I didn't know that.
and we were tracing it from the map.
I've basically been doing like, once I'm in Lorien and I go to a Lorien location, I can move to any other Lorien sub-location without going back
Gotcha.
here. But I could have to go back to Lorien and then to a New Haven, and then I can play in
To get to that little region.
Then I can play in that
pocket.
region's stuff.
I get what you're saying. So it's literally...
It's not that.
It's you can go any region to any region on the map as long as there's 4 or less regions between them. And then you would trace it from line to line,
That's insane.
and that would build the site path.
So
And then
who
you would-
knows where I can go right now?
You can go all kinds of places right now
What?
because we're in the same areas of the map.
Oh, goodness. Okay, basic movement is that way, but we're on advanced rules.
So Uldric says you can influence wizards off the table just like any character,
So that's got to be the attempt.
but he doesn't have a mind stat. So what does that mean? Does he just use his...
Let me look up what the influence. So add the influencing character's unused direct influence. So Adrazar would have 1. Okay. Then we subtract your opponent's unused general influence.
Okay, so I'm at 0, 9, 10, 13, 2.
So 2. So I got 1, you've got 2. Subtract the result of a roll by your opponent. Add any of their modifications.
So like I would roll, let's say I get a 7, plus I had the 2 from the general influence, so that's 9.
And I'd roll and I just get a +1. And then if the modified result is greater than the target's mind, the target character is discarded.
But what if it's a wizard?
Wizards don't have minds. There's nothing about it.
Let me look in my compendium to see if influencing a wizard's a thing.
You may not make one, you may not make an influence attempt against your opponent. This is absolutely insane. This game is absolutely insane. Influencing an opponent's resources.
Severlin says, you are the wizard.
So what's your mind stat? When it's resource or character?
He says no swaying your opponent to your side. You can't influence the wizard.
Okay, right. That makes sense. You can't influence the wizard. You can kill the wizard with hazard cards. That's the best shot you've got at it. So then influencing things like Arwen's definitely just like the thing that's got to be influenced.
Yeah, so you get to Welling Hall, and that's where, so it's in Fanghorn, which is here in the middle. So you can
Okay.
send any number of stuff there.
How do I get from Moria? How do I get from Redhorn Gate to there? Can I?
Yeah, they're literally, you would go forest.
Okay.
3 forests.
We're going to do that. So there's all sorts of places we might go. Okay, points. Peligreer. Can Redhorn Gate get to Peligreer? That seems not likely because the map is.
Lebanon. From Redhorn Gate? Right?
Redhorn Gate to Lebanon, yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you can definitely get
Okay.
there. So it would be tree, half filled in tower, unfilled tower, unfilled tower.
Moving.
I feel like, you know what I really want? We're not ever going to do this, but if we designed tokens that had these symbols on them, and when you map out what it is, you could literally put symbol, and you
Yeah.
can just see it right there on the table.
That seems very relevant. And then we've got Dol Imroth. Okay. And then we've got Hineth Anun. Okay, wait, maybe I want to go there.
We should totally do that.
Lo-
We got to do that.
How do I get from Ithilien from the Redhorn Gate to Ithilien? Is that easy?
I love this.
This is insane.
It's like you're on the
This
road
game
and
is
you're like,
insane.
oh, let's
1,
see, let's
2,
look at the
3.
map.
Yeah, okay, I can get there. So let's send.
Candy says, I would definitely buy those tokens. Yeah, I would absolutely. It would be like what? You would need like 3 of each maybe. And there's like.
Fatty here,
Yeah.
here. Inborn doesn't matter because he's tapped, so it doesn't matter at all. Can I try to do this thing? This character may tap to attempt to remove this card. No. Okay. Here we go from Downtown Brown here. I can do that. I can do this. I can do this. And then I can try to kill Arwen. Okay. Ready. Set. Go. Movement. Starting with no movement here. You okay with that?
So I can play empty towers.
Then you play empty towers.
Do we draw anything? You don't have. Oh, you have 3 mine. We draw 1, right?
I think we draw 1. It's beautiful because it's just so insane.
All right, let's play. You ready?
Yeah.
Ambusher. Min 2 strikes. Attacker choose the defender. So you're at -1 and it's a 10.
Okay. And so these guys get shuffled back in, right? Isengard,
Yep.
Menace, and Glittering Caves.
And technically, if we had way more time, you could pick 5 cards from your sideboard and shuffle them in.
Don't even want to think about it. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I draw a card. Okay. Draw a card when we go. And then I've got an ambusher to deal with for Adrazar.
Yep.
And
So
I've
you're
got
on-
to beat a 10.
Yep, and you're at -1.
And I'm already going to be at full -1. So I just need to roll a 10. Or
Sometimes
better.
you need to roll a hard 6.
That's just ridiculous. Just ridiculous.
I feel like my minions are way more.
I'm supposed to be playing all combo wombo.
Yeah,
I just don't know enough.
My minion strategy is way more straightforward. Didn't
Alright,
get it.
Wounded.
All right, body check.
Try to kill him.
Need a what? 7?
7.
Cool.
Body on.
6. He's fine.
He's okay. Would you look at that? Okay, he's stuffed.
Nope, can't play this card. Yeah, I can. It's got that little logo on it. You
It's
didn't
just
move
this
there.
card. Yeah, I didn't.
So I can't play this card.
Okay, I'll stay there.
Back
and
it
be
up.
Cool. So save that card for Fatty.
Ooh.
Fatty's moving from Redhorn Gate to Lebanon to go up here to Peligreer. Look at Fatty by himself.
Go in there.
Whee!
So now I can really dance.
Absolutely. Play everything you want.
Ambusher. You've seen it.
I've
you
seen
love it.
You love it. Don't you love it? And we draw 2 cards each. And I'm not going to get another hazard phase, right?
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm just going to get these out of my hand, wasting my time. Okay. And I can't untap somebody who's wounded. Like I have an untap a wizard card.
Unless they're at a haven.
Okay.
You can't heal them. Or you have a card that heals them.
Fatty.
So you're -1, you're at 0, you need a 10. Got it.
Oh, Fatty with the body.
And you
says
get it.
Yes.
1 point. Touchdown, Leroy Brown.
Can you imagine the story of Fatty beating that ambusher?
He did it.
That would have been 5 minutes in the movies for sure.
You're good.
All right. Way to go, Fatty. It's just fun. It's fun to say that. Sam is going to Hinneth Anoon.
I've heard of that.
All right. Do your worst.
We each draw 2.
Each draw 2. And I don't need this. Fatty going for the hard carry, that's right. He's got the ball and he's going for the slam. He's about to talk to some men of Lebanon.
Nope, you're good.
All right, I'm there, safe. Then let's see if Saruman can come creep around over here at Welling Hall. He probably got all the symbols in the world.
You're coming to Welling Hall? What's the site path?
I don't know. Play anything you want, basically.
Moria, right? So we're
Just
going
don't
from
make
Red
me
Horn.
look at that map again.
Red Horn to Fanghorn. That's not bad. That's just 3 forests. Plus the open thing. Ooh, sweet. This is really bad for you.
That's fine.
All
I mean,
right.
Kill him or don't.
First things first, I'm the realist.
Good shot, anyway.
Cave Drake, 2 strikes, attacker chooses defenders. So it's 1 strike, you're at -1, and you're wounded.
-2 for wounded, right?
So you're at -3 total.
-2 and then -1 for the strikes. So I'm rolling a 3 on a 10. How about a 6?
That's a 9.
Try to body me. If I
need
get wounded multiple times, does it matter?
I need a, no,
Okay.
I need a 10.
Woo!
He's
Saruman
gone.
dead.
He got eaten by a cave drake finally.
Game over.
So what would happen, I just want to, since we're here.
Let me resolve some checks and see what would have happened
go ahead.
if he doesn't die. So the plan here is Fatty is going to talk to the men of Lebanon, try to get 2 points. He's got to get a 7 or higher, which he did.
Got it.
So that would add 2 there. And then Adrazar at Dolimroth is going to try to talk to these knights. Need an 8 or higher. And he's Dunedain, and he's got +3 influence. So he's at +3, +4 on an 8. So he hits that. Boom. 3. And then we got Sam at Hinneth.
Man, look at you stacking them up.
He can try on the Rangers. He's got no pluses, and he's not Dunedain, so you need a 7 or more. Nailed it.
Wow.
So I don't know if that gets me anywhere close. If
You want to? We'll walk through.
Saruman
We'll
hadn't
walk
died.
through.
Let's assume Saruman's.
If Saruman
Let's
just,
assume he's hanging out.
in fact, if you'd done everything else first,
Yeah, then you can make the call.
then you can make the call if it's even
well, you
worth
got to
the shot.
move though before you do all the checks, because the site check stuff, and I'd have to. I don't think there's any. There's no attacks I'd have to worry about. So.
All right, so let's walk through it. The free council. Just before the free council, each character must make a corruption check. The player takes the last turn and makes corruption checks for his characters first. So we would corruption check all our characters in play.
Okay. Starting with Sam.
If they have 0 corruption, they can't be corrupted.
All right. He has +3 also, so he's incorruptible.
He's incorruptible.
He's got an item with 1 corruption.
Can't be corrupted.
Can't be corrupted. Saruman. Fatty doesn't have anything.
Gucci gang.
And Born has this weird corruption thing.
He's got 2 corruptions, so you could roll Snake Eyes. Didn't.
And that's it.
Okay.
What about you?
So my characters, Gandalf has 3, but he's +1, so Snake Eyes would get him.
Wouldn't that be funny? Would you just lose at
Yep.
that point?
Didn't happen.
Games were devastating.
No.
Boromir doesn't matter, yeah.
Yep. Arwen has a 2, so Snake Eyes would get rid of Arwen and Aragorn.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't happen.
Can you imagine how
It just
funny that would
happens.
be?
It's just like 1 in 36. Bye,
Dead.
Felicia. All right, so nothing's corrupted. That's good. Someone earlier called it the Great Equalizer.
That's so funny on YouTube. Even if Steven didn't win, this definitely was a journey for him, for us, and for Fatty.
That's right. I'm going to get that on a t-shirt. All right, the winner of the game is the player that gathered the most marshalling points. Control of resources, characters, etc. Destruction of creatures, carrying out the instructions, negative points. So the only thing that really matters here is that...
and what are the categories?
So the categories...
Because I don't have any items, I don't think. No, I do.
You definitely have. You have them.
I have the bright
like
mail.
this is an item.
Oh, it's the symbols. It's a square, rectangle, diamond, triangle.
Yep. Okay. So first thing, let's total up our characters.
Okay.
So I've got 3, 4,
1,
5,
2,
6,
3. Glorfindel
7,
eating it is not good.
8, 9, 10.
I'm playing with 3 over here.
11, 12, 13. So
3.
I'm just gonna do my total here now. I'm at 13 from characters. Next thing, let's do items.
Rangers of the North. I can't play them. I'd have to influence them. So you have a Rangers of the North out as well?
No.
Oh no, wait, I didn't play Rangers of the North. I played Rangers of the Illithin.
Oh, I do have that one out.
Do you? So what does that mean? I have to like try to influence them off of you?
So I don't know how that works.
Like we can influence a faction. You must be at the site where the faction is playable. I was. Make an influence check for a character. Instead of mind, the result must be greater than the number normally required to play the faction. Okay. Apply any relevant modifications. Okay, so yeah, it's just the exact same thing. You just pass the test and remove yours instead of having both.
So if it's the same roll, you would have just taken mine, right?
Yeah, I think
Is
that's
that-
right. It's
is that how
minus
that
yours
works?
and plus yours. It says, ooh, maybe not. Is that technically a resource? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
If successful, the resources card you may reveal on input. You may make 1 influence against your opponent per turn. You may not make an influence attempt against your opponent. Okay. Yeah.
Apparently there's a subtraction, they say.
How is like 2 pages in this rule book, 7 million different rules interactions that I can never get a hold of?
It's amazing. I got your back. All right. Influence an opponent's faction. To influence an opponent's faction, you must make an influence check as outlined above. So it's the whatever. Instead of mind, the influence check uses the value usually required to bring the faction into play.
Oh, I see.
So
it's like influencing a character, but you use the 7
yep.
on the card.
So
instead
let's
of
try
your
that
mind.
again. The influence
Okay.
check is modified by any of the faction's applicable standard modifications. So if you're a Dune Dane, you get +1.
Yeah. Wait, where was this at? Where did he come in at? Hineth and Noon. Okay, so we're doing this with Sam. He's not got any bonuses there. So it's a 7. Do you have any pluses or minuses?
No. So you roll 2d6, add the influencing character's unused direct influence. So what would that be?
0.
Subtract your opponent's unused general influence. So 2.
2.
So you're -2. Subtract the results of the d6 made by your opponent.
Oh
So
yeah, so there's like no way
I
to
would
steal
roll
them off of you. You got them locked in.
10, and it's just crazy.
Like, yeah, they gone.
Okay, so now what are your item totals?
What's the symbol for items?
Square.
Square. 2.
Okay, I'm at 7. And then
That's 5. I got a 5 there total.
what about your triangles?
7.
Okay, I only have 5.
7 plus 5, 14 minus 2. That's 12.
What about your diamonds?
Diamonds. I got a big old 5.
I have a 3.
Five. Okay.
These go away. This goes away.
Yes, Michael, this has been going on for 6 hours.
Those are yours.
You're not wrong.
Do you have any minions?
1, 2, 3, 4 minions.
So I have 2,
9.
and those go back to you, and you can hand me those back. Don't make some.
Oh, right. These are my cards.
All right. So what's your current total?
21.
And I'm at 30.
Okay.
So that's the score. Now, if there's so many little things there.
There's like a million rules. It's insane.
Oh,
I mean, how
man.
many times do you have to, like, right now, if you said, all right, now go build a deck, I would burn any cards that I had and run away. That's insane. That's insane.
I don't think you could ask someone to build a deck at this point. When the game first came out, they had starter decks.
Yeah.
And I think what you would absolutely do, and I think this is the intent, is you would get your starter decks and then you would buy booster packs and you would basically like alter those as you get new cards. But like the amount of time it would take me to get to the point where I could actually just like build this and because like
this is fascinating. This is absolutely fascinating. But listen to this. Brian said, "I'd never say this felt long." Uldrich said it really didn't feel long at all. Every minute was entertaining, which is insane. If you know the game, it probably was a lot more entertaining. Zach did win Dreadnought.
Well, the other thing to me is like, as someone who was trying to learn this game by reading these books, the amount of stuff I didn't get until we were here playing with the chat watching.
Yeah.
So like if someone comes along in 3 months and it's like, I want to learn how to play, like I would have absolutely watched this over Christmas if I had this video.
Yeah.
Because like I was reading it, it's like I think I get it, but I
It's
don't
at
get
least
it.
a lot of you can at least see what it's actually like to learn the game. Because like most people trying to learn the game are going to be having the same questions we were asking chat while it was going. So that makes a lot of sense. How insane is this? Who made this? Like, how do you even imagine this?
It's crazy.
I mean, it's super impressive.
And like I feel like the amount of lore understanding that goes into this is so high.
The basic movement, I can understand why you would do that. That keeps it all on the cards. Prevents the map.
So here's what's nuts. On the original Wizard set, the regions on the map, there wasn't a map. They were cards.
So you just had to know. You just got to know.
Well, like each region card would tell you the regions it touches.
Oh, that seems better.
So you could like, those old like 9 cards that you could build with pocket pages?
Yeah.
You could almost just do that with the regions.
But like, hey, can you imagine being in the brain space to design these cards? Like having some understanding of how to make this game function.
Here's what I'm curious about.
With hundreds of cards that you just designed?
If people that are watching played this when it was active,
9 sets?
like when it was coming out in the 90s, was it busted? Like, were there broken cards that had to be dealt with that were just too good? Because I feel like balancing this game, the other thing is like, because the internet wasn't really a thing,
yeah.
I bet the like meta for something like this.
What even is a metagame?
That's what I'm saying. Is like,
I mean,
right now a set comes out and people figure it out quickly and they're talking and there's combinations and it's also appreciable because it's like a 30-card deck.
Yeah.
But when you have like an 80-card deck with a 20-card sideboard that you can change your end game, mid-game.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if everyone's on like orcs and cave worms, you can do the anti-orc cards and the anti-worm cards if there are such a thing.
Well, and the thing I was reading, I remember reading like articles because before I knew the challenge deck existed, I was looking for decks. But like basically, if there are people that are playing over here, and you're playing over here,
yeah,
it's like the whole like influencing them is a lot harder because you have to like get there. I also don't know. Can you run every location in your location deck? Is there a cap?
I think it's 12. I thought it was like 12 locations. The meta's crazy. You start influencing away each other's cards. Yeah.
I think that's when it gets crazy. And also in a tournament, like if we both flip Aragorn, he goes into the deck.
Yeah.
So like.
So Dreadnought has the right of it here, I think. This is definitely an interesting game. Maybe archaic, maybe rough, but definitely interesting. Like some kind of alien artifact, a Lovecraftian alien, not, but a mind-breaking one. I mean, that's exactly how I feel. I feel like this is an ancient history being discovered. And you have to just appreciate it for what it actually represents.
Apparently you can have every location in your location deck, by the way.
Why wouldn't you?
You just would. I think...
It's just to prevent complexity on the starter decks, basically.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And I think at that point, I don't even know if you just, in my mind, it would be better to have like one stack of all the locations.
Yeah.
And then like if you use that location, you put like a token on it or something on the map. Like if you had a map, instead of every player having to have everything.
Right.
It's like we just have a map. We have
That's
our,
what people were saying about the maps.
Yeah.
So we would get a big map, and then we would put miniatures on it,
Yep.
like a fatty miniature and a sand miniature and all that.
Or like you could print a map that's a 3x3 like this, and your characters could literally go to the location.
I mean, that's exactly what I'd be wanting, right?
Yeah. Something like that. I'm curious how everyone does it.
Yeah, you had the super cheesy deck that would only travel in the coastal region where you couldn't play very many of your hazards, if any at all. But if you did have like the Kraken, I imagine that it gets really bad for them, right? That's where that side deck comes in, yeah?
Fine.
Collector's box game with 2 little Hobbit minis. I mean, the thing that blows me away again is being a game designer and sitting down and trying to write content for all of these cards and determine their mind stat and their open influence and the text on the card and their prowess and their body and whatever that little 3 is. All of that kind of stuff. What even,
3?
that little 3 down there. And then like, you got your main stat as well for how valuable they are. And then and that's just your heroes. Then you have to design all the hazards. Hazards are relatively easy. Where would they live and how strong are they?
Think about it though. Like if I look at Arwen, she's not that complex, right? It's like a 2/8. She's like not that great of a fighter, and she's okay body. And then like she has the influence for Aragorn. That's all she's doing.
Mm-hmm.
So like
That's the idea of
that's
her, yeah.
really not a lot. So I think a lot of these cards would be pretty easy to design. Even like Aragorn, right?
It's hard for me to imagine anticipating how these cards work together in an actual game. I could see designing a card in a vacuum. Oh yeah, she works with Aragorn. But like, what do these 4 characters do together whenever they're all at Tol Falas? And what does that even look like?
I ultimately feel like if you had someone really familiar with the theme, and it was like, what would you think Arwen does?
That's kind of the old school design philosophy.
And then you
right?
just start making a bunch of cards, and then they probably just play it a lot. Like, let's just use it and see if it makes it feel like this is Aragorn on the table or not. And it's like, oh, Aragorn is really good with the Rangers of the North. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. A lot of these early card games, that was the idea. That makes sense.
Like, she's really good with Aragorn. That makes sense. Right? I mean, it's like, Faramir, really good with the Rangers of Ithilien.
The dice are clearly coming out of like an old school role-playing mentality of like, let's determine a random outcome. And it's just like, you could just lose. Like your corruption check, you could just be like, I'm off the table. My game is over. It's relentless.
Yeah.
All right, man. This is insane. I cannot believe.
I actually, someone just commented on this. Each of these cards, like you pull Arwen up in the middle right, she's got a 9 there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a randomizer, and in the rule book at least it said if you don't have dice, you can just flip the top card of your deck instead, and it's this number. And I really like that just from I have control over
like the Skytear model.
The curve of numbers in my deck. We saw it with Star Wars CCG as well. They had the Destiny value.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that alone would already make it interesting. Obviously, one of the downsides there right now, I feel like it's design. It's cool. It's a cool concept because like the game wants you to go through your deck.
Absolutely.
And see
all
everything.
old card games seem to want to do that.
But like this game actually wants you to see every card in your deck so that you can reliably, I mean, you'll have to make the choices when I was doing this where it's like, I'm going to hold these 3 cards because I need the lesser ring, I need the gold ring that I have to find.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, whatever your plan is, because like you can only have 1 Return of the King and it's unique. That could have been the bottom card of my deck.
Yeah, same thing as that Palantir, right? It's like, oh, I guess I got to leave Isengard in play because I've got to just ditch cards until I find that Palantir. And then what does it even do? Hold on, I want to see what that is because that seems important. This is just nuts. Palantir, I should say. Palantir.
The Palantir of Orthanc?
Yeah, so with its bearer able to use it and at least 5 cards in your play deck, tap it to choose a card from your discard pile and place it in your play deck. Bearer makes a corruption check. So you can just keep recycling these from discard pile to play deck. I think the whole idea of this is basically getting that Palantir and then putting your orcs back in your deck and then having a turn where you bust out
like
20
6
orcs on somebody.
every round.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I feel like my deck is like fundamentally easier to pilot.
Yeah, maybe.
Like my hazards weren't like comboing off each other.
Yeah.
My heroes were also like, oh, I need a gold ring. And it's like, where are my locations that are a gold ring? Go.
I dunked that tree though. Don't sleep on me dunking that tree.
Oh, you dunked that white tree. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, though. Like, my whole deck was that.
So really, when you look at this in retrospect, there are only two things that it wants to do specifically. It wants to hit the tree, and it wants to play the Palantir, and then it wants to use the Palantir with Isengard in play, with Saruman standing there just Palantiring it the entire time. And then it's going to bring up a bunch of Orky hazards against you. But like Palantir and Tree is the whole deck.
Like, the theme of that, though, literally Saruman and Isengard with his Palantir, summoning orcs all across the Middle-Earth and, like, causing you problems. That's exactly what he does.
Yeah, that's like, yeah, that makes sense.
And then, meantime, Fatty's dunking the tree into Minas Tirith, right? I think that's exactly what you have to do.
I mean,
because you were close a lot on the minion phase to causing me, like, serious grief.
Yeah, you need, like, one extra card, basically. So, okay, so see, this is what he does. So, Saruman has the Palantir, and then you tap the Palantir to put a card back. Then you tap Saruman to use the Palantir, put a card back. And so you can return 2 cards every turn if he's just sitting at Isengard.
And I can't do anything to him, really.
So by the end of the deck...
Maybe you need a protector, because if you just hang out at Isengard, I can play a card, right?
Yeah,
like,
I think so. Like
match
the
that
movement.
that one
what
icon.
What is the Isengard icon? It's probably not much. All the cards are, Isengard, yeah. So it's got the bad icon. So you can put bad things on me at Isengard. It's the ruins and destruction.
But you need to have like one or two things just hanging out there.
Yeah, to protect Saruman.
Yeah, that's it.
Fascinating.
That's really cool. But like I said, I feel like your deck would take experience to really like start making it pop. Even at some point,
I think I do a lot better. Like, just in like these learning games. So learning games, especially first game of anything, is always awful, like awkward. First game of a 1990s game is like being a 6-year-old and trying to figure out like how to do quantum physics.
Yeah,
it's like.
And if we didn't have chat, it would have been.
Well, we would never have played it correctly in our entire lives.
Correct.
Basically, we would go from like 13 to 15, about when this game was hitting, really 8 to 13, probably playing it and probably doing many things wrong because who's going to check?
Yeah.
Until you go to like the tournament, right?
Well, and like that's what's crazy is like back in the 90s, part of it was like I never played a game that you didn't immediately go play with 12 other people. I remember the Star Wars TCG for a long time. There's a rule where after the build phase, you get to draw a card. That first turn, go from 7 to 8 cards.
Yeah, you didn't know.
We didn't know that for like months. And it was like, oh, you just get a card right there? That's crazy.
That's handy.
A lot of people asking this question. I'll get your take on it as well. So there's the Middle-Earth CCG, there's the Lord of the Rings TCG by Decipher, and there's the Lord of the Rings LCG by Fantasy Flight.
Yeah.
Which one's the best? I think we need to revisit the TCG for you to actually make that decision.
Yeah, we need to revisit the Decipher one, which is probably worth doing, just straight away. LCG is cooperative. It's a totally different game. I mean,
I feel like there was a point in my life where I really would have said the LCG, but then I feel like it's like a movie that you watch, and at the time you're like, that's amazing, and then it kind of gets dated. But then like older movies that you maybe thought it was better than at the time aren't getting dated because they're classics for a reason. And it hasn't really entered classic scenario for me yet.
But I don't think it has. There's like we're talking about, it seems like an ancient artifact nature of certain games, like the Star Wars CCG and this one, and even Epic Duels to some degree. There's like it's like reading Plato, or like it's like it may be not as relevant as modern philosophy or whatever, but like it's a classic. It's the root of so many things that you love that how can you deny that it's better than all these other things that followed from it?
Yeah.
Because like this is so incredibly different. It's not even a comparable experience to Lord of the Rings the LCG.
I think it is a comparable experience to the TCG, which we will play on stream at some point soon.
But a competitive-ish game versus definitely a co-op game. All these I will say this. A Lord of the Rings game that doesn't capitalize on all of the locations in Lord of the Rings in Middle-Earth is inherently worse because you have the TCG did it, and this game does it, where you feel like you're actively moving around a map and exploring the different places in Middle-Earth. I think that aspect of a Lord of the Rings game is quintessential to it representing like the source material truly.
Yeah.
So with the LCG, you're in a location and you do the scenario there, but you don't really feel like you are on this map and you're traveling around. And that's kind of a critical Lord of the Rings experience now that I played this one.
It's kind of more like a video game where there's a set story that you're playing through.
Yeah.
And not an open world.
This
exactly
feels way
more open world.
It's way more open world. All these old games were more, because they were more RPG based.
Yeah, so like same with Star Wars CCG, it hit the same elements, but like that's what's weird about the TCG from Decipher. It hits at some of the same elements, but it's also, there's only one objective, which is destroy the ring.
It's kind of right in the middle, isn't it?
Which is a part of this game. But this game is like a little more zoomed out.
Yeah, you could say that.
Than the TCG, when we play
pretty
it.
zoomed out.
Do you have your starting minor items with those guys?
Yeah, I'm looking for them right now.
They should be in clear sleeves.
Yeah.
And then you'll have your 20 card sideboard. Did you put anything in from your sideboard?
Oh, yeah.
It's right there. It's in your hand.
Put the white tree in there. Look at that white wizard, though. Woof. Wait, what does this Aligned Palantir card do, too? Because Sage only if a Palantir's in it. Keep with the Palantir. Bearer now has the ability to use the Palantir. If it's stored, this card is stored too. Discard it if the company carrying the Palantir moves. So I have to have Aligned Palantir.
Because you can use the Palantir again.
And that's 2 more points.
And but there's also 2 uses of the Palantir around, right?
Mm-hmm.
If the Palantir is stored, can you use it with that card?
If it's stored, this card is stored too.
Mm.
So I can cache them both if it's looking sketchy.
I will also say, like, I like the look of this game a lot better. It's just got that classic vibe.
I love this classic art.
It's just amazing. The thing about the TCG too is it's movie based, so like it's missing a lot, and it's just strictly about blowing up the ring. So I dig it. It's fun. I'm excited to play it, and it's definitely more streamlined. But this definitely hits that like classic. I think it's good to compare it to like classic music or classic writing.
Oh my gosh, I totally get it. See, yeah, okay. If we were to do this again, it would be so different.
It's a date.
I totally understand what it's trying to do here.
But you have to I think a lot of people get into this trap, which is like you got to get through this first game to understand what you're even trying to do. You have no method for evaluating until now.
Yeah, now you actually know what's happening. Huh. Because then you have these spells. These spells are insane. So it's literally just Isengard. It's just Saruman in the tower making the rest of your game better.
That's what he does.
Just casting spells from the tower. That's the whole point of this deck. And I didn't do any of that.
You were trying to play my game.
Well, I was trying to play a game. I was trying to figure out what the game was.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like the way you were playing it, because my deck was set up to like dunk factions with Aragorn.
It was also that it said whenever you get the Palantir in play, you should go get these spells. But by then, I didn't see the Palantir until like the last 10 cards. So like, I should have just been digging for that. What an insane experience. My goodness gracious. Any other questions before we get out of here?
People are asking us to play again. Not happening right now. We might play in the future.
You don't want to do it right now?
I would, but I got things to do.
Got a lot of things to do. Where's the... I don't know where the starting items went off to.
What are they?
Maybe your thing. No idea. We'll sort it out. I'm going to go get to the off... Thank you, guys. That is insane.
Yeah, for everyone that stuck with us the whole time, we really appreciate it.
Oh, my goodness.
For everyone answering rules questions the whole time, really, really appreciate it. This was great. We're exhausted. We're going to go home and sleep.
This is going to give me a different way, a different body of work to use to evaluate new games. Because this is like, you've expanded your horizons a billion. I have.
Final words from Stephen Woolley. All right. Again, we appreciate it. Thanks for being with us. We hope you're all doing well and enjoyed this. We'll be back tomorrow with Arkham Horror. Next week with a whole new schedule, 5 days a week, 1 p.m. CST. We'll catch you there. Be safe.